that, right? They replaced the globe with a flat disk, and they think that you'd be able to fall off the disk into the space.
Have you seen the photos from the latest Artemis missions from the moon?
Oh, yes, my favorite game. Let's play the Artemis Picture game. Okay, so, all right. I think that you won't be able to tell me. Okay, have a look in the side chat. Now, I'll give you a hint. One of these pictures is from the Artemis mission, and
Okay.
all of the rest of the pictures, we just made them using ChatGPT.
Okay.
Right? Can you tell me which one of those is from the Artemis mission and which ones are from ChatGPT?
Uh,
You don't need to pick it if you don't want. I mean, the honest answer is that it's very difficult to tell, right? You can't
yeah,
really tell the
yeah.
difference. They could just they could just show you CGI and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So you just have to trust them that they're giving you real pictures of the Earth from space.
Interesting.
So all I'm saying is that they could trick you by showing you fake footage and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference of if it's real or if it's fake. And the footage was pretty unimpressive, just like the footage was unimpressive from the moon landings, the original moon landings in the 60s. It looks very fake. So it's kind of like faith based. Whereas what we experience in reality is we can go out and measure the surface of the Earth. We can go out and measure for the curvature by calculating how much curvature there should be over a certain distance and checking to see if it's there or not. We can use lasers, we can use high powered cameras, telescopes, all sorts of different ways to check if the actual curvature is there. And when we go out and check, it's not there. Water is flat on the surface, and water covers most of the surface of the Earth that we know about, right? Like 72% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. That's what they tell us. Oceans and seas. Okay, if that water's not curving, then the Earth is not a globe. What shape is the Earth? I don't know.
Okay, so do you think that
Not sure.
other planets are flat as well, or
Well, I don't think other planets, I don't think the Earth is a planet floating around in a space vacuum. Let's say, just for argument's sake, that there's some round things up in the sky that we call planets, right? When we
oh,
zoom
so
in with a telescope, when we zoom in
yep,
with a telescope, we can see some little round, blurry looking things up in the sky. We call them planets, and we've been told a big story about what they are, that they're
yeah.
in a big space vacuum, and we're also on one of those. But I don't think that the Earth actually has anything in common with any of those planets, right? Or the moon, right? So we see the moon looks like a big round ball. Now, I don't know exactly what shape it is, but from my perspective, it's not far fetched to say it's a big round ball of some kind.
So
But
why do you think that all
what does the Earth,
why okay,
hold on a
go on.
second.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth doesn't have anything in common with anything that we see in the sky. The Earth is different. I like to think of the Earth kind of like the foundation or the floor of the universe or the floor of the system that we live in. And then everything up in the sky is what's moving, right? The Earth is not moving. We see the sun moving east to west. We see the moon moving. We see the stars moving. And everything in the sky moves like a big clock. And everything resets after the cycle is finished, right? That's why we have years, because the cycle of the sun finishes every 365 days. And then the moon's every 28 days. That's why we have months or months. You could call them months even. And then the stars have their own particular cycle. And then the planets have their own unique cycles as well. So I think the sky is kind of like a big clock. And the earth doesn't move. The earth is like the ground, the foundation. And then water is flat. Water needs to have a container if you want to have a large amount of water. Obviously, you need to have like a bathtub or a pool or a pond or a lake, right? A lake is just the low spot in the land. When it rains, the water fills up the low spot in the land, and we call that a puddle or a pond or a lake or a sea or an ocean. And they always have a shoreline. And then the water on the surface is not curving, it's flat. It's a different system. It's a different way of thinking about the place where we live rather than being lost in this big, giant, infinite space vacuum like in the globe.
Okay, so do you think that we're living in a simulation? It's out of the topic, but do you think that we're living in a simulation or what's going on?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think so. But if we were, when people make simulations, right? When people make video games, it's usually they make them on a flat map. So
Yeah,
if it's a simulation, then whatever they've made the layout, right? It's done this, on a flat map. So yeah, I don't claim that we live in a simulation, but whatever we do live in is the ground doesn't curve. It's not curving. We're not on a ball lost in space.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, the more you look into it, when you first hear about it, it sounds completely crazy. But then the more you look into it, the more sense it makes. It's extremely logical, and when we go out and test it in reality, it actually, it measures just the way that we experience it. Zero curvature.
I don't know, bro, but everything we see outside is round. Like the sun is round, the moon is round, all the you know, supposedly what they're showing us is everything around us is round.
Well, not
Everything
really. I mean,
around.
well, think about this, right? If you go out into the forest and you see trees everywhere, right? That doesn't mean that your dog is also a tree. It doesn't mean that your cat is a tree just because it's like, whoa, I see trees everywhere. Everything must be a tree. I must be also a tree, and my car's a tree. It's just because something else is something and you see them everywhere. That doesn't mean that everything else has to be that,
You
right?
know,
Just because you see some
But
round
that's
lights in the
that's
sky,
completely
that
different, right?
doesn't.
But we're talking about
It's the same
it's not
thing,
like
dude.
okay, the rock from the
you
Mars. I
ever
mean,
see
okay,
sorry. No, no, my bad,
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Go
Go
ahead.
on. No, no, go ahead, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, like, you ever see the dogs that think they're cats, or the cats that think they're dogs, or the people that think they're dogs? You know,
That's pretty
So
funny. Yeah,
I don't think they have this conscious that they think that they are a dog, bro.
yeah. It's a kind
Because
of
the
silly
only
example
classifications
that
that
I
we
gave
do,
you.
I think we are the ones who tell that dogs are dogs and cats are cats. Because I don't think they know that okay they are dogs.
Dude, they
Because
cats know
I think
everything, dude.
dogs think that we are dogs too.
Dude,
no, it's
We're
just the
cats.
different
point DJ
different
was just
looking dogs,
making.
but
It
probably
definitely is. I think it's relevant
I
with
think
like the thing that animals do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Think of that. Look, here's another way of looking at it, right? Just because you've got round lights all over your ceiling, right? Let's say you've got a round light in the living room and you've got round lights on your roof in the bedroom, right? That doesn't mean that you're standing on something round, right? You can measure the floor of your house. Obviously, the floor of your house is flat. It doesn't matter what happens up on the ceiling. The floor is flat, and you can test that the floor is flat, right? Let's say you measured the floor of your house and then someone installs all of these round lights all over the roof. Obviously, it doesn't mean that the floor is also has to be a round light. So just because there's some round looking things up in the sky, that doesn't mean the ground that you're standing on is also one of those. But I understand why people think that way
no. But I'm
because
saying like
there's no
all the shapes outside the space that we see is round. Why is it universal? Because you said that
not
the trees
really,
is different
dude.
shape, the dogs is different shape, right? The cats are different shape. But why do you think? Well, I mean, like I'm just asking, like why all the objects outside we see from our so-called planet is round? Like why is it the universal thing is round? Like the sun is round, the moon is round, the planets are. I mean, the so-called planets are round.
Dude,
Why is
NASA
everything round?
claims the universe itself is flat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, NASA claims the universe is flat, right? Harvard University, Cambridge University, Stanford, they all claim that the universe is flat. And you know, any light from a distance, right? So most of the lights we see in the sky are stars, right? When we look out, we see stars everywhere. And we just see lights. We see twinkling lights. Now, any light from a distance looks like a round object. Even if you see a car, right? Let's say we have a car and it's off in the distance and it has four headlights on the front, right? Your eyes just see one light until the car gets close. You can see, oh wow, it's a car, and there's actually four headlights or two headlights. But from a distance, every light looks just like a round light, right? You could be looking at a tube light that's 4 foot long, a thin tube, and you look at that from a distance, your eyes see it as a round light. It's just the way our eyes see things. So technically, The stars could be any shape, and you would just see them as round lights because they're so far away. You just see little lights up in the sky. Now, planets and moons, for example, yeah, I can agree with you that they kind of look like they're round. But that doesn't mean that the earth that you're standing on is also like those things that you see in the sky, right? Like if I was to ask you, what does the earth have in common with anything that you see in the sky? Nothing,
Mhm.
right? Just the story that we get told about that the earth is a ball, but we don't experience the earth as a ball. When we go and measure the surface of the earth, we can't find any curvature. We don't detect any curvature when we actually measure it over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature. So, you know, other than a belief system and a story that we get told or a model that we get taught about,
Okay.
where do we have actually evidence that it's actually curving, right? The pictures of space, faith-based evidence. When we go out and test the surface of water, it's not curving, just like it is when we look at it. Or,
Okay. So
you know,
so imagine so
go ahead.
so so imagine this. You're talking about the horizon, right? The last time we talked about the horizon. Okay. So if we're zooming in to a ship that's going that's just floating into the sea, right? If Earth
Mhm.
was flat, do you think that we could observe it for the infinite amount of time that you know what I'm saying? Like the ship will disappear after a certain amount of time, right?
Well, the
Not
ship
if
what
it's not flat, if it was not a flat, if it was not flat, if it's just a straight line, then do you think that we could zoom into any ships that were traveling? Why do you think that
no.
we cannot see the ships?
We can see ships that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. For example, we can see a ship that's more than 20 kilometers away out into the ocean that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. That's no problem. But when it goes further than that, we're relying on the visibility of the atmosphere. So some days you might be able to see 20 kilometers. Some days you might be able to see 30 or 40 kilometers. Some days you might only see 5 or 10 kilometers. It depends on the weather. It depends on how much humidity is in the air, how much fog or dust or pollution, right? Like
Okay.
if you look
But wait,
at
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait. So wait. I've got
Mhm.
one strong argument. So why do you
Yeah.
think we see the moon differently than the people from Australia see the moon differently? If the Earth was flat, everybody should see the moon the same thing, right? I mean,
Well, not
you know what I'm
really
saying?
because yeah, right. Let's say that
The
we
photos, the photos of the moon from Australia is completely different from the photos of the
well,
photos from the moon from North America.
it's the exact same thing, right? We all see the exact same face of the moon, except if you're looking at it from a different angle, then it's gonna look like it's upside down. Like, think about it like this, right? Let's say I stick right, let's say we're in a room, and I'm on one side of the room, and you're on the other side of the room. And up on the ceiling, we're gonna put a number 6 up on the ceiling, okay? From my perspective, it looks like a number 6. But from your perspective, it looks like a number 9. We're both looking at the same face of the number, except you're looking at it from a different angle, and I'm looking at it from a different angle. So you see a 9, I see a 6. We're both looking at the same face of the moon. Okay, I see it from one side, and you're looking at it from the other side. So we see the same thing, but we see different faces, the different angle of the faces. It's just based on your orientation,
Yeah,
right?
and
Like,
also if you were looking at a spherical surface based on your orientation, the textures on the moon would change depending on your angle. Everybody sees the same exact, image of the moon. All the distances, all the textures, all the distances between the textures from the edges of the moon, they're all the same for everyone. But if it was the surface of a sphere, it would change along the surface.
Interesting.
so yeah, the moon's a bit of a mystery, but it's a long distance away, and we can't really go and inspect it. But what we can inspect is the surface of the water. We can check that. We can test for the curvature. We can track a boat, right? So let's say we see a boat and it's out in the ocean. We can go on marinetraffic.com, download the app, and it will tell you exactly how far away that ship is, exactly what the name of the ship is. So we can say, okay, we can see this ship when we zoom in, and this ship's 25 kilometers away. And then we can
You know
calculate,
what
we
else
can say,
my bad, we're moving away from the moon, but there was one more thing about the moon I wanted to say.
mhm, yeah, go ahead.
50%
Go ahead.
of the Earth's surface to be able to see the moon in the sky.
Say that again.
Wi-Fi is trying to connect. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said 59% of Earth's surface can see the moon at one time. You know, if you're standing on a ball and the moon is above the ball Earth, only
Ay,
50% of the
like,
surface to be able to see the moon.
All right. What's the name of the guy we're talking to? Is that LMC?
Yeah,
Did you have any more questions?
I don't know, bro. I'm just thinking what stuff that can counter your arguments just to engage with the conversation. I'm not
All
trying
right.
to
All right.
argue
All
with
right.
you, but just engage in conversation.
Yeah, you're right. Look in the side chat. Okay. Can you see the video?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So this guy, right? He's zooming in, and there's a windmill farm. But see beyond the windmill farm, there's a ship. You can see a ship out in the ocean.
windmill farm.
It's a, it's exactly what it's called, dude. It's a
I
windmill.
know, I know it's a windmill farm. Wind turbines, whatever you want to call them, windmill.
Yeah, yeah. They're windmills, and it's a farm.
Wind
That's
farm.
what they call it. It's a wind farm, bro. What, what's so
Yeah.
funny?
I don't know, it
It's
just
called
sounds funny, windmill farm. It's just your accent sounds funny.
it's called Rampion Wind Farm. All right.
It's
Anyway.
just the way you
All right.
say it so quietly. Windmill farm.
So we have. Yeah, I got to be quiet. It's because it's 3 a.m. here,
Yeah, yeah.
and you got to be nice and quiet. But anyway, right. So we see the boat. We can see the boat. Now he tracked the boat. So he used marine tracking, and we know the name of the ship. It's called the Shetland Trader. So here's the screenshot from the marine tracking, and we can see the distance to the ship. Okay, 12.1 nautical miles. 12.1 nautical miles is 13.9 regular miles, which is also 22 kilometers. So
Okay.
now we can do some basic mathematics. So just a second. So this is in metric and in imperial. As soon as I find it. Okay. All right, so let's go over this mathematics. It's pretty simple. All right, so we'll use metric. Okay, so the eye height, the first thing you have to put into the Earth curvature calculator is the eye height. Okay, 1.07 meters. And then the target distance, that means the boat, right? The boat's the target. That's 22 kilometers away. Now, the Earth curvature calculator will tell us how far away the horizon should be on a globe. The horizon distance is 3.69 kilometers. We spoke about this before. This is the maximum distance that you should see the water. All of the water beyond that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, at the distance of the boat, which is 22 kilometers away, there should be 27.3 meters of hidden height. And what that means is that the surface of the water at 22 kilometers away should be 27 meters below the curvature of the Earth. So the boat, right? So now we have to work out how big is the boat. So because we have the tracking, we can look up the name of the boat. And this is the boat here. It's called the Shetland Trader.
Shane, if you can talk, bro, you can talk.
Chain.
Yeah. So
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt where you guys were at. You
No,
guys
it's
had
okay,
moved
bro.
on
You,
to
you
another
can go
topic.
ahead with your question.
I don't
just
understand the moon shape explanation if you have a number 6 on the scene. If you both face sideways, flip on 6.
yeah, we'll get back to that in a second. Just let me finish this quickly.
Sure.
Right. So the height of this boat is 7.2 meters approximately, right? The whole height here. Okay. So it should be hidden. It should be hidden behind the curvature of the earth by, you know, over say 15 meters or something like that.
Okay,
So you
but,
shouldn't
but
be able
wait,
to
wait,
see the
wait.
ship. Shouldn't be able to see the ship
Question.
at all. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the earth, but we see the ship. No problem.
Okay, so where do you think the sun and the moon goes away? Like, if it's a flat thing, right? How do we experience a night?
Okay. Well, we have something called perspective convergence.
Okay.
Well, okay, hold on a second. Let me break it down a little bit, simplify it for you. Okay, so on the globe model, they tell us that the sun's 93 million miles away and is many times greater than the size of the earth. The sun, right? They say it's way bigger than the earth and it's 93 million miles away, 150 something thousand million kilometers away. Now, that's the globe model. Now, if the earth was a flat planet, which you probably have pictured in your head still for some reason, and the sun was really, really big like that, it would light up the whole earth. The whole flat earth would be lit. It would be daytime all the time. Now, we don't claim that the flat earth exists in the globe model, in the heliocentric model, as I explained to you before. Now, in the flat earth model, the sun would be different than in the globe model. And if the
More
sun
like
is much smaller, then as the sun moves over the top of the surface of the flat earth, right, it takes its light with it. It can light up a large portion of the earth, but it can't light up the whole earth because we have an atmosphere. And as the sun moves away, the light from the sun can't push forever through the atmosphere. It becomes absorbed by the atmosphere. And this is called the attenuation of light. And then we also have another thing called the inverse square law of light, which means that as the light travels away from the source, every time you double the distance, it loses intensity by 4 times. So as the light is leaving the sun, right? It's pushing away from the sun. It's got to push through all of the atmosphere, and it's also getting dimmer, right? It's losing intensity due to the inverse square law. So when it's daytime in Australia, it's going to be nighttime in Alaska, for example, because the sun can't push through all of that atmosphere and light up the whole world. Just like the sun can't light up the whole bottom of the ocean. As soon as you just get down 100 meters, it's black. You can't see the sun anymore. If you go down into the water, it gets black very quickly because mediums absorb light. So, yeah, so if the sun's closer and the sun's moving over the surface of the earth, just like we see every day, that creates daytime and nighttime. And throughout the year, the path of the sun changes, and that creates seasons, right? It also creates high pressure systems, low pressure systems, which create winds, which create waves. We have long form waves, which we call tides. Yeah, so that's a way of explaining it.
Okay, so do you guys believe that there is international space station above us?
Yeah, I think there's something up there in the sky.
Okay, so
I
why do
don't
you
think
think? So how do you think that that station is like up there, almost for entirety of its existence? Now, how do you think that
yeah,
it's gonna stays up there all the time?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's the size or distance that they're telling us. That's my
Okay,
personal
so
opinion.
I do have an explanation. If you have if you can, I mean, like, if you can argue about it, you can go. But I can explain. So have you thrown a rock like in the lake? Have you like thrown a rock? Like have you, I don't know what's it called, but like if you throw a rock, okay. So for instance, if you shoot a bullet, right?
It's called skimming, like skimming a
Yeah, yeah,
rock
skimming.
over the
Right? Okay,
surface.
yeah, skimming a rock basically. So if you skim a rock as fast as you can, and imagine the rock traveling in the speed of light, basically, not in the speed of light, but it travels so fast that it does not fall in the ground, but it curves around the earth. You know what I'm saying? When you
Mhm.
throw a rock, it travels so fast that it does not fall down to the ground, but it moves so fast that it curves around the earth. So that explains the International Space Station above us, basically. If the Earth is round and it travels so fast that it literally falls down, but it's falling around the curve, that explains that the station is moving around the Earth. You know what I'm saying? Whenever the rocket flies up, it tilts some distance, it goes through along the curvature of the Earth, and then it moves out. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, but
If
this is the problem, though, right? It's a cool story, but there's no curvature that can be detected, and to even launch the things into space, they would have to have the size of the Earth to be correct for the orbital mechanics to work. So that means that the radius has to be 3,959 miles. That means that there has to be a certain amount of curvature over distance. And that means that gravity would have to be pulling everything towards the center of mass. That means that if you have a 20-mile body of water, it has to have a certain amount of curvature. And if we test it over and over and over again in all of these different locations, and there's zero curvature, whatever's happening above the surface of the Earth, right, with things that we can't have access to, things that we get told stories about, a little
Mhm.
light we see flying across the sky, that's happening above a flat surface.
Okay, so do you think that gravitation is same for everyone? Like, for instance, if Earth is flat and you're standing in point A, and I'm standing in point B, do you think that the gravity is same for you and me? I mean, if the Earth is flat, because there should be a center of the. I mean, there should be a source. You know what I'm saying? There should be a center of the gravity.
Well, I would like on a flat Earth,
But if it's
down
Earth
would be
is
this.
flat, right? And if
Yeah,
you're
but
standing at
down
at the
would be
edge
the
of another
same.
point, and then I'm standing at another point of the edge of the flat Earth, basically, do you think that's gonna be same for us, you and me?
Yeah, like if I drop some, let's say we have a vacuum chamber, right? I have a vacuum chamber, you have a vacuum chamber, and we both drop something and we measure how fast it falls. It's going to fall at approximately 9.81 meters per second squared.
But that's the
Okay.
argument. Like the vacuum chamber,
But
is it round
it's
or
going to
flat?
go.
That's the argument, right?
Yeah, yeah, but that's how you measure the downward, constant acceleration, right? Which is an agreed upon average, so it's not going to be exact, but approximately, right? Things will approximately fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, and that downward direction is going to be the same direction for everybody on the Earth, right? Down is one direction for everybody. If I point down, if you point down, that's just one direction. If we point up, that's one direction. There's two primary directions, up and down, for everybody on the Earth. Now, on a globe, everyone would be pointing towards the center. Down is towards the center for everybody, and down is away from the center for everybody on a globe. That means that the surface of the water would have to be curving. If gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass, that curvature would have to be there. And if we can debunk that that curvature is not there, or debunk that the curvature is there, okay, and show that the curvature isn't actually there, then that would debunk the globe. Nobody could argue that that would debunk the globe. That would debunk the globe. Sorry, nobody could argue that that wouldn't debunk the globe because it would have to.
Um,
So yeah, we can agree that things fall. No problem. Things fall down. Down's one direction for everybody. The surface of water is flat. Water needs a container. Can't have you can't have life inside a vacuum, inside a space vacuum. Like they tell us the globe is a big ball covered in water inside a space vacuum. It's nonsense.
windmill farm.
Windmill farm. So the windmill farm that I showed you before, the bottom of the windmills should also be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. and there should be a 5-story building missing from the bottom of them. But we can see the whole thing. So yeah,
Hello.
basically to sum it up, we have all the evidence and the globe side just has theoretical mathematical constructs and faith-based evidence. We have empirical evidence that anybody can go and test for themselves.
Earth is actually flat.
Who said that?
Me.
Who?
Me.
Oh,
You disagree with me?
I don't know.
Wait. Did somebody say anything?
I say Earth is actually flat.
I mean, it could be, it could not be. That's the thing that we're discussing, bro.
No, it is flat. I see it.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, what's your proof?
His proof is the mute button.
You want me to prove it?
I'm sold. If he comes up
It is
randomly
really flat.
and not proving anything, I'm sold. The Earth must
I
be
am
flat.
smart and you should believe me. Now, look in front of you. Do you see it full? How? My English is not good. Do you see it when you look front of you? Will you
Bro,
get
take
it?
your
You
time.
get it?
Take your time, bro. You can just speak your mind, bro.
By the way, DJ, there's DJ. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
There was a recent advert in England of, I don't know what it was. I think it was car insurance or some kind. I don't know what it was. It could have been anything. I forgot what it was about. And
It was an
it's a little
Audi ad.
cartoon of a woman saying, "Columbus, Columbus, don't sail too far. You'll fall. The earth is flat. You'll fall off the edge." Like, why is that even on an advert?
It's pretty, strange.
It's like they're trying
It
to
is
prompt people
true.
to not look. It's like they're trying to prompt people to not look into the flat Earth kind of shit because of how stupid it is. Or
Yeah,
give
that's
them
the
the idea.
tactic. That's the main tactic that they've used against flat Earth. They've used the like to try to make it socially unpopular, and they try to say that flat earthers are science deniers and flat earthers like tinfoil hat wearers, and they think that crazy things like they think Australia doesn't exist and all sorts of bullshit, which none of us claim, obviously. And they replaced when they censored the topic back in 2016 when they got together with Congress. They actually replaced, like, you would type in the name of a laser test video or a long distance observation, and they replaced the search results with a propaganda playlist, which is still there, and it just comes up with the most ridiculous propaganda flat Earth videos that just make flat earthers look really silly. And that's the tactic. It's a very effective tactic as well, just to make it unpopular and to give people the impression that flat earthers' arguments are ridiculous. And if you just, even if you go to Google now and you type in flat earth and hit images, all you see is space disks with water falling off the edges and shit like that, which none of us are claiming, obviously.
Flat Earth
But it's,
insanity. That's what came up first.
oh yeah, I
Fighting flat
use
Earth
that
theory.
flat earth insanity. That's one of my favorite earth curvature calculators because because you have to set the refraction slider up to maximum and it still doesn't explain the observation on a globe.
This is the first video that came up on Google. Look, of this gay. I don't know what it is. Look. This is the first video that came up.
Yeah. How do we know the earth isn't flat? And it'll be some really ridiculous, like stereotypical
You know
arguments.
what's funny? It's like people that want to like be constructive, and like critical thinking, they would never consider the top search result of Google to explain anything else when it comes to like any other subject. It's only this one you could just top search Google. Oh yeah, that's what it all about. But every other subject, no.
There's
The
PubMed.
best
There's the
information is
thing.
not at the top.
They're saying it's a mental illness on the medical website. Here, have a look. I just found something.
So this
It's
guy's
called.
first proof
No,
in
no.
this
Look what I
video.
posted. And then space.com as well. This is another one. How to debate a flat earther. So all these three are found. Pub medical website. The medical website says the flat earth theory is evidence based, although physiotherapy, science, and fashion. Comparing apples to oranges is managing a patellofemoral pain, physical therapy. What? I
Yeah, I
don't know
don't
what that
know.
was. Yeah, I think that
I mean, it's a
link was
little
wrong.
funny. What you're doing is a little funny. It's just, I don't know, kind of like Google garbage. You're just Googling garbage.
Scientific American.
Yeah, see, why do they have to strawman every argument? I mean, it's just ridiculous. The first evidence that he's presented, how do we know the earth isn't flat, is literally a mythical character called Eratosthenes that apparently existed, but none of his writings existed at all. And so it's just basically a story. Apparently, the ancient Greeks like to make up these types of characters. Anyway, let's say he did exist. He wasn't even trying to prove that the Earth was flat or a globe. He just pre-assumed it's a globe, allegedly, and then he took one shadow angle, and based off a bunch of assumptions, he did some mathematics and came up with the circumference, and that's what the circumference dates back to, right? This so-called test that was just completely flawed, right? He just pre-assumed that sun rays come in parallel. He pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe, and he measured no shadow on one stick and then a shadow angle of 7.2 degrees on another stick, and some math. And even the mainstream scientists agree that it's based on assumptions. It's not proof of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Look at this last one I put. How to reason with flat earthers. It may not help. All the proofs in the world won't change a convinced flat earther's mind.
Yeah, what proof? That's what we're always asking. It's like, oh, that's what, because globe earthers come in here and they're like, there's so much evidence
That's
that the
that.
Earth's a globe. You guys are crazy. And we'll be like, all right, can you present one piece of evidence? They're like, oh, just Google it. There's millions of pieces of evidence. It's like, or just get us one, right? One piece of evidence and come and post it here. And they don't really have anything. So then they'll go on Google
Read.
or AI or something and they'll bring up some shitty list of arguments we've debunked 5,000 times. And it's
I'm
just
gonna
kind of
read something from How to Reason with the Flat Earthers. I'm just gonna read something real quick. Quote, thinking that the Earth might be flat appears to have grown in popularity in the recent years. Indeed, flat earthers are gathering for their annual conferences here in Birmingham, just 2 miles from my own university. But the Earth isn't flat. Unsurprisingly, this isn't hard to prove, but as scads of YouTube videos demonstrate, these proofs fail to convince everyone. A glance at the comments shows there's still vitriolic disagreement in some quarters. Philosophy can explain why. Consider one standard flat earth line. Can you prove the world is round? Maybe you can point to the brackets, often artificially assembled photos of Earth from space, or possibly you rely on the testimony of astronauts. The flat earther knocks it all back. The standard of proof is higher. They say you haven't been to space, you haven't seen the round Earth. Perhaps you then start to appeal to science, but unless you're unusual, you probably don't know all of the details of the scientific proofs. Is it something to do with ships and horizons? Question mark, or eclipses? And even if you know the details, unless you've indulged existing flat earth literature, you are unlikely, right here, right now, to be able to cogently, concisely, and comprehensively respond to the lengthy rebuttals flat earthers will give to each and every scientific proof. You could double down, getting knee deep in the vlogosphere You might learn the details of the scientific proofs as well as painstakingly spelling out each error in every flat earther's rebuttal. I recommend against doing that. I recommend letting philosophy do the work. Recommend epistemic contextualism. To understand what this is, we first must understand a familiar idea. Context shift. Consider the sentence, I'm tall, surrounded by 5-year-olds at a roller coaster park. The sentence is true, after all. I can get on all the rides and they can't. But at the tryouts for the Harlem
All
Globe,
right, all
what the
right, all
hell's
right.
that?
Yeah, this is just some horse shit. Some annoying dude just waffling on about nothing. Where's his globe evidence?
I don't know, bro. I was just reading away, bro. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
reading out loud.
I have to say it. Read it in some like pompous, annoying
Yeah,
accent.
honestly. Yeah, that sounds like the dude was he got dunked on and then he just started typing about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's the link I just sent. It's the link that just says how to reason with flat earthers. Yeah, and
Yeah, it
there's
sounds
the
like
disc
he sounds
again.
like he
The
lost
disc,
the debate.
the disc. The funny thing is, they're posting the disc, but that's their own planet that they're posting. Their own idea is the disc.
Yeah,
That's theirs, not ours.
yeah, he's posted a flat globe projection that he probably doesn't even know is a globe projection as the flat
Yeah,
Earth map. Crazy. And it's a disc in space.
yeah.
So yeah, he's either retarded or he didn't do any research or both.
So, happy 4th of July, gentlemen, to everyone here, if you're in America, and God bless everyone here and everyone worldwide. Just
Thank
wanted
you,
to
Audie.
stop in and say hello. Yeah,
Well,
DJ, God bless, brother. And
you too, man.
may everyone have a blessed day or evening wherever you at. God loves you. Peace.
Yeah, so the website's just bombard you with. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
the
just
search
somebody's
results.
coping mechanism for losing a debate.
Like, if I go to YouTube right now, search flat Earth. So what I find is flat earthers, funny moments, flat Earth Dave, flat Earth documentary, flat Earth smiling friends,
Okay.
flat Earther memes, flat Earth debate, flat Earthers versus scientists, flat Earth documentary full, flat Earthers versus scientists middle ground. Flat 5 questions about about flat Earth that I cannot answer. The daredevil who finished flat earthers finished is supposed to be finished. Flat Earth meme. Professor Brian Cox lays into flat earthers. Look, do you know this guy?
Which guy?
Brian Cox,
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
who was my favorite back in the day.
Yeah, he's like super soy. Very soy individual.
Okay, here's one here. I let flat earthers talk to the head of NASA. Have you seen this video?
Jack Gordon, yeah, he's just I mean, it's just cheesy YouTube filth. I mean,
Why can't you yourself or anyone in this VC that joins, any of you guys just talk to the head of NASA instead of those idiots?
how would talking to the head of NASA help anything?
Just to stomp him out and capture on video for clips. I think it'd be good for clips.
Okay. I mean, we have debates with physicists and astrophysicists and scientists of just about any genre that you can imagine. You know, we've
Is
been
that
recording these conversations for 10 years. They
is
don't
there any
do any good.
recording of a debate between an astrophysicist and one of you guys? I want to watch it.
Yeah, there's plenty.
I want to watch it.
They don't do any good. If anything, they I actually had a conversation with a guy that was in his last year of doing his masters for physics the other day. And it was a
Hmm.
pleasure. It was a pleasure talking to him because he understood everything that I was talking about. And by the end of it, he's like, "Oh yeah, well, I completely get where you guys are coming from." And I gave him some of the videos that I presented, and he said he's going to go and watch them. So, but it was easy because he understood everything that I was talking about. It wasn't confusing for him when I was explaining that atmospheric refraction isn't a way to just explain away every observation, and that there are limitations to it. And he understood about that, and he understood the formulas for the Earth curvature and how it would have to be there because gravity pulls everything to, towards the center of mass. But anyway, it was like a pleasure trying to explain things to this guy rather than trying to explain things to some Dunning-Kruger moron that just randomly comes in and doesn't get anything, right? And keeps just chanting like things that he's reading off ChatGPT or something like that. So no,
Yeah.
it's good. I prefer talking to more educated people about it because they're also more honest about what we don't know, right? They'll say, "Yeah, we don't know what gravity is. We don't know where gravity comes from." And things that they don't know, they'll say, "Oh, yeah, well, this is as best as we know, like 95% of the universe is furnished by completely unknown something, right? In which we have no empirical evidence for. These people will at least admit what they don't know. But
Yeah. By the way,
sometimes, right? Or sometimes they'll
DJ.
have epic meltdowns as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah. I want to see the astrophysicist one. That's the one I want to see. But by the way, DJ, Shane wants you guys to do this drone kind of thing with the measurement test.
Yeah, we've got countless amounts of laser tests and observations, right? The globe earthers have crap all, right? It's their turn to go out, right? We're doing their work for them, so they need to go and do their own
Yo,
tests, and because they don't have a single laser test, really.
Mm.
They don't
DJ, have you
have all
looked
of
at
the.
it at all?
wait, could we go back to gravity for a
Have you
second?
looked at the laser follow
No, we're not
experiment at
going to
all?
gravity. I'm sorry.
You're done with
Look at
This
gravity
what?
is
already?
Sorry,
this is too interesting.
Shane, have we
What
looked at
is?
what? Sorry.
Sorry, I'll wait for everyone to calm down
No,
and
no, no,
jump
Shane,
back
you
in.
can start. You can talk. Alex, shut up.
No, you shut up. No, you shut up,
I don't want to
actually. All right.
disrespect anybody that was talking. Go ahead, Alec.
I just wanted to say about gravity, it's only based on like
Come
fireworks
on,
right now.
Alec, please,
Hold on,
please
there's a lot of
let
fireworks.
Alec, please let Shane talk. Please, I beg.
No, let Alec finish what he was going to say, and then Shane can
When
tell
you
us
when you
about
try to
his.
measure the force of gravity, it's based on the vector that is measured at like the center of mass relative to the observer position. That's the only way gravity is. The only thing that we've ever measured is that it's perfectly down relative to the center of mass of the object that's falling. So that doesn't indicate that's the reason why they say they don't know. It's because it truly doesn't have to do with the center of the that you're standing on. It's only measured to be straight down relative to the object's center of mass. That's why they say they don't know what it is.
Okay, Shane, you can talk. No, why am I the one saying this, bro?
Yeah, what's up, Shane?
I was just curious, DJ, if you've had a chance to look at the laser follow experiment. I thought you had looked at it.
Yeah, I've looked at it. I don't know if you've updated it since then, but
Yeah, I've put quite a few updates on it from conversations with Globe Earth and Flat Earth, and still whittling it down. That's gonna be. I've still got months before I'll be able to do it myself. There's a couple other people who have volunteered to do it on the Globe Earth side. I haven't had anybody on the Flat Earth side say that they're willing to either attend or participate in it or do it themselves. But I'm still always looking, and I don't expect anybody to, jump out of their seats and run and go do it tomorrow. So just still collecting information. But I noticed you had you made a statement about 20 minutes ago about what would be irrefutable evidence, and I didn't get what you had said. I can go back and look at the video again, but I don't know if you wanted to restate of like if we were able to measure the curvature, how that would be irrefutable, or if we were able to measure it flat, it would be irrefutable across the surface of water.
yeah, I don't know. I've said a lot over the last
Yeah,
hour.
I'm sorry, man.
I mean, yeah,
My bad.
I don't remember specifically what stuck in your head about what I said. I probably said a bunch of things.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go back and listen to it, see if I can pull it back up, and won't quote you or anything like that because I understand, your stream of consciousness, right? And you've been uh, getting a few different angles thrown at you that while you're in the middle of another angle. So I understand.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that I think has been coming up recently is uh, determining the level laser at the point of origin has been a point of contention, and trying to figure out is that important or not. If the laser is, perfectly level or not level. If it's, a few degrees up or down, is that going to throw everything off and make it so that somebody could say, you rigged it? Um,
Oh,
the
yeah,
way I
I
see
do.
it is that if the laser is, let's say, pointed slightly up, then the drone, while it's flying, since it's only following the laser beam and assuming that refraction and other things are handled, we're just talking about the direction of the laser. That if it's pointed slightly up, then the drone will raise at a consistent rate. Whereas if over a flat plane, if it's a curved plane, then you'll have a compounding rise, and vice versa. If you're pointed down, you'll still have a compounding height difference versus a linear height difference.
Right. Then, yeah. I mean, when it comes to the laser tests that we've done, I mean, if you have a globe and you have a target, say 40 kilometers away or whatever, 5 foot height to 5 foot height, it doesn't matter. If you tilt the laser up, it's it's just if the laser's perfectly level, right? Let's just assume the laser's perfectly level, hypothetically. Then the laser at point B should be X distance above the surface of the Earth. Now, if the laser's pointed up a little bit more, then it's going to be even higher above the surface of the Earth, right? So that's not going to help the flat earthers at all or anything. And if you tilt it downward, then the laser's just going to hit the water because the horizon, is there. So if the laser's only 5 foot above the surface of the water, I mean, it's not going to help it get to the target. It's not going to help the flat earthers. It just wouldn't hit the target once again, because between point A and point B, there's a huge hump of water on a globe. You'd have to work out what the exact sagitta is. But yeah, there would be a huge sagitta between point A and point B. So I mean, it's not going to help.
And then just to clarify, my experiment or the experiment that we're designing collaboratively is not a point-to-point experiment.
Right. That's why yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'll be interested to see how you try to account for refraction and that kind of thing. I'm aware of the methods that you suggested, but yeah, cool.
Yeah, but
At least someone's
it's
out there
commonly
doing something.
people will most commonly people will, on both sides, will say, well, hey, look at the FE core, look at some of the other laser experiments, and while those are addressed in there, we're not doing point to point, because just like the FE core experiment, there was a leveling that occurred, but then there was an aiming that occurred, right? So in their own documentation, they talk about how they leveled the laser on the target as opposed to leveling by local point of origin.
Are
So
you
that's more of
sure
an
about that?
aiming. Yeah, I'm
I was
sure.
watching it.
Yeah,
I was watching it the other day, and it said that they use GPS to know
for
which
the coordinates.
exactly where to point the laser to. But then
Yeah,
2
that's
seconds
aiming.
later, no, it's aiming in a direction. Okay, so they're
Yeah,
using that
does
to
that?
point the
Yeah,
laser
but
in
that
a
doesn't mean
particular
level.
Yeah, but then they talk about leveling the laser. So straight after that, they talked about getting the laser level, so they know which direction to point the laser. So they were having trouble pointing it directly at the target, right? Not pointing it at the target
Yep.
like aiming like a sniper, but just to get the direction, to point it in the right direction. and then they leveled it. That's what it said when I watched it the other day. Very
Shane,
specifically said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
check the side chat.
So pointing the laser directly at the target, that would mean that they would have to be aiming the laser downward at the water, and the laser would just hit the water if it was a flat Earth, and it would hit the water if it's a globe Earth. That would be silly. And then you would have to have some weird like upward refraction, even though, yeah, it wouldn't work. I don't know. Look, there's a bunch of errors in their refraction calculations. Obviously, we can't use discrete Snell's law for that calculation, and then it's missing a bunch of vertical data that along the point. But at the end of the day, we can just look at what would be required for that to work on a globe, right? For all of the 6 tests that hit the target to work on a globe, you would have to have some divine type of refraction that just perfectly guides the laser around the curvature of the Earth for the centroid of the beam to hit the target. And we had completely different temperature gradients for every single observation. Some of them had almost the same water temperature and same air temperature. Some of them had 6 degrees difference. So for them all to just somehow hit the target, that's kind of weird. But yeah, they definitely screwed up with the Snell's law thing.
Shane, Emperor asked, like, you're doing point to point, so what is the drone following?
Drone's just following the laser.
Yeah, yes and no. I know that Matrix has looked at the experiment quite a bit, so I'm not sure what he's asking, because the drone's not following. Like point to point would be like, right, like I shoot a laser at a target at a distance, and then I'm looking at that laser from one point to another, just point to point, right? That's it. You're getting just a point to point. You're not even really getting a measurement, right? You're just getting what do you see on the other end. Whereas with this, the drone is following laser and it's measuring down. So it's measuring the height that it's at across the laser beam, as well as the temperature, the barometric pressure, the humidity, all those things are being measured by the
But
drone.
the problem is the laser is guiding the drone. So how long's the laser from the start to the end?
Just however good your laser is. So if you've got
Excellent. So let's go 20 miles.
a cheaper
We can
laser,
punch a laser out that's 20 mile. So at the start, you're going to have 0 refraction. At the end, you're going to have X amount of refraction. And you're saying it's not point to point. The problem is the difference between the start and the end. No, the drone is not using it empirically. So check it out. How about we just do this? Why don't we just set a laser up on the ground 1 foot high? Then you and me get a sailboat. And what we're going to do, we're going to row this little boat along a lake. And we're going to have the laser split fair between us. Between you and me, there is 0 refraction because we're right in front of it. You're claiming refraction only exists over long distance. Now, I had a major argument with JJ Clown one night because he said that the laser between you and me, that we're in a boat that we've just paddled across 10 miles out, is going to be refracted, is going to be bending down. This is what I warned you about the other day. It's the level of morons that are going to come in and go, but refraction. It doesn't matter what you do. If you involve a laser, you're going to get to hear that word. You're going to eat, sleep, and shit refraction. You're going to love it. So as soon as you invoke laser, done. You're going to get some clown come and jam it down your neck. And what I'm trying to do is, I'm not trying to be a downer and tell you not to do it. I think it's freaking awesome. I just don't want to hear the usual barrage of bullshit that comes in and slams you, mate. That's all.
Downer.
Fuck
Well,
off.
the globe is Matrix. The globers will only complain about refraction. The globers will only complain about refraction if it matches if it's like a checks out.
But here it is, DJ. The laser is bending downwards because of refraction. We've heard that countless times. So his drone is following the laser. Refraction. Prove it's not refracted.
So how do I minimize the refraction? That's been the question I've asked you multiple times, Matrix, and you've kicked me off of servers and you've erased
No, I
messages
haven't.
when I've
Don't
asked
give
you
me
this
that
question.
shit. You're just talking shit now. You weren't kicked off. You were in bed the other day and you wouldn't join the channel so I could talk to you about it. And you're carrying on like a clown.
Okay, you were talking to me. It's okay.
Have you thought about speaking to a what's Dr. John Dee's profession?
He's got a
He's
PhD
a
in spectrophotometry. PhD.
spectrophotometry. Does that have to do with
Wait.
refraction?
Wait, hold on. Matrix.
Yeah,
Yeah,
silence.
I'd love to speak with him. I'd love to speak with
Matrix.
him.
It's the moonlight that's
Shut
causing
up.
the
What are
reflection.
you doing, dude? Is there someone, maybe not him, but in the same field that might be able to give you some pointers on something like that? If you don't trust, like if you don't, I'm not saying you don't, but if you don't trust Dr. John Dee, like, to maybe contact him, there would be someone else in that field. Maybe, right?
But so
You're
I'll try to
also
state it as clearly as I possibly can. I'm open to talking to anyone about it. I don't have any
Yeah.
misgivings or anything. I hope that I've
Yeah.
displayed that throughout this entire time I've been interacting with everyone.
Yeah,
So
you're
you've
right.
got a drone. You've got a drone and a laser.
Okay.
Why don't you set your
Okay.
laser up? Find a tower or some shit that you can set your laser up at. I don't know, 50 feet in the air, 100 foot in the air, whatever you can get hold of. Then GPS lock your drone at that height, 50 feet, 100 feet, so the laser can hit the drone. Then just fly horizontal. If it's altitude locked by GPS, what you'll be testing is to see if GPS matches the ground. GPS is supposed to follow the ball tardier. So as you fly further along, it should be dipping down, so you can test GPS straight away. That's one thing you can do without any questions. Is the drone still getting hit at X amount of feet? As long as you've set the laser up horizontal, and that's all you've got to do.
Wouldn't that just be the same though? I'm just thinking.
No. That test is for GPS. When he's doing his test, he's turning the GPS lock off of the off of the drone. Sorry, so it won't be GPS locked. It will be following the laser, because GPS. The problem with using that is if he does a GPS run and then we get to the end of it, all of a sudden, delete that shit before we remove you.
Yeah, it says GPS is
because GPS is a globe model that it will follow. Yep. So you can actually test that and see if GPS is actually a globe. That'd be an interesting thing to start off with. So I'll give you something to do for 5 minutes.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, as a separate test.
Yep.
I'd see if it's different. So do it twice, 3 times, 4 times. That's interesting. Wouldn't it just work out on elevation from ground level?
Well, that's what we need to know is what it's referenced from.
Yeah, because if the laser locks on, say the drone locks on to, you lock it at a height, it's always going to adjust to that height above whatever surface it's on, right?
Yeah. But it needs to know where it is. It's like the DJI drone, when I first take off, it references that as 0 and it goes from there. But yeah, I don't know how it registers where it is from that. Whether it doesn't care and it just sends information off somewhere else, I don't know. And it just uses that as ground 0 and we're going to go from here. Who knows? But yeah, it's really interesting. And it just locks from that initial takeoff point. It just locks as 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever you lock it at above that. That'd be interesting. If it did that, that'd be awesome. Go up 100 foot, lock, fly. And it'll just stay at that all day. But the other way with the laser, I'd probably suggest stepping up into the IR levels. So 1,000, 1,500. If you've read the Dayton University stuff, when they shot their laser tri-band across the Hawaiian Islands, you'd know that there was 5/8 of stuff all refraction in that. So I'd be using a higher or broader wavelength to minimize any refractive issues.
Right.
If you
You're
want
still
my
gonna
idea on how to sidestep it, it doesn't matter. As soon as you use a laser, you're going to get globers going, refraction, refraction. What about it bending this way? It's like, we hear it all day, man.
this is what gets hard as well, because unless you're using a very expensive laser with collimation, then you're going to have a huge amount of divergence of the beam. And then if you're trying to, if you're trying to use a drone to follow a laser beam, you might have it imagined as in your head as like this like thin laser beam that you can just follow along with, but in reality, it does diverge out depending on what laser you're going to use. If you want a good idea for a laser,
Techno Viking.
yeah,
He'd be able to sort some shit out. That was 16 mile that he done.
Right, but how much did
Yeah,
that
he's got no references for it though.
exactly? So look, have a look.
What do I
Shane,
have no references for? Sorry, that was helpful information. What do I have no references for?
Was it you that did that laser thing on the boat, 19 miles?
No, that was Shane that just responded.
No, it's
We're
Techno
talking about
Viking that did the boat
here.
one.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Shane. Someone else, dude. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shane, if you scroll up to 34 minutes after the hour. Can you see it? Big wide angle laser test. Side view.
Yep, I see it. Sorry, I keep muting so you guys don't have to hear the 4th of July battle that's going on.
So that's about 6 miles of beam there, hugging the ground at 3 foot. It's not diverging a huge amount. This is a really, really good laser. I can send you the model of this laser, but they're about $1,000. They're, it's a collimated laser, and we have a 12 mile, approximately 12 mile side view, and we have this one which is about 6 miles. So yeah, if you want a good laser, can put you in touch with a guy that knows a lot about them, because it's his laser that he's used. But if you're using a regular laser, even the expensive lasers like that Dr. John D uses, you can see the amount of beam divergence that he gets, even just over 15 kilometers. It's quite a lot. So if you're trying to guide a drone with it, it's going to be rough.
So the way I'm guiding the drone is on the back of we have two main sensor arrays that follow the laser. One of them is like a quad sensor, so it's like a 4-point sensor, right? And what it does is allow it to keep trying to find the center of the laser. So there will be points where you'll want to move the drone in and out of the laser's beam, so then you can find that center of it again within the quadrant that's flying within. There's some imagery on there that I probably should be sharing instead of trying to describe this. But then there's also on the back of it, there is I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because the beam's always going to be way brighter in the centroid, in the center. So if you've got some sort of sensor that can keep it on track in the center of the beam.
Yeah, so and I'm using an expander on the laser. So I'm using an expander on the laser to, so the expander, what it helps do, and you guys may already know this, but what the expander lens will allow it to do is it does make the beam wider, but it allows the beam to travel in a stronger directional path. So it kind of writes the direction of the path.
So it's a wider beam, but it's collimated. That's all. That's what the expander does. So the only issue with that, when you get your divergence, is once that divergence is greater than your sensors on the drone, that's when it's going to become an issue. If it's narrower and the drone can still feed around it, this is good. If it's wider than your sensors, that's when it's just going to wig out and do stupid shit.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of footage of lasers bending upward as well.
I just don't want
Even
the
if it,
usual crew of idiots
I've
coming in,
definitely seen a lot of
saying the
those.
same old shit we've heard before. That's all.
Yeah, definitely saw a lot of the images that y'all have shared on the. Sorry, let me know if the background here is too noisy, and I'll go back on silent. But so one of the things I'm not doing is I'm not flying along, so I'm not firing a laser so that it like rides along the horizon or the peak or the sagitta, or I'm not targeting that. I'm trying to keep it well above the laser, well above the water level in
hey,
that
check
most area where you would have the largest amount of temperature differential between the water and the surface air.
check this out. This is so this is
You
about
can
6
press that long
miles.
one.
Yeah, I just compressed the long one, and it's dead straight. And this is hugging the ground over 6 miles distance, over the surface of a frozen lake. This would have to be curving down to be hugging the lake like that over this distance if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid. So I understand. I understand showing these, but it keeps opening up the questions on both sides, right? Like, was it a lens
No, it doesn't.
artifact? Was it something else? Oh, it
The
doesn't.
problem is, Shane, no, it doesn't. The problem is, most
It
of the
doesn't
people
open
half
up
a brain
anything.
in their
Okay.
head. No, just hold up. You're just instantly jumping to conclusions. Our issue is, we all know that lasers go dead straight. On the rare occurrence, you might get some kind of rare weather condition or something that'll cause it to kick up. This is an extreme rarity. The problem is on the other side, where you're going to have to validate the proof of the laser going straight. So how are you going to prove the laser's going straight in order for your drone to follow it? See, this is the shit we deal with on a daily basis. It gets turned back on us to validate that lasers are straight, even though we all bloody well know that they're straight.
I'm not sure how to handle that because you're saying two things in the same sentence in the same paragraph,
Exactly.
right?
This is what we deal with on a daily basis. This is what you're going to
But
have
that
to try to
I'm
get
only getting
around.
it from this side. I'm only getting it from the
No,
flat Earth side. I'm
you're
not
not
getting this from
listening.
the globe Earth side.
Yeah, the Globers
I'm
are not going to
listening.
say it to you now. What you want to do is you want to sit in this channel and listen to the spastics that come in here. Sit in politics and listen to the spastics that drop in there every day. Here's a laser test. Here's 23 miles covered clean and clear. Oh, the lasers are bending down. You've got to prove that they're not. I don't know how you've not heard that.
What makes you think I have not heard that? What about
So why did
anything
you
I've
just
done,
say it's
anything
coming
I've
from
said,
us?
anything I've put together has
Why
anything to
did
do with me
you
saying
not
denying that?
say? Why did you just say it's coming from us when it's coming from the opposition, and then you're now saying that you have heard it? Like, why do you not accept that
in
it's
the
coming from the
critiques
Globers?
in the critiques of the experimental design, and the critiques that I've received from
I'm
the
not
experimental
talking about the
design.
critiques of the experimental design. I'm talking about what
Well,
we
then I
get
don't
on
know
a
what we're
daily
talking about.
basis.
Then I have no idea what we're talking
So
about.
you're
Then
not even listening. What are you here for?
I have no idea what we're talking about because that's why my whole reason for coming to this up was to say I am here to accept critiques and feedback on the experimental.
Yeah, that's great. I'm trying to give you
design.
critique and feedback, but you're not listening. You've got your blinkers on and you only hear what you want to hear. I'm trying to tell you exactly what fucking happens to us, mate. Every day of the week, we get morons in here telling us that lasers are flaccid. It's up to you to prove they're straight. Now, that's what you're going to have to do. Not for the sake of the flat earthers, for the sake of all the tarred globers that come in here that have just got broken heads. That's something you're going to have to get around. I don't know how you're going to get around it. Most of the time, I just tell them to kick rocks, wake up to themselves.
So yeah, I
Yeah, I
haven't
have a
heard a good
comment. I have a
refutation.
comment about lasers. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alec.
Yeah, lasers are cones, and you can focus a beam to just make it a smaller cone, and they scatter in the atmosphere and they bend up. That's the fact about later lasers. There's literally nothing else to say about 'em. They're cones that bend up. What else is there to say?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the challenge
I've
that's
got
been
no
out
problem with that. That's
forever.
what we've witnessed. That's what's filmed, photographed, observed. I have no problem with what you've just said at all, mate.
So, but then you also, in the same thing, you're sharing images of a perfectly flat laser.
Yeah?
So
Yeah.
are there instances where you would not expect it, and then how do we find those instances and reproduce them, but do it higher than across the surface of the water? And that's what I would like to run the
Well,
flight in, because I think that is the one that is the strongest case. But we need to,
right, but we
we
have
don't need
a
to, but it'd be best if we come to an agreement on how do we find those conditions, how do we monitor those,
well,
how do
what's
we
the
measure those
refutation?
conditions.
What's the refutation for this one? I haven't heard a globe that hasn't come up with any reputations for this side view. Right? We know the height of the laser is 3 foot, and we don't see the laser bending at all, and we don't see the earth bending when we compress the image. It's an extremely high resolution image. We're using one of the best rectilinear lenses that you can use that has the minimal distortion that you can possibly get with a rectilinear lens, and the beam is above this, just slightly above the center frame, so they can't say it's barrel distortion because that would just help the globe side out. We don't see any deviation of the beam. It's just completely flat. When we compress it, it's completely flat. So I don't see what the refutation could be for this.
Have you heard any?
Nope, there isn't any. I don't. I mean, it can't be refraction, right? Because we got the side view. It can't be the lens because there's the lens in the side shot there. You can look up the specs on the lens. It's basically a next to no distortion lens. Um, yeah, I haven't heard any refutations for it. Probably, if it could be repeated and repeated and repeated, that would be great. But I think it took quite a lot of effort for lanolin to get 6 miles away from the beam to be able to get the side view and to pick a night that had very uniform temperature gradients and stuff like that. He had weather stations and everything happening as well. Um, but just for the laser to be going in a straight line over 6 miles and it's not deviating upward from the surface of the Earth, which it would have to be doing, right? There would have to be curvature if it was a globe over this distance.
Yeah, I guess for me, from my perspective, I'm not going to try to stillman in the globe argument over it. But from my perspective, is being able to have multiple people be able to do the same experiment, collect the same type of data with a very low cost would be uh, pretty strong evidence that can be collected over time, over multiple locations, over multiple conditions. And that's what I'm trying to build.
The real issue that people should have with lasers is in the globe model, the path of light as it like reflects off of to the eye of whatever lens, whether it be a human eye or a camera, the path of light bends due to space-time. It's literally following the curvature of the Earth. So even when you make the observation of a straight path of light laser beam in the globe model, they have to say that it's curving due to space-time. That's what you have to say, that the path of light is following the surface of the Earth.
That's such a small number, though, over the distances of the, like with DJ's photo, right? That's such a small deviation that you could account for with space-time.
When we see a laser light from 30 miles away, that's like 60 feet. That's significant if you ask me. It's actually not
Did you
60
say
feet.
that
I think
you're saying that it curves 60 feet?
the amount of drop over 30 miles is something like, I'm guessing right now that it's 600.
It's a huge amount. Yeah, huge amount.
Yeah, but the path of light, you know, that's your arc length, you know. So your sagitta is something like 300 feet. That's a pretty decent arc that you're not seeing.
How many
you know?
miles does that go?
I'm not sure how many miles it goes. It
About
would
400
probably
euros.
depend. 400 euros? No,
I
it's,
saw
I
one
think
for
it's,
400 euros. I'm trying to get the longest one I can possibly get that can go past the cloud layer and even touch planes.
it's a good way to get yourself arrested.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to look for one that's at least 10 miles, you know what I'm talking about, or 20 miles laser. Actually, not 20 miles. Maybe like a 12-mile laser that we can use or that I can hold. That'd be good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that much about different types. I just know that this one is the one Lanolin used for his tests, and it doesn't diverge much. It's a collimated laser. Very powerful.
Shane, is your website a project to, get to the conclusion of whether the Earth is flat or a globe? Is it like Project Replacement Bench or something? Whatever the hell that's called. I don't know what the hell the website means. I know it's on GitHub.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the one that's posting the replication bench stuff. Yes. In the side chat.
What do you see so far, Shane? Like, be honest. Are you seeing more evidence that leans towards, like, let's say if there's a scale, right? Are you seeing more weight on the flat Earth side, getting outweighed by the globe side? Is that scale like moving for you?
Like, what do you? I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. Am I
Like,
being
if that was
convinced?
a scale, yeah. If
I'm a globe
I'm
earther.
not convinced. Are you seeing like more evidence on the Earth side than the globe side? Like, is the scale going down on the Earth side? The flat Earth side, sorry.
No,
Why?
no, nothing's being taken away. I mean, I don't understand how the scale would go down.
No, so
Have
like
I
you
seen more
get
flat Earth
more
evidence
rocks.
than
You get
than
a
I
lot of
knew
rocks.
existed?
Let's just say rocks are evidence, right? You get a rock, you put it on the scale goes up. You put a rock on the other side of the scale, if the rocks are the same, weight, the scale stays level, right? Are you seeing more rocks on the other side of the scale for the flat Earth than the globe? Just be honest.
No.
What, you've got more rocks for the globe?
Yeah, I'm a globe earther.
Okay.
Where are the rocks at? It's like,
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have seen more flat Earth material in the past 3 weeks than I have in my entire life. But every day I'll see more globe evidence or flat Earth evidence every day of my life as more evidence is produced. So I
how
don't
come you never
see that
post
there's
any?
a weight of one. I'm sorry,
How
what?
Yeah,
come you
what globe evidence are you talking
how
about?
come you never post any of the rocks in here, this globe evidence, so we can analyze it?
Yeah, I
Is
need some
Maybe
that
globe
is
after
that
the
evidence,
call.
helpful
dude. I
to?
would love to have some. You hook me
Yeah.
up?
I don't think I'd show you anything that would be new or alarming to you based on the 3 weeks I've been in here.
Can you show me the strongest one that you can like single out for the globe evidence? Because if you give the strongest one, then all the others will just be disproven like a domino effect. So
Consider me
Can you?
like your
Yes.
lost. Consider me like your
Can
lost
we
globe
do?
brother. Bring me back to the
Can
globe.
we do? Okay, hold on. Sorry. Go ahead. I'll mute myself so you can ask your question.
No. I was waiting for you to say something.
Oh, I thought you were talking. Okay. I mean, I could. Are you proposing that it's so we do like a I'll show you mine, you show me yours, our evidence, and somehow it's a tit for tat?
I want to know what's keeping you a glober. Like, what evidence are you actually thinking of?
And you think that one is enough?
I just want to know anything because in my mind, I have nothing. Like literally, I
Is there
have nothing.
one, like, think about what you're asking. Is there one flat earth evidence that is the overall compelling one that you could throw it at anyone and they would instantly go, oh my God, I have been completely shifted from my thought? Like, and I'm saying that
There's
as
nothing
like,
we can
there is
show
nothing,
people
right? There
because
is no
people are
one thing,
stupid.
right?
No, Shane, the
Exactly,
reason
right?
for
Like
that.
there's,
No,
I don't know if
no,
I'd say
stop. You've already
stupid, but
come to the conclusion, and I haven't spoken yet.
okay,
The
cool.
reason, Shane,
Okay.
hold it. The
Because I
reason
was
for
still
that
speaking.
is, but yeah, that's
That's the
great.
reason.
The reason for that is people are fucking stupid. We can't show them anything and make them accept it because all they'll do is plug their fingers in their ears and go, nah-ah, nah-ah, nah-ah. It doesn't matter what we show them. So you'd already jumped to a conclusion with me saying no, when the reason is the problem is them, not our evidence. Water being flat and level, horizontal. That should be more than enough.
Shane, I feel the same way. Like I can't let go of the globe.
No, I wouldn't say I can't let go. I maybe because that it just sounds weird to me. I see what you're saying, but it sounds weird to me. Like I'm not holding on to it as if it provides me comfort or
No, not as it
makes me
provides
feel
comfort,
good
as in
about
like
myself right now.
it's
Yeah,
like
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
the worldview. Yeah. Oh.
yeah.
How high are those mountains, Matrix? All those hills.
About the one I was on, about 300 meters. The one I'm looking at, 460 meters.
Is this like proof that you're not supposed to see it or something because of the curve?
No, that's comparing full color to infrared.
Okay. What's it with the infrared? What are you trying to achieve?
Clearer photos at longer distance.
Okay.
Those hills are 30 miles away.
Is there somewhere where we can get 50?
Infrared is the lowest. Infrared is
Is
the
there
lowest wavelength of light, so it's the least refracted. So
Is there
things are in
somewhere?
their actual position.
Sorry. Is there somewhere we can go where there'll be like 50 miles of visibility at one point or some point, so we can actually?
Dude, I'll show you a picture right now
Alright.
where we can see 255 miles.
Of visibility, like there's no smog atmosphere in
Hey.
like smog or
Hey, Sleep, did you hear what Alec said?
Alec. I think so. I'm not. No, not
Yeah,
really.
what did he say?
I don't know.
Are you just listening, or are you just waiting to talk?
I was just like I was just talking about the like visibility that we can get.
Yeah, but you asked him about infrared light. Alec told you about infrared light, and you didn't
No,
listen to him. You just
I was
waited to
talking
talk.
to I was talking to Matrix about it.
Do you have Alec muted?
No, I did hear someone talk, but I was just too.
I make him
focused.
insecure. He doesn't like speaking directly to me. It makes him
No, I do. I
uncomfortable.
promise. I was just like, I was just too focused on what I was saying about like, I don't know. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
so
instead of just waiting to talk, you need to listen to what other people are saying. Otherwise, you're not here listening to anyone. You're just talking.
Well, Timbo, thank you. I do want him to. The lowest wavelength of light is the red part of the spectrum, so it's the least refracted. So things are in their actual geometric positions, because without infrared, the positions of things change literally. It's like you switch to an infrared lens, boom, things are in a different geometric position in the lens. So
Bro, looking at that picture gives me goosebumps. This is like a Minecraft world. Look at those mountains, bro. They're beautiful. You can actually see.
Can you repeat what Elect just said?
I wasn't listening.
Fuck
I
me,
was looking at the photos that DJ sent. I'm not ignoring him on purpose. I'm just too focused on like these photos.
yeah, I don't know why you're so focused on a photo.
Because they're mesmerizing. These I love them. Like I've never seen something like this before.
No, you're trying to shut out the fact that you're globally dissolving. You're trying
What,
to
my
drown
globe
out the
is
sound of the
dissolving?
globe sounding dumb in your own head.
No, it's just like it's not that it's sounding dumb. It's just going. It's just like it's not that. It's nothing really. It's like fading. I don't know. For now, until someone gives like a better evidence
Well,
for it.
you're not the globe. You could believe in the globe, which would be dumb, but that doesn't mean you're dumb. Just believing in the globe is what's dumb. So you're not dumb.
The globe horizon should be around 117 miles. But that's too. How far away the mountains? How far away the mountains, DJ?
255 miles.
Okay.
But the horizon should be before where that water even ends. Right, here's where the horizon should be. This yellow line, this yellow circle.
I thought the horizon was at
Like,
6 miles. Hence the
no,
laser tests.
it depends on the height of the observer, right? So the
Oh,
height of this, yeah, so this observer's at the top of Mount Canigou, 9,136 feet high. So that means this yellow line, this yellow circle, that should be the horizon line. That's how far away the horizon should be.
yeah.
So the horizon should be before where that water ends. That's the maximum distance you should be able to see before the horizon. And there's no sign of it whatsoever.
Isn't it just because the mountains are really tall? Or can't you see the mountains at all? Is that the thing you're trying to say, that you're not supposed to see them at all?
Well, yeah, it should be a huge portion of the mountains, right? So you should see the horizon, right? The horizon should be water. So you should see a water horizon, and then you should see some peaks of the mountains sticking out from behind the horizon. So you should
Oh
only be
shit, you
able
can
to see
actually see the land going up into the mountains, like the roots.
yeah, you can see all of the cities and all of the land that's going up into
Who
the
the hell
mountain.
took this photo? Why didn't you show me this before, bro?
This is a professional photographer. It's not even a flat earther. He was going for like a world record panorama. So this is only a small portion of the image. The whole image is 100 megabytes, and it's like a huge panoramic image. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got
but
so much.
why did anyone call it out and say, "Oh well, this shouldn't be real"? Like it would the Earth's curve, blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, this is a killer observation. Another observation that doesn't match the
Is that
Because
globe.
that's not its. That wasn't its original purpose. The original purpose was for long range observation, and everyone's gone, "Oh wow, longest photo in the world! Yay, that's great." What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Nothing.
But didn't they
Most
think,
people
"Oh
are
well,
focused on what it's
how the
for.
hell did he do that?" Like, didn't they
Yeah,
think?
he clicked a button on the front of his camera. That's how he did
No,
it.
no, no. Like, didn't they think to themselves, "How are we seeing the mountains?
No,
It shouldn't be there."
they're too busy admiring the photo or the video footage.
Okay.
They don't think about that other stuff. What's the purpose? I'm going out to do long range, excellent photography. Oh wow, look how clear that is. How far is that? No, none of that mentions globe tardia. They're too busy focused on the result of that.
So here's a funny clip here. Actually, it's a teacher gets his dreams crushed on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server with this observation.
Teacher guy's dreams crushed. Wait, real quick, how high up was the photographer again?
9,136 feet.
Oh, I thought he was like 1 foot above the ground. I was gonna
No.
say like
You're not the brightest person, are you?
No comment.
So how many observations do you need that
but
don't
I
match your globe
but the reason why I was
calculation?
excited when I saw that photo is because I thought it was like not too far above the ground.
Dude,
So
if I show you,
how many pictures do you need to be mesmerized by before you finally admit that none of
I'll
them
watch the video.
match
I'm
your
gonna watch
globe
the video real
calculation?
quick. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna deafen myself.
we can cater for all of your observational needs. We have 3 inches above the surface.
Then we can step it up to 8 inches, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot, 8 foot. Oh, this is great.
Yeah. It really doesn't matter how many different pictures this kid looks at. At the end of the day, not a single observation ever taken has ever matched the calculation for a match. It's not hinged on this opinion.
Well, anyways, DJ, I'm happy that I'm up to 30 miles now.
Yeah,
That's when the
nice.
300 mil starts to get a bit not so crash hot.
Yeah, I need to get a big lens on my camera because I think mine does 24 megapixels as well.
Yeah.
I was looking up the sensor size, and it says the sensor is 11 times bigger than the Nikon P1000. So if I get a big lens, it's got to do a decent job. It's just a Nikon D5300.
They're all right. Don't knock them. 24 megapixel crop sensor, the same as what myself and Yoda are using.
Yeah, I just need the lens now.
That's the fun bit. How far do you want to go?
You're
don't
not,
forget,
you're not far from the snowy mountains, though, are you?
Who, me?
You far from the you far from the snowies?
Out of Dub Vegas. What do you reckon?
What, like 3 hours, something like that?
Probably about 5.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Like the drive this morning that I went to, that burned up an hour out and back, and all that did was got me an extra what, bloody 13 miles away from that stupid hill. It's crazy. But I am impressed with the difference between full color and IR. That's just mind-bogglingly different. Yeah, when I do get the big lens, it's going to be an interesting thing. But yeah, DJ, don't forget, you can get a pretty solid lens, and then you can buy a teleconverter and jam up its guts, so you can double your distance straight up. But just be careful; some lenses are not compatible with teleconverters. You should know that, anyways. Just saying.
Yep. I do have a teleconverter that doubles the lens
Yep.
already. Just need the lens.
And don't forget your crop factor too for your camera. So probably the same as ours, 1.6. So for me, when I get my 800, 2 by teleconverter, 1600, crop factor 1.6 takes me up to about 2530 or something like that. It's about 2500. and that's optical zoom, not digital. And then I've got a digital zoom on my camera, but I can't take photos when it's in that mode, or I don't know how to. I'd love to learn that one. And it's got a 5 and then a 10 times optical zoom on top of whatever optical thing I do.
You'd be impressed at what your phone camera can do, bro.
This is not on a phone, mate.
But this is like a digital camera or something.
Yeah, mirrorless.
Ah, fair enough, man. You know, even that's even more, towards the fact, if you have a proper camera and that shit can do fucking anything. You can take pictures of the moon without it going funny.
Been there, done that. Actually, I'll post it up. I've got it here somewhere.
Really good video. I watched it. DJ, I don't know if you guys have a conversation. DJ, who is Ruhif? This guy? Because after I watched the video, I looked into the comments and I saw him and Indio arguing.
Yeah, Ruhif's like a, anti-flat earther guy. He's like a flat earth debunker type character.
Yeah, I saw him and Indio in the comments arguing. Have you seen them?
Yeah. I talk to Ruhif sometimes in different servers. I had a little debate with Ruhif, actually.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I'm looking at this image and I still keep forgetting what you're saying. It's like he's at 9,000 feet, which means obviously he's going to see a lot and there wouldn't be any curvature seen, right?
Well, the horizon should be at 117 miles at from that height.
Okay.
Yeah, so before the land starts, right? Before you can see those towns and everything on the other side, the horizon should be where the water is.
Can't like this photo be taken at 1 feet above and just see everything?
No, because when you get down really low to the ground, the atmosphere is way thicker. So you're looking through all of the thickest part of the air. So if you look at the weather report, you can say, okay, what's the maximum visibility that I can see today? And usually it's like 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. If you go to Google right now and type in what's the average visibility or what's the visibility today in your area,
Yeah,
right?
I've got it.
Usually when I check here, it's about 16 kilometers or something like that.
Oh my god! I just realized. I'm sorry, DJ. I just realized what's wrong.
Visibility is 14 miles.
How much?
He
14 miles.
He doesn't know what the globe model's saying, because what the globe model says is it doesn't make sense, because he actually can't grasp the pseudoscience. That must be what's going on right now. Well, honestly, that's what it sounds like to me.
Right. What did you say it was? 40 or 14 miles?
Who's fucking banging around in the background?
Oh yeah.
Sleep? Did you say 40 or 14?
14.
Yeah, 14, right? That's the maximum distance that you can see.
Uh-huh.
Right, in your area. This guy, that's why he's using infrared for starters, and he handpicked a day. He probably had to wait a whole year, right? On his website, he said he waited and he waited for this perfect day where he had this crazy visibility because the weather conditions were just perfect. So he went on this day where he had this like huge amount of visibility, and then he's able to get this amazing picture. On a regular day, he probably wouldn't be able to see that far because it would just go into haze, like into a fog sort of thing, just because the atmosphere has dust and moisture and pollution and all that sort of shit, right, in the air.
Yeah.
So that's why we can't see forever. So when we get down really close to the ground, we have a limitation. But have a look at this one, right? Here's
Hold on.
an observation.
I'm looking at the picture. I just want to show you something real quick before you show me that. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
I see something on. Hold on. I drew an arrow and a line. I want you to have a look at this. What is this? This constant line I'm seeing going across.
Let me go and look at the image. That's the wavelengths from the sun.
No, no. The line I drew across.
Yeah.
That black, the black
That's
line.
the light as it disperses from the sun.
No, not the
Light has,
sunlight.
yep. Yeah, that is what sunlight does in your photos. When you go analog to digital, that's what happens. You get those streaky lines that go across the whole image. You get those whenever there's sunsets. If you've got really beautiful sunset photos, you will see those same things.
Oh, the line is actually is going over the mountains.
The
Yeah,
line
that's
is
the
radial
sky.
from the sun.
That's just the sky that you can see. Yeah, that's just
I'm
layers.
not pointing. I'm not pointing the arrow at the sky. Maybe let me just do it.
Have a look at the image. Start at the top. You'll see about an inch down from the top. So I'm assuming you've got it open on your computer, and it's about 3, maybe 4 inches square. Get about an inch down, you can see an orange band, then it goes red, then more red, and you can see horizontal bands all the way down as it goes steps into red.
Your line's just pointing at the sky. There's nothing there.
So I didn't mean to point at the sky. I want you to look at it again. I've done a better arrow now. Let me show you. This is the line I'm
still
talking
pointing the
about.
horizontal lines, and he's still not listening.
This line here, of the city on the ground. The line is on the ground. It's just a constant line that's going across the entire image.
Well, look at the infrared, right? The infrared cuts through all of that. So show me where that is in the infrared footage that's actually clear.
Is it a hill? Let me have a look.
Yeah, there's
posted a
hills.
picture.
And,
I posted a picture in there that actually shows a similar type of lines just from sunset at my house, even.
Okay, maybe it's just a hill because you can see that line actually descending. Let me have a look. It's like going
yeah,
down and then they go up again. I don't know.
just look at the infrared footage. It's way clearer.
Yeah, it is. Wait. I can still see the line on the infrared footage. Am I tripping? Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm looking at. I don't know if you can see it, but I
So
can
that
see
means
like
it's probably
can we stop wasting time?
it's probably a road or something like that. That's why you're seeing the line there.
Can we just get to the light at the end of the tunnel now and not just do this waffling? Like sleep. What do you think is happening to the path of light from an object to the observer?
here, DJ. Hold on, DJ. This is what I'm looking at. This is the line. It's like where the
You
city.
gotta keep up. No, time to keep up. What do you
No, I
think is
want to
happening
focus
to
on
the
this.
path of light? No,
Okay, I
you're
don't.
not focusing on anything right now. You actually are about to focus once you pay attention to what I'm saying. What
Yeah,
is
okay, I'm gonna do that,
happening
but then I'm gonna go
to the
back to it.
path
Okay,
of
what do you
light?
want?
When
What
you
do you want?
see a target in the distance and it is not where it's supposed to be on a globe, what are you thinking is happening to the path of light between the object and the observer?
I don't know.
What's going
You
on?
tell me. I don't know.
Well, what would have to be happening based on
I don't know.
you don't know. The path of light would have to be bending down for the image to be appearing higher.
Okay.
So, do you think that's what's happening?
I don't know.
Well, what are we even looking at this for?
Okay,
Are
yeah.
you trying
So
to
we're
find
looking.
out?
Okay, so yeah, we're looking at this. So DJ, yeah, I wanted to show like on the infrared image that same line where the city is just disappears. is still there, and then the mountains are behind it. The peaks of the mountains.
Dude, this is pretty freaking stupid right now. You need to stop trying to dictate what's happening in the conversation, but then only make it like
I'm not
extremely dumb.
dictating. I'm asking
You gotta
questions.
stop turning it. You gotta stop turning this into very dumb.
Wait, DJ, is this
He's
the
trying not to move the
is
goalpost.
this what I'm calling? Is this what I'm calling the 117 mile like drop? This line here.
No, no, and it doesn't go all the way across the image, and also the horizon should be before where the water meets the land.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, it's weird because it just looks strange unless it's like the mountains are going up and there's like a hill and then it goes down and then the mountains go up again. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a whole panorama that goes
Bro,
all
you
the way
might need
across the
glasses,
horizon.
bro. Like, I don't know, you're looking at a picture and you're not even seeing what's in it anymore.
But dude,
Like,
okay, listen,
picture
Alex,
it.
I'm someone who digs deep. I don't just like take something as like, a hujjah.
No, I can see what you're talking about.
Well, we have to come to a conclusion eventually. Just,
I know,
I've
but
analyzed lots of
for me, it's
pictures
gonna take a
myself.
long time. I'm
I
not a person.
actually make observations myself all the time, and I know for a fact I'm seeing too far. So at this
Okay.
point, you just have to ask yourself, what do you think you're seeing? You know, clearly we
Yeah,
see too
I just
far.
thought this was the
Clearly the
curve.
radius of the clearly the
Yeah.
radius of the Earth. If it were a ball, you, we're seeing things that should be underneath Earth curvature. So you have to ask yourself, what is happening? Like, if you think you're on a ball, what's happening? Can you answer that?
Yeah. No. Anyways, yeah, DJ, I was thinking that this line is the Earth curve.
That is pretty stupid. This guy sucks.
That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know. I don't know if it's a hill.
Well, it's still too. Even if it was, it's still too far for what's recommended, right?
Maybe what's recommended is just wrong, but I don't know.
Okay, so then all of gravity's wrong too.
Yeah, it is. It's wrong. Gravity's wrong.
All of the distances, the moon, the sun. You got to throw everything else out now as well.
Yeah.
'Cause everything's based on the size of the Earth.
Yeah, we see too far. Things are like, they should be below Earth curve, and they're not. And they're not. So if you still want to believe you're on a ball, you have to
Let's
say
talk
that
the whole
light
now
is
about the green
bending.
line.
You have to say that light is bending down everywhere at all times, no matter what's happening in the atmosphere. That would have to be your position.
Let's talk another half an hour about this green line. Yeah, but okay. Anyways, DJ, you said you were gonna show me another one. I like looking at these, so yeah, I've got another.
Yeah, dude, I think you're a homosexual. Yeah, at this point, it's turned kind of gay. Turn down the gay kid.
Anyways, Timbo, I did go back to my original spot where I took those hill photos from, and using my 150mm lens, which I think is a lot cleaner, and yeah, I'll chuck them in. You can see straight up that it doesn't have the reach of the 400 or 300, but anyways, it's still where's the other photo? Yeah,
Pretty cool though, isn't it?
yeah. And then there's the zoomed in version on the same hill. When you grab hold of it and zoom in, you can see the radio tower is pretty clean. But
oh yeah, so same position.
Yep, exactly the same position.
And then that zoomed in and snapped before it hits digital zoom.
I don't have digital zoom on it. I've only got optical.
Okay. All right.
Which is what's really cool. Yeah, so yeah, no digital for me.
DJ, do you have photos?
Someone's obsessed with you, DJ.
DJ, don't forget to feed it.
Just not after midnight.
Don't get it wet.
I only like it. I only take Royal Canin.
You've got no
These
idea what we're
lobos
talking
fucking
about.
reproduce when you get them wet.
That poor kid's got no idea what we're talking about. That's funny.
I literally
You ever
do.
seen a gremlin?
I literally know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, what?
You're calling me his pet. It's weird.
No, it's from the movie Gremlin.
That's what you do. That's what you're doing, you idiot, bro. I know what you're doing.
Oh,
From
Now
the
you're saying
movie
it's not.
Gremlin.
Yeah. Now you're saying it's the movie Gremlin. Okay, cool.
You believe whatever you want, mate.
Calling me his pet.
Yeah, you believe whatever you want. When you find out what we're actually talking about, you're going to go, oh my God, they were actually talking about that.
Yeah, but what's the point? It's like, why are you talking about things out of context? Doesn't make sense.
Because
like
it's
you
funny.
talking. Hey, check it out, Timbo. Hey, Sleep. Like you talking about lines on a picture.
Yeah.
Because it's the because
Oh my God, that line on the picture is the thing that's blocking the things that you can see in the picture.
the line on the picture proves that the sun's going around the Milky Way.
That wasn't funny.
It was funny.
No.
Did you feed it after midnight?
Shit, no. Don't you point that at me.
What's his name? Mogwai. Was it Mogwai? No,
Mogwai. Yep, that was him. Gizmo. He is a Mogwai.
He is a Mogwai. Not a gremlin.
The cute ones are Mogwais, the nasty ones are Gremlins.
Oh, this is your channel.
This is our channel.
In the timestamp in that video, it shows the full panorama, the panoramic of the infrared.
Oh, yeah.
Much more than's in that other image that you're looking at.
Sorry, say again.
Just click it.
God.
There's a timestamp.
There's a timestamp. Well,
Someone needs to
Just
clean
play.
their fucking ears out.
Just hit play. It's a timestamp.
okay. Play.
Full of earwax.
It just shows Wikipedia. It just shows you talking about.
1 minute 54. Should be 1 minute 54.
1 minute 50. Okay, it's like 3 minutes 56.
Yeah, for me, DJ,
Do you
it
have to
started
go
just near 4
backwards?
minutes. Like, I know you've got to spoon feed this kid, but yeah, sorry.
So you are talking about me.
No, we're talking about the Easter Bunny. Fair dinkum.
What the fuck
Yes,
did you just say?
this kid refers to you.
So when you're feeding him, DJ, do you do the whole, here comes the aeroplane?
It's flying over the... now you can see
Over the
it.
curvature?
That's not funny.
Wow.
Oh, yes, it was.
There's more than one of us laughing, so...
So it's only funny when you say something, but not when I say something. Okay.
Yes, because you're not funny.
If I become
can-
like look, if I become like the flat earther that shuts down the whole education system to teach everyone a flat earth, I'm not going to be a friend.
I don't really care.
Good luck.
I've already been through the education system, so that doesn't matter.
Look, if I'm the first person to take a picture of the flat earth, like showing the whole thing, I'm not going to be a friend.
That's all right. I don't care. I don't know how you can get a picture of reality. All of it.
With the amount of drones that people have got that have sent them up there and just taken straight down photos, surely someone's gone, hang on a minute, let's just link all these buggers together. See how we go.
You can't see that. You can't see the Earth from a God's eye view if you look through. If you look through an obsidian mirror.
What?
Do you not know about it? It's a black mirror.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay.
You mean that thing you've got in the palm of your hand? One of those things?
No. An obsidian mirror, not a
I
stone.
know what it is. I'm just making a reference to you fucking young people and all your digital devices.
Reality is looking through a window.
I saw this on TikTok. It must be real. I'm a real boy. The government never lies.
Hi, I'm Matrix, and I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you.
I'm here to look after your health.
Oh, man. Probably noticed a common theme here, Sleep.
Yeah, it's a nice picture. That I like that, DJ.
Eating him with pictures.
What is this cat, bro?
Why is it, and I don't want Sleep to answer this question, why is it all the Globies seem to respond better to cartoons than they do to reality when it comes to images that we've put on the screen?
Well, because when someone says you live on the Earth, they automatically go to a cartoon.
So they're so used to seeing cartoons that it's just normalized. This is reality, cartoon.
Yeah.
Now you can answer Sleep. I know you were chomping at the bit, sir.
Well, I've
never reacted with a cartoon.
You just
okay,
did.
so when I say you live, when I say this is Earth, what do you think of?
The globe.
Yeah,
cartoon.
That's a cartoon.
Well, the one I had since I was a baby, the one I used to play with when I was a baby and push around. Yeah, I've had it my whole life. So yeah, the globe. It's not just a cartoon; it can just be a globe that you have on your desk.
Okay, so when you think of people going to outer space and you looking down on the Earth from outer space, what do you think of?
The globe.
Yeah, like
Opposite
pictures from
cartoons.
TV and stuff, right?
Yeah, like from NASA footage.
Yeah, footage. So cartoons, right? Drawings?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by cartoons. Like when I think of cartoons, I think
Not
of drawings
real.
of animals.
Yeah, not real images.
Okay,
That's a cartoon. That's what I call a cartoon.
called a deep fake.
Not a deep fake. That would be different. Just a computer generated image or a composite photo. That would be a lot of photos mixed together. Or even just a drawing, just a digital rendering of what we would expect to see if we left the Earth and went up to a certain height. So not
Yeah.
a real image, right? That's what you picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Why you respond so well to cartoons.
What about the
Anime. If
other
you saw a
planets?
globe on anime, you'd go, "There's a globe." Real.
What about the other planets? If the Earth is 5 kilometers in the sky.
Well, in order for there to be other planets, this would have to be a planet, right?
The Earth, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a planet.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What's the evidence? What's the Earth got similar to those other things that you call
You have
planets?
to trust what the books say.
Now I'm asking you though, what do the books say?
Yeah,
What in common does the Earth have with those so-called other planets?
the books say that it's a ball of mass with water, oceans, land, soil, rocks, magma that goes
Like,
around the sun, which goes around the Milky Way, which goes around the Virgo cluster.
all right, so first claim was it's a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got evidence of that?
No, well, like evidence from myself that I've conducted. No, you go to the books.
Yeah.
You read
So
books.
you're just listening to someone who tells you it's a
No,
sphere,
just
right?
reading, really. Just reading. I've got so many books like
Yeah, well
piled on
that's
top of each other.
someone writing the book. So they're
Yeah,
telling
yeah,
you, right? Yeah.
yeah. I've got so many of those.
Yeah. So someone's telling you Earth is a sphere, and then when you go and look, well, you haven't looked, so you don't know, right? You just go,
Uh,
okay, I believe the books
I mean,
because the books
these books
say that
I
the
used to
Earth
read
is a
as a kid.
sphere, right?
I used to read all of these astronomy books, but I don't remember. I was such a long time ago, and they're all piled up in boxes now. Like it was
Yeah,
such a
and
long
they're
time ago.
cartoons with stories,
You
things like
like
that.
dinosaurs too.
No, I do not. I don't even believe like they existed in the way that's depicted in Hollywood.
Why do you not believe that, but you believe the Earth's a sphere? They told you in books that dinosaurs
Well, I
existed.
think the dinosaurs would have just been a different, like much different, like what scientists say today, how they could have been like full of feathers and stuff.
Why don't you believe the scientists? They put it in a book.
Yeah, I mean, there is some books where new books, they might say, oh, well, we can reconcile the way they might have looked, so they change it.
So do you listen to those books?
I don't read books about dinosaurs. I do not give a shit about dinosaurs, honestly.
Do you read books about Earth?
I used to. I used to read books
So
about
what
like,
evidence did they give you that Earth was a sphere?
well, they'd already presuppose it, and then they just talk about what's outside of it, like space and stuff.
Yeah, so
They don't talk
stories that
about.
someone told you with no evidence at all.
Yeah, you already have to presuppose it's a globe, and then they just
Yeah,
talk about it from there.
like a religion, right? Like a cult.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because in a cult, you're not allowed to believe anything different from what they say, right?
It just depends on who they is, because this is multiple different individual people
Well,
who've never
the
met each
people
other.
giving you the information, that's who they
Yeah,
are.
but you need to remember these are people that have never met each other that all say the same thing.
Yeah, so in this cult, right, they give you information.
Well, I call
You're not
people know each
allowed.
other.
You're not allowed to go outside of that information, are you?
Um, I mean, I don't know. It's not that you're not allowed. You just look stupid, really. Everyone mocks you for it.
Yeah, that's a good tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stops people from going outside of that model, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're in a cult?
Don't know if you want to call it that. I mean, I don't know. I
Even worse,
just.
you don't even know you're in a cult. Well, most people who are in a cult don't know they're in a cult either. So that kind of explains it all.
I mean, it's a pretty big cult. Then it'd probably be like 8 billion
Yeah, I
people.
know. It's like a worldwide cult. Yeah. Amazing. Everyone believing the same thing, because if you go outside of what the beliefs are, you get ridiculed, right?
I guess.
Very cultish behavior.
Uh,
worldwide cult. Makes it nearly sound like some kind of like wrestling event. Welcome to the WWC tonight. Sleep FM gets smacked down by Timbo.
Remember Conan? Remember the cult? The snake?
I'm literally 90 kg of muscle, bro. You won't do
Yeah,
anything.
whatever, dude.
Oh, my shadow's heavier than that.
I think I might be
Oh,
100 now.
100 with a voice like that, you must be fat.
I'm just kidding. I'm only 73. Yeah, hello?
Yeah, you're still in a cult. Just because you're heavy doesn't mean you're in a cult. Not in a cult.
DJ, feed him more protein.
73. I think one of my arms weighs that.
That's not possible.
No, I'm about 85. Doesn't
I don't
really
know. It's
mean
like
anything unless you know someone's height and body mass.
73-ish, 73.5 or 73. I don't know. Maybe 74. I don't know now. I haven't weighed myself.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
21. You've still got spindle arms and shit. You haven't got man strength yet.
I mean, I got thick legs.
Play soccer? Football?
No, it's just natural. Big calves.
Like elephantitis kind of thing.
No, like a T-Rex kind of thing. That's what I look like.
Oh, you got big legs and little arms.
I mean, my arms are thin. Yeah, I guess.
T-Rex. They kind of just stick out from the front of your body.
Everyone's calling me a femboy.
Woo! Oh, welcome.
Who was that?
I don't know, but it's just someone making noise.
Anyways.
I want to know what big is. Put a tape measure around your calf so I got something to compare it to.
I'm literally not a toothpick, Dinaz. This is the guy that never joins the call.
I didn't say you're a toothpick.
I didn't say that.
Big daggers, dude.
Happy 250, baby.
The guy in the side chat called me a toothpick.
Sleep FM. Put a tape measure around your calf and give us the number.
You know how to measure?
Calf? Oh yeah,
I
around
know
my
what your
calf.
definition of big is.
Like
if they're like 80 centimeters, I'm gonna go, damn.
Let me chat. Where's my? I just joined the chat because America.
Fuck yeah!
I've got like
get my tape.
Where's my tape, man?
Oh,
kick this guy out.
So you've joined the chat because America. Yeah, that's great. How is that going to prove the shape of the Earth? Australia, therefore globe. America equals flat. Like what?
It's only 39
You've only 39 what?
centimeters.
What is?
Okay, I'm back. My calves would measure about like 81.1 something.
Centimeters? You got elephantitis, dude.
No, I don't. I just work out.
So you work out your calves and nothing else.
He said he was going to say damn, but he didn't. Anyway,
I'm just kidding. I don't know what they are.
Wait, sorry. How can your calves be how many? 81 centimeters?
No, they're not. I'm joking. I don't know what they are.
Mine were 39 though. So peace out. Peace out though. Peace out, boys.
Bye.
Yeah, good. How'd you go with your tape measure, Slope?
I don't really have one. I can't be bothered to go find one.
Liar.
So you got cankles. You're fat.
I don't. I don't. No, I don't. I don't. I'm a big guy.
Yeah, that's right. Cankles. That's what I'm saying.
What the hell's cankles?
Well, when your calf
where
and
your
your ankles blend into one.
Oh no, they don't. No, it's not like that. It's more like chicken drumsticks.
So you got little girly legs. That's what you're saying.
They're not thin. They're not thin.
Snap out a tape measure and just whip it around your calf, son. That's all we want to hear. What your definition of big is.
I don't know. Just
You
not
don't
skinny,
know what.
not anorexic, or no
You're
meat on
big.
you.
You're not skinny. That's not helping me.
It doesn't matter, bro. I'm not going to describe myself.
You don't have to describe it. We want you to measure it. Same as what
Why
you do with the
Why does
Earth.
everything have to be measured?
Because it's the only consistent. We use tape measures and things because they're an agreed upon value, whether you use metric or imperial.
Oh my
You
goodness.
saying I'm big doesn't mean anything because in your mindset, your spindly little chicken legs, I'm big, and then you measure it and they're like
I don't have a measuring tape.
20 centimeters across or
I don't have
around.
one, and it's 4 a.m. and I don't have one. It's not.
What are you
not
doing up at 4 a.m.?
talking to you.
Really?
I mean, it's 4 a.m. It doesn't matter, anyways. Okay.
That's why you're not going looking for a tape. Mom, where's the tape measure?
I'll ever. Okay, whatever.
You wake someone up and they'll get upset with you. Why do you
No,
want to know?
I
Because I'm
don't.
in the
I
Flat
don't.
Earth channel. And then off she goes.
I mean, I can shout as loud as I can in this house. No one will wake up because there's no one here. I'm independent. Anyways. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. DJ, you said you had more infrared photos. Is he going to sleep?
Probably. Why does he need to have more infrared photos? We only need to have a handful of them. More than enough.
That means well. I'm just kidding.
Something globe you went all.
I said if one of the infrared photos is wrong, that means Earth is a globe.
What? Wrong as in blurry, not focused properly?
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just mocking what other people say. Shane, have you seen this picture? He probably has. Have you seen this, Shane?
Oh, sorry, I just
Did he
got
just
back to the
rejoin?
room.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
I just
picture
rejoined.
this picture was taken at 9,000 feet with infrared and without,
Mhm.
and those mountains are 255 miles away. They shouldn't be showing at least 117 miles, I think. They should be completely hidden by the horizon. But this is showing the city lights and everything, and this is 255 miles away. Is that okay? Is that evidence? Is that evidence that the Earth is flat? What do you think? Help me,
I mean,
help me. These flat earthers
well,
are giving me doubts. Help me, help me.
oh, it's giving you doubts? No, I want to see what happens when you go down these doubt paths.
No, seriously, look at the image. Look at the image.
Yeah.
Seems the Globers don't even want him back.
Yeah, they don't
No,
want
no,
me.
I think that honest inquiry and looking at things is valued. It's not
Yeah, but
about
look
wanting
at it.
someone back
Look
or
at
not.
it. You can look at it. It looks like a Minecraft world, like when you mod it to have the 1,000 render
Yeah.
distance kind of thing. Look at it. The 1,000 render distance kind of type shit you can do on Minecraft. That's what it looks like. You can see everything.
Yeah, it's a very cool image.
Yeah, but look, that means the Earth is flat, right?
That means no.
Happened. My Discord crashed.
You back?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, that's evidence the Earth is flat, right? Look, I'll
Not
post.
to me.
Why? But look at the GIF. Look. Look at this. This is the GIF. And look, these are the mountains that shouldn't even be there. They should be completely hidden by just a line of horizon with water. And here's the thing. Is this evidence that the Earth is flat, Shane?
I mean, I could say you
Shane.
could use it for that, but I don't think this is evidence that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so it's not flat, but it's not a globe, right? Because you won't be able to see on a globe, right?
Why would you not be able to see on a globe?
I guess other people can explain that for you. DJ, can you explain to him why you can't see it on a globe?
I think it's more like I'm not going to claim to understand or know what DJ is going to say, so I'm not going to try to speak for him. But I would say that do the math.
Yeah, and
Do the math. You're on your own. Do the math on your own and see what you
we
come
did.
up with. Like where? Well, no, you're saying we did. Did you do the math?
Yeah.
So you did the math to see that the
you can use the
coastline, the height of the coastline.
You can use the Omni calculator.
Yeah, for the location of the mountains, but I'm asking about the location of the coastline.
The location of the coastline? Oh, you can. Yeah, I mean, you can use. Yeah, you can use the.
There's so many points on there too that you can go through multiple of those points and look at what is occurring there, or what would be an explained occurrence to it. But one of the things that I see a lot of people when they interpret this on both sides, I think they're doing a couple of things wrong to themselves. Is that coastline is obviously not the same distance as the mountains. So that'd be one thing I'd say to start with, and then that will help you kind of walk through what you're seeing here.
Yeah.
Hey, Sleep, is the coastline outside of the circle that's drawn in your other picture? Yes, you shouldn't see it at all.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like that line, everything after it disappears. I mean, we're both being honest about that, right?
Everything
It means
beyond
that you begin to get that.
That's the Sagittarius. Everything beyond that's hidden. If you're talking about a coastline and you're above it, you should be able to see it. So on your ball chart, it should be hidden cleanly. If the top of the hill should be hidden, something that's 8,000 feet below it should also be hidden. Like, seriously. You're just making excuses why your globe tide just took off you. That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm saying very clearly it's not a cliff.
No one mentioned cliffs.
The way you're interpreting the data and you're telling me how I'm interpreting the data, you're describing it as a cliff.
There's a circle there. There's a colored picture with a big circle on it. The coastline that you're referring to, is it beyond that circle? Yes or no?
Yeah, the coastline would be beyond that circle. Yes.
Excellent.
But that doesn't make
So
it a
on the
cliff.
globetard,
That doesn't mean that
I
it
didn't say it was a
instantly,
cliff.
at that point, you
Nowhere
can't see
did I
anything beyond
mention
that.
it was a cliff, Shane. If your coastline is beyond that circle on your ball tard, you should not be able to see it. Full stop. We can see it. No mention of a cliff.
What happens if I finish a sentence? What happens?
Before
Have I talked too long? Do I speak too long? Are my words too drawn out? What happens if I finish a sentence?
You're still coping now? Fuel the
It's not coping. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a straight question. What happens if I finish a sentence? Why won't you let me? What happens?
There you go. Nothing.
You just finished 3 sentences. So when you're looking at a horizon, there's not a cliff. What happens is that you're going to have a continual drift, right? You're going to see where you're going to see over a large amount of the surface of the water. It's not like you just see a cutoff. It's not like that's a definitive line. It is, you then have the sagitta, which is the hump that you could, because you're also high, you're going to see that as well. And when you see that hump, if you're looking downward, then you would see the hump, and you'd still see a very gradual downward slope, very, very gradual. You're not going to perceive it. It's very gradual. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's a cliff. I'm not saying that there is a complete inability
Did
and that
say
it
there was a
completely
cliff.
blocks out everything
Bullshit
beyond
to
it.
me.
I can play it back. We'll go back and play it.
You tried to strawman me saying I said it was a freaking cliff. I did not. I asked you straight out, clean and clear, is your coastline beyond that circle? The answer is yes. If it's beyond that
Yes.
circle, it's behind the Sagittarius. That is the peak. That is the horizon. Anything beyond that, at sea level, you are not going to witness. You know that as well as I do. So your last 30 seconds of dribble means absolutely nothing.
Oh, Shane, what are you going to say about that?
Well, what Shane just said wasn't quite correct, unfortunately. To do with the horizon, right? So, at what height does a horizon not become the cutoff point, right? The tangent point where you would draw a straight line from your eyes to the surface of the globe. And then all of the water beyond that point would be hidden behind the horizon, right? When we're at 1 foot height, that cutoff point is 1.22 miles. When we're at 6 foot, it's 3 miles. When we're at 8 foot, it's 3.46 miles. When we're at 10 foot, it's further, right? Let's say we're at 66 feet, it would be at 10 miles away. That would be the maximum distance that you can see the water. That horizon keeps increasing the higher you go. If you go up to 9,136 feet, then it's 117 miles. It's not like you have a different type of horizon that has a different definition once you get above a certain height. That's the maximum distance that you could see. That's the tangent point interception with the surface of the globe. The water beyond that point would be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth from your vantage point. And it's not there. It's never there. The Sagitta would be if you were to draw a chord, right? An imaginary chord from your observer straight through the Earth to a target. Then the Sagitta would be the center point from the chord to the top of the arc. But when you're from the observer's point of view, from the observer's perspective, you picture yourself as standing on top of the ball, always, due to the way gravity is said to work, right? And then as you look away, it's going to drop away from you. If you draw a tangent line from your eyes to the maximum distance you can see due to the radius value of the Earth, that would be the distance to the horizon, and then all of the water beyond that would be hidden behind the horizon. And if there was something that's taller beyond the horizon, then you would see it sticking out from behind the horizon. You wouldn't see the water continuously like curving away from you beyond the horizon. The water would be physically hidden behind the horizon line, the line in which the sky and the ground appears to meet. But we don't see any sign of it. And even that line, that circle, right, that's even granting, right, 7/6R, which is, it's like anti-flat earther refraction. It's like pushing it a bit, 17%. And even though we're using 1000 nanometer infrared, which, obviously reduces refraction, we're still granting that complementary downward bending light, which we don't have evidence of, but still there's no horizon there. And the anti-flat earthers, like Ruhif, for example, right? They say once you get above a certain height, refraction is you can just rely on refraction just being standard. You don't have any extreme refraction. It's impossible, they say. Which is bullshit, but that's what they say.
And then there's other anti-FE guys that'll say once you're above a certain height, refraction lessens. So maybe we should get them all and just chuck them into a box and let them sort it out. Sleep, are you talking or are you hot micing?
No, I'm not talking.
Hot micing then.
What the hell's that?
It's when you leave your mic unlocked and we can hear what you're doing in the background.
There's a television like downstairs on right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But but anyways, I just like, what do I do now with the whole with this whole thing that we've gone through?
What do you mean, what do you do now with it?
Like, I mean, we've
So
gone through pretty much of all of the arguments, so
oh man, we haven't even scraped the surface. Yeah.
like, we can do more of it then. I'd like to do more.
See, what you have to do now is you have to go to this place in the picture in the side chat.
Yeah.
It's re-indoctrination camp. You get a ball.
Just think of it as a supersized fidget spinner.
Cornballs. Didn't you guys have a channel in a different server at one point called Politics and Debate or something, and it was owned by a guy called Joester?
Politics and religion. I don't
Politics
know
and
what was
Religion.
that.
I think it was called Joester. He was
Oh,
one of my
okay.
friends a long time ago. And I went into that channel and
Got wrecked. We know.
no, basically I just said Earth's not flat, and there was a guy talking. I don't know who it was. It was none of you guys. Completely different person. I think it was in 2024. And I was like, Earth's not flat, and then a bunch of people just started cussing me out, and I got kicked.
I've never seen that happen before.
Well, there was an old American guy, like, just said, "Get the fuck out, dumbass," like that. It was really funny, bro.
So you came in and all you said was,
I don't think it was you
Earth
guys. I
is
think
not,
there's another
Earth is not,
24/7 one. I think there's a different
Earth
one.
is not, Earth is not flat, and they just told you to fuck off and booted you.
No, we had no, of course not. We had like a little talk about something. I don't know what it was. I was talking about like how come when you drop a ball down from a height, it curves on the way down, and then
Magnus
we went
effect.
from there. No, it's nothing to do with optics. It actually does curve and move away.
Yeah, Magnus effect.
Yeah. And I was saying, oh, that's proof of Earth's rotation.
Did the angry old American call you a numpty?
No, he said fucking dumbass.
No, I want QE then. He would have called you a numpty.
I think it's from 2024, but I can't find it. Like, I'll never be able to find that live stream. I don't know if it was you guys. I think there might be another 24/7 Earth channel.
No.
So it was you guys. Because there
Mhm.
is another 24/7 Earth channel out there.
Yeah, 24/7 flat Earth is us, regardless of whether it's in politics and religion, or our original home server, or here.
When did you guys start live streaming?
It's been happening for a very long time.
How many years?
10 plus that I know of.
Okay, I don't know who this was. It might have been a different 24/7. Because I know there was a guy I was arguing with, and he had like an American accent, and he was like, "I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. That's all CGI." And he was talking like that, and he sounded a bit scrawny. So I don't know if it's one of your people, but it was in politics and religion. Did the politics and religion logo have like a circle on it with an eye in the middle?
No, it says P and
P
R.
and R.
A
Yeah.
P and an
Oh, so
R.
yeah, this is not the right. Yeah, this is a different one. This was a different 24-hour. It was one that it changed from politics and religion into like an Islamic server.
We had a channel in that. It was called yeah, I forget the name, but yeah, we had a channel in that one.
Yeah, it was I think the Discord link was called Discord/Sunni, right? Or something. I forgot what it was back then. Wait, let me see if you remember this.
Could have been Box Ops.
I've got a picture of it now. But this is golden. They've changed the look of it. Did it look something like this?
Not that I remember, but I do remember we had a room in an Islamic server.
Yeah, that was it. That's it. That was it. Yeah. and I was like there, like creating a bunch of like random channels that I was like doing shit in there. I created like 10 custom channels. I don't know. I forgot what it was. And I talked to one of the guys there, and I showed him a picture of a camera in a little box that was on a small rocket and doing re-entry, and it was burning up a little, and then it landed on the beach. And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, that's all CGI." And then, "Oh look, it's flat now." And then, "Oh," but then it landed on the beach, and someone picked it up. Anyways, yeah. Why is Shane gone quiet?
No, he didn't know where to go with the information that he received.
I'm fine. No problems.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Oh my goodness, I remember this kid show. Oh, Jesus.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah. So DJ, the reason why you can see those mountains is because the moon is bending the light upwards, so it's actually pulling the mountains into view.
It wasn't funny the first time, kid.
Oh, did I say it before?
Yeah,
Oh, I forgot.
we noticed.
If I say it a third time, then I've got amnesia.
Here's a magic globetard coin. Grab it, throw it in the water, and wish for refraction.
Yeah. If there's a questions.
Yes, ask questions.
What is
please.
flat earthers?
What is flat earthers? People that
Yeah.
understand that there is no curvature. Measured.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
On a sphere, there's curvature, yes?
What is curvature? What is that word?
Curve, not flat.
Curve means a ball.
Hamburger.
Like a
Ball.
football. Football, akhi. Football.
Football, yeah. Yeah. World Cup. Yeah.
So not. Oh, he's gone. Right, so since sleep and Shane have fueled me up enough now, I can go back and mow the lawn. Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye.
It's so weird to be walking outside in the middle of the night and you're like, I'm gonna mow the lawn.
Well, I'm going to do something a little more exciting. I'm going to go to the show.
You guys are so old, like Gramps, Unks kind of shit.
You guys probably wouldn't know what the show is in America. It'd be like a
I'm not from America.
carnival, I suppose, or a
I'm not,
fair. I don't know, lots of rides and shit, roller
not from
coasters.
America. I'm not from America.
We
Well,
call
what's it
that
just?
like a carnival or a fair, depending on usually like a state or county fair, and otherwise it's kind of a carnival.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It comes around once a year. They drive around with all their fucking rides and food stalls and set it all up for a week and then pack up and go again to the next location.
Yeah, it's a fair.
Well, here they call it a show. But going there this afternoon, I think, with the kids.
Nice, man. Hope you have fun.
Yeah, it should be all right. They're going to try and get me on every stupid ride there is to make me sick.
So on the photo, would the city Nimes, NIMES, would that be along the path of the view of the camera?
On the mountain one of the mountains.
Yeah.
Let me have a
It's
look.
a small city. It's right along the
Well,
coast.
there's Canigo, Girona, but they're not on the actual. They're not on the actual picture because if we put the names on them, then the Earth is a globe, and therefore we went to space, and then we went to the moon. That's why they're not on there. The flat earthers are hiding it.
So let's say we use like names.
I don't know.
If we look up
DJ,
that city,
can we put the city names on them?
the coastal cities.
Yeah. Not on the actual picture, the infrared one.
It's like Nimes is so it would be to the west of Marseille, about halfway between Marseille and Montpellier is Nimes. And it's farther away from the horizon, so it's a little bit. Well, I guess it's probably like more like 3/4 away from between Montpellier and Marseille, and so that would be 149 miles.
Horizon should be
How much of it would be hidden?
117. Horizon should be
Okay.
117 miles, yeah. And you can check the
So
elevation on
horizon at
Google
117.
Earth. 117, yeah.
Okay. So how much of the coast would be hidden on the view between those two mountains of where that image goes? How much of the coast?
Well, the coast is, it's not like a bank. It's not a high coast. It's actually a lot of the land that's beyond the coast is actually negative sea level. In some places, it's negative 30 feet below sea level.
There's 108 miles of extra land that you can see that shouldn't be there, right?
We should be able to see bits and pieces. It depends. Like, for example,
We see the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
even
got
in low
like
refraction, you'd still be able to see the mountaintops, but the
yeah,
coast is much, much closer than where the mountaintops are. Like
right.
half the distance, if not even more, yeah, pretty close to half. A little bit less than half would be the coast.
For example,
Also,
here's
oh yeah, so the
here's
Earth
a,
is
here-
like, yeah.
here's a set of 25 windmills. If
Oh,
you want to pick a
the
particular
goalpost
one
move again.
well, you want to
Okay.
pick something out, don't you?
No, I was on one. We were on one image.
This is all from the same image. It's a giant panorama. That's just one section of the panorama. It's all from the same observation, same picture.
Okay. I thought you were okay. Let's see what you got here.
Wait, how DJ, how far away is the coast from the camera? How many miles?
It varies.
Just okay, like the visible coast, how far is it? Like on like can you give me like a median?
Here's the panorama in the side chat, but you need to download it to be able to see. It should be 100 megabytes. I'm not sure if that's the 100 megabyte version, but you can
Oh,
zoom
that
right
is
in
so
on it.
blurry.
Yeah, that's why you got to download it because Discord, down.
I downloaded it, it's still blurry.
No. Like in my video, right? That's the full res one. It's crystal clear.
Can you send me the link to download it or something? Because this is not working.
How's it not
Is this
working?
360 power?
No, it's not a 360. It's just a panorama.
Yes, it works for me.
Yeah, but
Should
it's
be
blurry,
100
bro.
megabytes.
It's okay. Here, Discord's doing it. Okay, Discord did it. There we go. I've got it.
But it should be 100 megabytes. I don't know if this is the 100 megabyte one.
It's about 50 kilobytes. It was working just then, and then Discord fucked it up. Let me try again.
Yeah, I mean, it. I don't know what Discord you're using, but if you use the
Open in
desktop app,
browser.
the
Let me open in
application,
browser. Hold on.
if you use the browser version, oh yeah, Dagger's got it, 90.7 megabytes.
Wait.
Depends which Discord app you use. If you use Chrome, right, it lowers the
Nothing is working, bro.
resolution.
What the fuck? I can view it on Discord really clearly, but when I save it, it saves as blurry. Let me copy message. Let me copy message link. Are you kidding? Okay, let me just copy media link, see if that makes a difference. No, nothing's working. Let me
DJ, I'm on my phone, so I'm struggling a little bit with getting the calculation of where from the finished trees to any of the coast. I don't know if you have that already. The distance.
It's like 5:30 a.m. here. My brain's shutting down for the day. I'll see what I can
Oh, I
find.
get you, man. I get you. Most of the numbers I've been finding is like the farthest part of that coast I'm seeing is about 149 miles.
149, and it should disappear at 117, right?
That's where you should start to see, where you'd see the horizon, or you'd see
Yeah.
the top, right? But then
Yeah, no.
after
You
that,
wouldn't see you wouldn't see anything. Like it would be just horizon
Yeah,
at
like
9,000 feet.
well, you'd still be able to see what's above in height.
yeah.
No, if you're above, you would still not be able to see anything.
Put it this way. Like
Stuff was
the
top,
water,
you would.
the water would be physically blocked. All of the water beyond 117 miles would be physically blocked behind the horizon. But then there would be like mountain peaks and stuff like that sticking out, right? But you'd have to calculate each one, which we've done, and I'll post a spreadsheet for every single mountain that you can see in the panorama.
Yeah, I'm asking about the coast because that's what we're contending would be hidden by the horizon, right? That's
Oh,
what,
okay, yeah. So the
yeah, because you'd still see the mountaintops at just 0.17 refraction, right? At K of 0.17,
well,
you'd still be able to see mountaintops. They wouldn't
right,
appear as they do in that image, right? But the coast is where there's like
yeah.
a lot of, and you're not describing it this way, But the question of why do we see the coastline? Well, the coastline's just 20 miles past the, and we're not seeing like the beach. You know, we're seeing that coastline. I don't know if you've been to Marseille, but it is not flat. It is not. It's not like a Florida beach or something. You know, it's you have you've seen the images of the houses that are on the cliff sides and on the mountain sides and all the really interesting colors and stuff that they use there on their houses.
That's not what
And then you
that's not what the coastline looks like, though. And you can check the
the
elevation.
coastline doesn't look like that. Okay.
Well, we can just, I mean, we can just check the elevation and we can look at the zoom, right? You can zoom right in on it. And like for example, hold on a second. A lot of the land just beyond the coastline is actually lower than the ocean level. It's lower than sea level. It's negative. It's under the level of the water, some of it. And then, you know, we've got windmill farms that are just 3 meters above the water surface, 3 meters above sea level. Hold on a second. So here's this is not the best resolution, but you can see when it zooms in, it's not like a high coastline. It's like a coastline that it's barely above the height of the sea level, and it gradually, gradually actually goes down and then back up again once you start getting out towards the French Alps. And if you look at a lot the height above sea level of a lot of those structures that we can see, they're only a couple of meters above sea level, like the windmills, for example. Here's a screenshot showing the elevation of the windmills.
How far are the windmills from the mountaintop?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm asking you
I
for
might have-
details.
Yeah,
Because that's like the first thing that's coming to my mind, right? Is I'm asking the question of that. Not, and I think too many people on both sides. I mean, and I think you've also, or maybe AI was more the one that's critical of this. Too many people have said that, hey, you wouldn't be able to see, this stuff in front of those mountains either, because they would be hidden behind the horizon. But if the direction between those, if you pick the two main mountaintops that are attributed in the photo, between the Finistries to Gaspard, the majority of that view between those two places is not coastline. To the right of those, if on the image, is where you begin to see the coastline. Because there is no coastline between Finistries and Gaspard if you're looking straight line view.
So here's the windmills. Right, so these windmills are only 3 meters above sea level.
Only 3 meters? Like the windmills
Yeah.
themselves are only 3 meters tall?
No, the base of the windmills, the ground elevation is 2.8 meters.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So okay.
And how far away are the windmills again?
I'll try to look
I
it up.
forget. Yeah, I forget I think I have the name of them at least written here.
The thing is, Shane, you're not supposed to see those windmills. That's the thing.
I think you should be able to see maybe the tips of them or something like that. But they're big, like they're big windmills. They're like 50 meters tall, huge. There's
Yeah,
some
the bases are
information.
usually really tall on windmills. I've got windmills not too far from me. Bases
So
are
just
massive
the
too.
tower,
I mean,
yeah. So they're like 76 meters high.
Windmills.
yeah, they try to make the base so that it would be, even in the worst conditions, that waves or whatever else, that it's well above that.
So not only can we see the windmill bases, we can also see all of the water, all of the land underneath them as well. which is only 2.8 meters between the ocean level and the. So basically, we can see all of. It looks basically like, because we don't see like a sharp line along the shoreline, we basically can see where the water meets the shoreline, and then where the shoreline goes up to the windmill towers.
Are the windmills pretty far off the coast? I'm not seeing windmills along the coast.
Yeah, there's 25 of them, I think. I think it's written there in the side chat, the name of them.
Oh, okay. Let me pull that up.
It's in French. I can't pronounce it.
So, Jane, do you believe the Earth's flat now because you can see the windmills?
No,
Yeah, no, they'll
Okay.
just
but I gotta look up. I'm looking up the windmill location and seeing where they would be.
Okay, if you find the location and figure out that you're not supposed to see them, will you be a flat earther? Huh?
No, you'll learn this sleep. After a while, you'll notice that when the observations don't work on the globe, they'll just say it's refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all the same.
Yeah, we're the same. Once you find those, the distance.
Yeah, that names of the windmills in the side chat there, that's not the right one. That's the there's
Yeah,
another
that's where they're closest to.
It took me to the ones that are actually in the water.
But the windmills on the photo, the panorama, are they 3 meters above sea level?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So they're on the coast? So I'm still looking
Yeah.
along the coast where it says those.
Yeah, they're on the coast. The coordinates are on
Wait,
this. You got the
DJ,
exact coordinates.
I think the windmills might be Starlink. 'Cause look at them. There's dots across across the panorama. That could be Starlink. Okay, so the windmills, yo, the windmills are at shit in aura, bro. Fuck me.
Yeah, the coordinates are right there in the side chat.
Of the windmills?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see in your image.
What about that factory? There's a factory. Can you see the factory? Or something, or whatever the hell that is?
Sorry,
What's
I'm trying
this?
to do
'Cause it
this on
looks
my
like the
phone. So
water. DJ, it looks like the water's covering the factory. Look. Shit! Okay, let me go back. Do you see this one? Have you looked at this, DJ?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, you can see the whole thing. It's a power plant. I forget the name of it,
The
but
power
it's like
plant. How? Oh, where are the
nothing's.
chimneys like attaching to? Is it attaching to the roof or is it attaching to the ground?
You have to. I forget the name of that power plant, but if you look it up, you can see the whole thing. You can see the whole thing, and if you zoom in on the high resolution version, you can see the land, the port underneath the towers. There's nothing hidden, and
Wait,
also the horizon.
why don't I go to them coordinates at 9,000 feet on Google Earth, put myself at 9,000 feet and look out at this same location and see if it actually disappears on Google Earth?
Well,
If it
because
does
you don't
disappear,
have
yeah.
a zoom camera. It doesn't have a zoom like an
No, no,
amazing zoom.
no. Google Earth it'll still work. I'll be able to see everything. If it disappears on Google Earth, that means the Earth isn't flat. I mean, sorry, it means the Earth isn't a globe. Or at least the Google Earth is misleading. Wait, so you know that power plant, are those chimneys supposed to be attached to the ground?
They're attached
'Cause
to like they're attached to like it's like a platform.
because I can't see that platform. The water on that image I just sent you is covering it as though it's like curving down.
Oh, the water's not covering it. If you look at the high resolution version and you zoom right in,
That
and
is it.
the bases of these windmills are also just above sea level as well. Like they're like right on the edge of the water. Nothing's hidden. You get some compression because you're looking hundreds of miles.
Oh, you found them? Yeah, DJ. Yeah, when I keep looking at that picture of the chimneys, it just looks like the water's. It's just peaking above the water curve or something. The curve, the horizon of water. That's what it looks like. I can't see. Like, if you could have the high resolution image and zoom in for me, and then take another picture, that'd be great. Oh damn it! So Shane, have you drawn a conclusion now?
Oh, I'm still looking to. We're trying to find those windmills.
He just posted it in the side chat.
Yeah, I've used the coordinates, and I'm trying to see them visually on a map.
They're 135 miles.
Really? Shane, they're 135 miles. What do you think?
I'll give it a shot here. See what happens when I plug it in. Boom, boom, boom.
There's the screenshot
Of the chimneys?
of the
Oh.
distance markation tool from Canigou to the windmill.
trying to reach distances or measure it. You don't take into account the curve. Just count. But still,
Wait, Kiri, what did you say?
the Earth is flat.
You believe it?
I do not, but people trying to reach for something that doesn't exist. I appreciate the effort. I've been talking to so many people in the next chat, trying to convince them that the Earth is round. It's complicated.
Wait, can you give me the the coordinates? Okay. Wait, what is the coordinates of the zone where the photograph is taken?
It's the Mount Canigou summit.
How do you spell that?
Canigou.
Canigou.
It's here. It's the Mont Canigou in France. Canigou. Like that.
It just comes up with Canigou. Oh, wait.
No, I know it because I went there.
Yeah, on Google Earth, all of those mountains have disappeared. You can only see a bit of the tips. Go on Google Earth at DJ, look towards where the picture was taken. Everything disappears on Google Earth.
Yep, I'll check it out.
Shane, literally, if you go on Google Earth, go to the Mount Canigou, just float above it on Google Earth, or just on it, and look towards where the picture was taken. Everything disappears. Everything's gone.
So was the height of the observer on this? Was it only 150 meters, or was it
9,000
or
feet.
is this like 9,000?
Yeah.
This one's a
Everything.
9,000.
Yeah, everything's disappeared.
9,000. That's from the finished views, right?
Yeah,
It's
if
just
you type
9,000
in,
feet. Doesn't matter where you go.
Those are different images.
yeah, could be a different one. That one.
Yeah, it's disappearing. Like when I zoom in on Google Earth, it's disappearing. Well, not zoom
Yeah,
in, but
because
when I
I'm
actually go to that location, when I go to that height, it just disappears. Everything just goes. I can't see what the image shows. The image that was taken. I just wish you could get rid of the atmosphere on Google Earth. It's really annoying. I can't see shit. Barely see.
actually, if you're at 9,000 feet at 135 miles, you'd see well over the distance of where those would be. But that's 9,000 feet. I don't think that's what that image was taken at, though.
You can't. Literally, you cannot see anything.
Yeah, I heard you then.
I just sent it. I just sent it in the chat. It's 381 kilometers. The longest ground-to-ground line of sight ever photographed. Makes you believe that
what are
the
you
Earth
trying?
is flat, which is not. But still, you guys believe whatever you want.
It's not a belief.
So
It's
this
okay.
is
Look at this
from the
pic.
finished reads.
Look at this picture I
Is this
took, Shane. Shane. Look at this picture I took here.
Jill.
You
Yeah,
took
but
that
just look.
picture.
I understand how Google Earth works. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it acts as a globe, and it's not
it's not
working.
using anything. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
it's
mean
going to show you.
everything's disappeared. Everything's disappeared clearly, and I'm higher up on Google Earth, and it's disappeared.
You know how it works.
Yeah, you can go way up and it will still disappear that stuff.
Yeah, but
You
it's
know
not
how it
disappeared on the
works,
actual
right?
photograph. Kiri, wait. It's not disappeared on the photograph. Why is that?
You know how it works. You can see an
Bro,
object
what?
far enough to it.
Why is this bird talking, bro? Like, shut up. It sounds like a parrot.
I'm just saying, bro.
Hey, you sound like a parrot.
See
Literally
the
what you're
chat.
probably thinking.
See the chat.
Yeah, Shane, as you can see, like, literally, the photograph. The
The
photograph is
photograph of
literally, yeah, the
of
panorama
the
is
Google
showing the
Earth
whole
image.
thing. I went on Google Earth, which is a globe model, the globe model,
Yeah.
right? And they're all disappearing behind the horizon. But for some reason, on this photograph,
I
which
mean,
is taken in real life, they're not disappearing.
do you want me to seriously answer that, or are you? I don't
Yeah, go
understand what you're
ahead.
doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're telling me that Google Earth is a representation of the actual view that you would see?
No,
I
it's a
mean, that's
representation of the globe.
come on, man. So let's see here. I mean, if you're at 9,315 feet and you're viewing 135, let's do 135 miles.
Wait, what height did you say?
Did you say it was at 9,300?
DJ, can you kick out the Spider-Man guy? He's just talking over everyone.
I'm going to use the numbers on the photos. That I'm confused at which numbers we're using now on this. I'm probably also getting to the point of mental exhaustion.
Bro, literally go down Google Earth. You can't see it.
Yeah, I understand that, man. I don't know what that would prove to anyone. I
Means
don't know
that
what you keep
why
pushing
can
that
you
for,
see
man.
it in real life, but you can't see it in Google Earth?
Okay.
Do you know what I'm trying to tell you?
You're telling me that a computer representation of a view,
No, that's not
you
what I'm
can't see
saying.
those mountains, so you're
So
telling me
okay,
that I
so
can't.
Google Earth is okay. So Google Earth isn't the globe then. It's just fake.
Sure, man. Yeah, whatever.
You actually think Google Earth's going to show you the view from where you're at? Come on,
No,
man.
no. What I'm saying is that on Google Earth, the mountains are going behind the curve at the same location, even higher up, right? But in
Well,
real life, where
so
the
are you?
photograph was taken, you can still see everything.
Yeah, because the Earth's flat in
That's
real
what I'm
life.
saying. That's what I'm saying. And Shane here is saying, "Oh, Google Earth's wrong." It's like everything that we do everything's just wrong, 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 wrong. Nothing that I do or anyone else is just wrong. Shane, you need to understand that Google Earth, it's representing the ball, and everything is at the right distance. It's going behind the horizon of the ball and disappearing
Yeah.
at that same location.
Look at Mount Everest and then scroll back. It will disappear. Not because it have anything to do with the horizon. Google Earth is only showing us, like, it's only giving you enough view. Like, it's not, I don't know what number it is, but it's not going to just show you, like, you know, an endless view. It's like whenever you move down, it has nothing to do with just showing the horizon. It's not showing stuff that you should obviously be able to see. I
Yeah,
don't know if you
Google
live
Earth's
near
not
mountains
made.
or anything, but you can.
It's not made for what you're trying to use it for.
You know, it's got to like render all that stuff. You play a video game, the stuff that's way off in the distance. Is it going to render all that? Is it going to use its?
Say what you said again, because I had to talk to someone. So you're saying that we're wrong because you're right? Is that what I'm hearing?
You're saying
No,
that
dude, no
you
one's.
can't trust Google Earth because it's not made for doing long distance observations on. Come on.
Yeah, we're not. That's not what I'm trying to say, Shane. I'm saying that it's a globe, and those mountains are
Google is
disappearing over it.
Google is not real.
Point is sleep.
I'm saying that Google Earth is showing that the mountains are disappearing behind the horizon.
Cool.
Sweet.
So the Earth's flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, but Shane's saying, oh, it's wrong because it doesn't give real life observations.
Well, it doesn't though. It's not made for that, man.
Shane,
It's
there
not
isn't
made
a
for
single
that.
real life observation that shows the globe. It just doesn't exist. So
He's
this is the
fake.
closest you can get for your case.
You're
Aren't you
arguing
a
against two
glober?
different people.
Sleep? Yeah, Sleep. Aren't you a glober?
Yeah, he's putting up an
He's
act right now
annoying,
or
is what
something.
he
I
is.
don't know.
No,
He's
I'm on the
annoying.
fence. Like I'm on the fence. That's the thing. And like all of this globe shit is like pissing me off because it's like it's
Cool.
Yeah, that's a you thing, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't base what your views are. I don't think anybody on the flat or the global Earth side would say, let's base your views on the view of the world based on a Google Earth view.
yeah, but what's your evidence that the Earth is curving?
Yeah, I don't really want to play the game, man. Like you're
It's literally not a
if you
game.
were
It's so simple.
yeah, but it's not being intellectually honest. I don't think anybody here feels that you're being intellectually honest right now.
No, plus
What, me?
he's on the fence. You're on the fence, but you're wanting asking people for Earth curve, and then
I asked
2
for the
minutes
flat
later,
Earth evidence, and I asked for your
yeah,
evidence, and you're not giving me
yeah,
the
but
good evidence. They're actually doing
you'll be a
something right now, Shane.
you're a glober one minute,
This
you're a
is the
flat
flat
earther
Earth
the next
room.
minute. Like
No,
This is the flat Earth room.
KJ, I'm literally asking both sides for evidence, and I'm getting shit from the globe side right now. I'm
perfect.
getting
So
pushed
stop
away.
asking them. You're
I'm
fucking
getting pushed away
annoying.
from the globe side. No, I am gonna keep asking because I dig deep. I don't just take shit and then like say, "Oh, this is evidence." I'm gonna go for that. I actually check that evidence and I fully
Okay,
analyze
well
it.
go to a globe page and talk to them because you're fucking annoying.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you dumb bastard.
Yeah, that's what he was going for.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Shane. What I'm saying is that
No, I'm saying that's what you're going for.
going for what?
You're just going for pushback, man.
No, I'm literally getting evidence for. Do you know how much I hound at the flat Earth,
Dude,
like the flat Earth side?
I'm not playing the game. Like
What
you know,
game? Have you even heard me? You think I'm a flat Earther putting up an act?
no, dude. I don't know what you are. I just don't know what the point of your question is. Like we've
The
answered
point
your
of my
question.
question is that literally,
If you're gonna ask
those
the same
mountains.
question, you're gonna get the same answer. What do you think's gonna change?
Google Earth isn't a real life observation, man. Like I'm a flat earther, and I wouldn't use
Yeah, and
Google Earth as
right now you're drunk, so stop talking. You're literally drunk.
I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, cheers, man.
I don't even drink.
You literally look like you
Man.
drink, and you sound like you drink.
Yeah, that's.
Anyways, as I was saying, is
We should have a draft. We need a
do you
draft.
know any like Shane? I'm asking from you. I'm asking you to be honest and straightforward. Do you know
I
any
answered
reason
your
why?
question.
No, I'm
I
not talking
answered
about
your
Google Earth
question,
now.
dude.
I'm not
I'm
talking about
done.
Google Earth now. I'm not talking about Google Earth. I'm asking why are we seeing everything in that image?
Go on, sleep.
I'm
Maybe
going to
no
give you
need
the
to be
same answer I
aggressive
gave you
or
before.
anything.
I'm just gonna mute the
Yeah.
Kiwi guy just to let you know, Shane, so I can hear you because you're talking.
What?
So go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'll be back when this sleep tool's gone off this server.
Shane, what did you
Understood.
I
say?
just want to ask you some questions. Didn't you mute
Yeah,
Shane,
he
me?
what did you
muted you,
say?
Kiri.
I can't. I literally, the
I'm
Kiwi
being
guy's
chill
talking. I
right now.
cannot hear you.
I'm being chill right now. Oh my god. Can't ask
He muted you,
anything.
Kiri.
Okay.
You can ask me, and then I could ask him if you want to engage in a conversation
Oh,
with him.
sleep got muted, sir. I just wanted to ask him what made him a believer.
Oh,
Got in flat Earth.
so Kiri's asking you, sleep. What made you a believer? As of right now, it seems it's a Google Earth. He
Mute
hasn't
him.
responded.
Yeah.
I can't mute anybody. I'm not a moderator. I don't want to be.
It's open discussion, right? I've been muted for the past like 10 minutes. Just wanted to ask him what made him a
Your
believer.
your your
But
mic, you're going in and out on your
I'm going
mic.
straight
But
back to mute. I don't want to bother.
no, I'm not muting you. I can't. I'm telling you that
No,
part of the reason why
me.
you're
I'm just
probably being
asking a
muted.
question. Then
Okay,
I
you're just
turn back my
interrupting.
mute. Yeah.
He's going back on mute himself or something. I don't know.
Who had me on mute? Anyway, Shane, what I was saying is, like, what are you trying to do with that image? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What you're trying to say is the reason for seeing everything on that image after you know the height of the picture it was taken.
Yeah, I'll tell you the same thing I tell anyone else. Look
Go
at the
ahead.
distances. Put them into an Earth curve calculator yourself. Use multiple ones. Try different ones.
We did it.
Come to your own conclusion.
Okay.
Not what
I
someone
want to
else
know
did.
what you think.
Not what someone else did. What you did.
No, I
Give
want to
it a
know what
shot,
you
man.
think. I want to know what you think and what you found. Do you still believe it's curving, or is this image like a phenomenon that shouldn't be there?
So let me ask you an honest question here, man. You have no idea who I am. You have no idea where I'm from. You have no idea anything about me. Why
Okay, I
would
didn't
you,
ask you for your
with
life
my,
story. I'm
why would you,
asking like what,
chill,
bro. I'm not
chill.
asking for your life story
Why would what I tell you be the compelling thing? Why does somebody have to
because
tell you
you're
something in
in a
order for you
flat
to
Earth
learn it?
Discord channel
Just
and
give
you're a
yourself a
glober
chance to learn, man.
and
Give
you're a
yourself a
glober.
chance to learn. Yeah,
You're
and
a
I tell
glober,
anybody this.
a bit like
Yeah, but
how I am.
I'm not here to push you. I'm not here to push you, man.
Yeah, but
That's not
this
what I
is
ever come to this for. You know, there might be somebody else you'll find that will do that for you, but I'm not looking to do that, man. You take an honest view. You go out and you do your own research, come up with your own answers, man. That's all they've ever asked. That's all the world's ever asked of you. Just give yourself a chance to do your own research, man. You don't have to have somebody who you have no idea who is a cartoon bird with talking to you and saying, "Hey, this is what I believe."
all right. That's fine. I'm just saying it gives you a bit more like a little bit more evidence that the Earth isn't really a globe or the kind of measurements that are taking place because you shouldn't be seeing those coasts, the mountains, and everything after it's all measured, which it has been.
Cool. Do the math.
Are you saying if I do the math, I'm going to say it's a globe?
You're going to come to your own conclusion. You're going to gain your own
Okay.
information
What
and
are
make
you?
your
Okay,
own
okay,
conclusion.
Shane. What are you going to say if I come to my own conclusion and I find out it's flat?
Good for you. I mean, what do you want me to say?
So you're not going to like say, oh well, look, you're wrong, Canap. Come into this server with a group of
No,
my
man.
friends and we'll disprove all of these flat earthers together.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. Like for me, we're not on teams. We're not on like, hey, let's force our impression of what we think the world is upon others. I'm not that person. I don't think that way. I don't go up to people and say this is how you need to think. Right? You have an opportunity to go out and figure out your own way of what you think. Do it. That's all. That's probably the most compelling thing that like the flat earth versus globe earth debate and questioning has been, is that the people's deeply held beliefs or thoughts or knowledge or whatever you want to call it has not been challenged. And what this group does and what this conversation does is it challenges those things. And I think anyone in here will say, go do your own analysis, go do your own thing. I think that's deepening the amount of understanding that we can have.
It's just
That's
like,
what
why
I
are you being
think.
so secretive?
That's it, man.
You can do your own measurements and your own calculations, yet you're not telling us what you believe or what you're thinking right now.
What would it matter? We're in the flat Earth room. What would it
Yeah.
matter? If I
Well,
say what I believe, does that change your belief? Like, what does it matter to you?
okay. Red line. Blue marker is the windmills. Right, okay. Look, Shane, I'm gonna
You're
post something in the
priceless.
side chat. Oh no, look, I'm gonna post something in the side chat. Look,
Cool.
this red line is the horizon line. The blue marker is the windmills, right?
Okay.
And the yellow line is the distance.
All right.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see anything beyond that red line. Only tips of things. But in the photo, the
How much?
panorama, we see everything.
How much is hidden?
I'm not quite sure. Let me have a look. So pretty much all of the coast should be hidden, all of the wind turbines should be hidden, and you would only see tips of the mountain tops.
So you wouldn't see anything that's more than how many meters?
Let me check. DJ, do you know how? Actually, let me ask. DJ, do you know how many meters? Yeah, dude, ask someone else. Are you just like saying that's a bad thing?
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, man, I think that's what this whole thing is about. This whole purpose that they have, and that I think everyone who honestly engages in these debates or these conversations, and I mean, flat Earth guys. I mean, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that like the main point is like, what have you observed? What have you done? What are your
Why does it
findings?
matter?
It's not.
Like, okay, if
It's
you're
not
not
a
going to talk
like,
about
hey,
yourself, then I'm not
let's
going to
just
talk about
listen to
myself. Is that
others.
fair? If you're not going to talk about yourself and what you think and what you've come to the conclusion, I'm not going
Sure.
to tell you either.
Cool.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
cool. So it's 263 feet that should be hidden. 263 feet. It's literally in the side chat. He posted it.
Okay.
But everything's visible. You can see every single thing. So yeah, that's it, Shane. That's the hidden shit. $263.556 hidden. Wait, DJ, were you meant to put the observer height at 9,841? Because it
I
says
put it
8,000, not 9,000.
Yeah, I put it at I went on Google Maps, right? Google Earth, and I went to the Mount Canigou summit and I found the absolute highest point on the mountain.
And it
And
was
it's
8,000. Not who said it was 9,000?
I don't know, I've heard someone say it's that before, but if you check on Google Maps, you won't be able to find anything like that height anywhere on the mountain. And this was taken from the summit, so the highest I can find is 8,800 and something.
So
8,000. Yeah, I can't find anything over 9,000 anywhere on the whole mountain.
Yeah.
I don't know, unless Google Maps is wrong or Google Earth's wrong. I don't know. That's just what it says.
Black Swan. Is it actually? Wait. So yeah, Shane, what do you think of the 263 feet of hidden land that we can see on the photo?
Do your own math, man.
No, I don't want to do my own math. I'm just asking you.
Cool. But don't engage with me. Don't
No,
engage
I'm
in
going to
conversation
engage
with
with
me.
you.
I've given you my response.
Okay,
It
I
won't
did my own
change.
math. There we go. Done. Okay, it's 263. Now what?
Still the same response, man. Do your own math. Do your own work.
Okay, I did my own math. That was my own math. Just DJ just sent it instead because I sent it to him and he sent it here. So now what?
Cool. Then you have an answer for yourself.
Okay, and you. Okay.
Do you understand that you're not like I'm not playing the game with you, man. I've told
What
you
game?
what my
This is not a
response
game.
is
This
to
is low
me.
key dead
I have
serious.
answered I have answered your questions the way I'm going to answer them. That's it, dude. Do your own work. Don't just take everyone's
Right.
word
Okay,
for it,
that's
man.
fine. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna be like that, then.
Saint, because
Oh,
he
the
asked me
pirate's
you
talking.
ask him about eclipses. How do you explain? We can literally
Um,
see the shape of the Earth when there's an eclipse.
lunar eclipse or
End of
solar eclipse?
debate. You can literally see that the Earth is round.
Solar eclipse or lunar eclipse? Which one?
Solar eclipses.
You can't see any of the Earth during a solar eclipse.
I sent
You're
it
talking
in
about
the
lunar
chat.
eclipse.
Send it in the chat. Steve. You can literally see the shape of the Earth.
That's a
How do you
solar
explain that,
eclipse.
bro?
That's
We
a
went
solar
like
eclipse.
we went around the fucking moon. Fuck's sakes. The moon is
You're
round.
talking about this.
Mars is round. The sun is round. Everything revolves around
Do you mean this?
a circular shape.
That's the moon phase. That's not an eclipse. You're talking about this one that I
I'm gonna
posted.
use a word that you don't want to hear. It's called gravity. You don't believe in gravity?
Bro,
I believe
gravity
in
would make
gravity, yes.
Everything that revolves around
grav-
gravity tends to
I
make
believe in gravity.
yeah,
out of
Okay, I'm not
gravity
gonna talk.
gravity would mean
spheres.
water should be curving, right? When we go and test the water, it's not curving.
Have you ever observed a molecule? It's curved. Everything is curved. It's the way of
Observed what?
our reality tends to make it curve
A what?
because everything revolves around gravity.
No. The water should be
Every
curving. If
shape,
gravity, if the Earth was a sphere, then the surface of water should be curving.
even
When
the
we,
quantum
it's
sphere,
not curving.
quantum particles
Oh yeah,
behave
what
like
shapes
a
the
sphere.
universe? What shapes the universe according to NASA?
It's spherical.
Oh really?
Not
Well,
flat.
how about I drop a citation and you read it out from NASA and Cambridge and Stanford?
How do you explain?
Why does Q sound like a parrot?
How do you explain the shape of the Earth around the sun when it's a solar eclipse? How?
No,
How do
no,
you
no, no,
explain?
no. We're gonna stick. We're gonna
It's
stick to what
through
you
our
just.
own
You
observations.
just said you just said the shape of the universe is a sphere. So you don't even know your own
Yeah,
model.
say a
Right. So
black
let's.
hole,
Right.
golden
So let's
hole.
put some citations. Stop talking. Okay. Here we go. Can you read these out? Shall I read them out? Maybe I should do it.
Not gonna. not gonna read
Okay, so
what
alright, so
users
I
say.
can okay, so this is NASA.
If you answer
Right,
my
so
first question, I'll
this is
read
NASA, so
whatever you sent.
you just said shush.
Answer my first question. How do you explain the solar
Shush.
eclipses?
Shush.
You can clearly see
Shush.
the shape of the Earth.
Why he's scared?
We can see
He's
it.
scared. You just said the universe is a sphere, right? That everything's
Sun
a
is God,
sphere,
and your
and the
God is
universe
the
is a
sun
sphere.
because he created the
All
Earth.
right, all right, buddy. All right, now you're muted while I read out citations. Okay, so according to NASA, okay, the universe is flat like a sheet of paper. All right, according to Harvard, the visible universe is incredibly flat. Okay, so according to Stanford, we thought the universe was round and it turned out to be flat. So yeah, there we go. There we go, Kiri. Just
Kitty,
ignore
amazing.
everything I just said. Just ignore it and keep waffling on with broken English.
He sounds like a parrot, Loki.
I'm sorry, I'm French.
What shape is the universe, Kiri?
I'm scared debating with you guys.
Yeah, what shape is the universe? Yeah, I'd be scared if I were you too.
Answer my first question.
No, what shapes
How
the
do you
universe?
explain the shape of the Earth?
What shapes the universe? Be intellectually honest or just keep getting muted. What shapes the universe? What shape is
It's
it?
round. It's round.
Okay, so why is NASA saying that it's flat, and Stanford saying it's flat, and Harvard saying it's flat?
The explosion of the Big Bang is spherical. Not
Okay, so why is Stanford and Harvard and NASA all saying that it's flat?
your own interpretation.
So NASA's lying about the shape of the universe, but you know.
Wait, E equals mc squared doesn't work in a flat environment.
wow. So
Only works in a spherical environment.
this is a deflection.
Einstein
Cowardly
introduced
deflection.
like it's three-dimensional.
Yeah, space-time fabric.
You are living in a
Sounds like some
two-dimensional
horseshit.
world.
What?
I mean, it works at some point. It works.
we live on a we what's it called? DJ, we live on Peppa Pig. It's a 2D world.
Crazy,
Is
bro.
understood a thing. If you put like globers, if you put them in a category, like in a box, there's no discussion.
Dude, don't make me send you to the
You
deep
guys are
just gotta hit a button
you guys are
and go
just
bye-byes.
you are challenging our own observation of the universe, which is healthy.
With the flat universe,
But
the
at some
universe.
point when you are wrong, you should acknowledge that you are wrong.
Oh, really?
Answer my first question.
Wow, that's crazy
How do
projection,
you
isn't it? So you said the universe is a sphere, and then I went and got citations from NASA and Stanford and Harvard all saying it's flat. And you just keep right? You won't admit that you're wrong, and now you're accusing me of not admitting I'm wrong? Interesting. So what's your first question? Seeing you obviously aren't
so the
intellectually
discussion
honest.
is gonna bounce like that? You mute me.
Repeat your first question.
How do you explain solar eclipses where we can clearly see the shape of the Earth? How do you explain that?
You don't see that in a solar eclipse. You don't even know which of the different types of eclipses. You're talking about a lunar eclipse?
The solar eclipse. When the Earth
He's talking
Explain
about
the
he's
solar.
talking about lunar eclipse.
is in
He doesn't
front
know
of the sun.
So you're talking about a lunar eclipse then?
Solar eclipses can involve the moon and the Earth in and of itself.
Right, but you're talking about a lunar eclipse at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we can also observe like
So you don't even know the
past.
different types of eclipses.
Still, it's
So
a solar
firstly,
eclipse.
I had to teach you what your own universe shape is claimed to be.
It's
And now I have to
It's
teach
a
you
solar
what
eclipse, nonetheless. Nonetheless,
It's not a solar eclipse.
we have satellites. You can literally
A lunar eclipse is
miles
where you have
away.
the sun, and then you have the Earth in the center, right? And then you have the moon, right? The
Yep.
Earth's between the sun and the moon. That's called a lunar eclipse. Lunar.
Still, how do you explain that?
Is
You
is
can
that what
clearly
you're
see the shape.
talking about? Yeah, so cannot cast a shadow like the shadow that we see on the moon with another ball. A ball doesn't cast a shadow on another ball like that. It doesn't cast a curved shadow. We can replicate a shadow on a ball using a straight edge.
Okay, what's the chat, bro?
No,
What's that?
you just give up. You're just giving
How do you
up on
extend
that
that?
now?
How do you extend
Huh?
that? How
You
do you
want to see
extend
an
that?
example? I don't understand what you're saying, bro.
Just watch the chat.
Yeah, you posted a cartoon. Yeah, cool, cool. Very nice cartoon.
Everything that you don't understand is a cartoon for you. Are you fucking for real?
Yeah, no, I understand that you just posted a cartoon. You think cartoons are reality.
Should
Do you have any
amplify your
evidence?
knowledge because otherwise it's gonna be
Oh, yeah,
complicated for you to
amplify
understand our
what?
reality, bro.
Bro, you don't even know the shape of the universe that you think all of this shit resides in.
No one understands nothing. Just observation.
Yeah,
You
you
know
make
that
assumptions. You see something in the sky and you get told a story about it.
we can clearly see the shape of the moon.
Dude,
It's round.
you can see yeah, but the Earth is not the moon. Shocker. I know it's shocking to hear, but
So
the
the Earth
Earth,
is flat and the moon is round.
yeah,
And
yeah, like you
our
know, like
target observation of the
you
sun.
know how like the light on your ceiling, right? Right, it could be round,
Okay,
right?
so
And then
everything is
and
round
then the
except
floor
the
could
Earth.
be flat. What's round? Is a banana round? Is a dog round?
Dog.
Is the universe round?
I don't want to get blacklisted.
Well, you don't have very good logic. You think because something else is something,
I'm
therefore other
scared to
things.
debate to the full extent with you.
Dude,
I don't want to convince you. I don't need to.
There is no debate, right? You don't have any empirical evidence.
You
You're
have
just
your own
looking at this.
beliefs, and I have mine.
I don't have beliefs. I don't have beliefs. I have empirical evidence. You don't have
Beliefs
any. You're just
are nothing.
the sky. You're just looking at the sky and making up stories that you get told. You're not even making up stories. You're just parroting stories that you heard at school.
Everything is a cartoon to an extent because our own
Oh,
observation
everything's
or
a
thoughts.
cartoon, isn't it?
You cannot prove that the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, we don't need to prove that because it's the base axiom that we all experience, and you don't have any evidence of anything otherwise.
Guy who just set
That's not in the
himself
form of
in
cartoons.
outer space, he died trying to prove that the Earth is flat. You
What?
don't need to. Just watch SpaceX launches every 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah,
There's
cool
like
story.
those are
Because
live
you
stream
saw it on the TV. Yeah, you
live
saw it
stream
on
footage.
the TV. It must be true.
You can literally see the cartoon of the Earth. Outer space.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. All right. What? Yep. How did you
Artemis.
validate that?
Artemis 2.
Oh my goodness,
Okay.
dude.
Man, this guy's like
You don't take it.
freaking. All right, let's test you. Let's test
See
your
your
skill.
observation. It took thousands of
Really?
photos.
Oh, really? Okay. I bet you couldn't. Could you tell the difference between CGI and the real photos from Artemis?
That's not CGI.
Could you tell the difference between the real thing? Okay. All right. Here
Put
we
that
go.
into the test, stress
Here's your
test.
challenge. Here's your challenge. Here's your challenge. Okay. See in the side chat. Which ones? Okay. Are these pictures from Artemis or are these CGI?
That one. That's CGI. What the fuck?
Really? One of these?
Bizarre.
No. Oh, so you think NASA? See, there you go.
Huh?
So are these all CGI? Are they in the side
Give me
chat?
one sec.
All of these
Make the
globes, are they all
difference.
CGI? You can't tell the difference between CGI and the Artemis picture, can you?
No, I told you that we can all make the difference.
Okay, so which one of these pictures is
Oh,
the
those are
Artemis?
those are the phases of the moon, by the way. You can literally see the shape of the
No.
Earth on the moon.
No. Look at what I
Of
posted.
course we can.
Okay? Look at what I posted. Tell me which ones are from Artemis and which ones are CGI.
All of it. It's full CGI.
Okay, so you just said that a real photograph from Artemis is CGI.
Not from Artemis.
Really? So none of those are from Artemis. None of those globes are from
Where's the
Artemis?
Artemis 2 pictures?
Really? So if I can prove that, right? So if I can prove that one of them is claimed to be from Artemis, then you would have just said that Artemis footage looks like CGI.
Oh,
Oh,
yo,
that's
Kiri.
Artemis 2 for you.
Hold on, Kiri. Look at the images I sent, Kiri. Which one of these is from NASA?
Huh?
The one I sent.
I mean, the last one is bizarre.
Which one's from NASA?
The
Because one
last
of
one
these
is
is from
legit.
NASA.
Last one is legit. That
Which one? Is the one with the stars or without the stars from NASA?
No, that's an edit. That's Photoshop.
Which one's from NASA? I asked you.
The second one is bizarre. The second one is, and the contrast and everything doesn't
Which one's
match
from
like
NASA?
doesn't match the contrast and the opening of the camera
Okay, which one's from
when you take a
NASA?
photograph. The first one could be legit, I guess. The second one is photoshopped. The one I
So
sent,
the first one, like the one without the
the
stars,
last
right?
one I sent is legit photograph.
I'm not talking what you sent. I'm asking what I sent. Which is the
That
one from
is
NASA?
that is legit. That one.
Which one is the one from NASA? I'm talking about what I sent.
The two photo. I sent is legit.
Hello, Kiri, I'm talking to you.
I already told you. First
Yeah,
one
but I
is.
don't know. You said the one on the left. You said the one
I
on
never
the
saw
last one.
those ones.
Which one is the one from NASA, bro? It's so easy. You just said, "Oh, the legit one." What's the legit one?
Hey, the left one? What you? I already told you.
So the one without the stars, with no stars.
Take a look at what you just sent. Like I sent you.
Yeah. You're saying the one with no stars is from NASA.
Those are legit. It's from Artemis too.
No, I'm not talking about what you said.
Acknowledge this, the pictures.
Yeah,
I
I've
just
seen it.
sent.
Yeah, Artemis 2. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Wow, Artemis 2. Yeah, okay. Now look at what I sent. Are you saying the one without the stars is from NASA?
Could be. I mean, first time I saw that those ones.
Yeah. This spacecraft is called Orgy Star. ORGY Star 1.1. Like it was one of their first missions. It was actually in 2016. So Orgy Star, it went around the moon and then it went to Saturn and it actually picked up some sounds from Saturn. And there's two photos here. One of them is fake. The ones I sent, right? So this one here, right? I'm gonna send them again because you're still not being clear. So it was by the spacecraft Orgy Star. That's the name of the spacecraft, right? Which one of these is from NASA? I just want you to guess. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, which one of these is from NASA and which one is fake?
Both can be true. Both can be fake. Okay.
No, only one of them is fake.
Do you know what the deep field, the Hubble deep field is?
Can you engage? Can you engage? I've been asking you for the past 2 minutes, like which one's fake, and you're still not giving me an answer.
I'm not sure about those. I'll
But
send
one
you
of
like
them's from NASA. I'm asking
real
you.
pictures.
Yeah, these are
No,
He's
real. One of them
answered
is a real
you.
picture.
Yeah, he's answered you several times. He said, "I'm not
maybe
sure."
maybe the first one, maybe
Yeah, but saying
not
I'm
the
not sure
first.
is not like an answer that I want. I want either one of
Not
one
Trump.
or
Just
other.
So you're going to keep asking him until you get the answer that you want?
Yeah.
you know what the NASA deep field is?
Matt, he doesn't change this. That's what this guy's been doing tonight.
He's not even answering. He's saying, "Oh, it's that one or it's that one." I'm asking him to give me one answer, not two different answers.
You want him to guess? People
Yeah, I just
answer
want
the
him to
way
guess, but he's not even giving me an answer. He's just said, "Oh, it's that one," and then,
Both
"Oh,
can
it's
be
that one."
fake and both can be true. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know
but that's not
about
what I'm
those.
looking for. I'm asking one of them.
I don't know about those. I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what the NASA deep field is? Okay, every little bit of light points that you see in this picture are galaxies. Galaxies. Galaxies with billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions of stars. This is absolutely incredible, right?
Okay, cool.
Our observation makes us so small and so insignificant. And to believe that the Earth is somewhat different from what we can observe. Astronomy and astrophysics and our way of we are able to observe the universe. We can see for ourselves that the Earth
Yeah,
cannot
so
be
I
flat.
bro, look, you can't even tell the difference between CGI and the real thing, right? You said
There's no
that
such thing as CGI.
dude, I posted an
We cannot
artist.
make things. We just point a freaking like
What?
telescope
Okay, look,
in
listen, Kiri.
space and we can
Listen, Kiri. Those photos I sent, both of them are fake.
why
That
would
was made on
NASA
Space
fake
Engine.
thousands, if not
Kiri,
thousands of
hello,
images?
hello.
Why would they fake?
Those
Why would NASA fake everything?
those images I sent you, both of them are from Space Engine, and I could easily alter them to look like they're from NASA as well. I
That's
do
why I
that
told
stuff.
you
I'm
that
an
they
artist.
can be. I don't know about those.
I'm a space
You told
artist.
me that it was from Artemis too.
I didn't
What?
say that. I said it's from Orgy Star. It's a spacecraft called Orgy
It looks
Star. It
fake
takes
as
pictures.
fuck. I'm sorry. Looks fake as fuck.
Yeah, now that I told you it's fake, yeah. You said it was.
I've seen some
You
shit
said
from Artemis too, and it's absolutely incredible. It's mind blowing. It's absolutely mind blowing. If you ignore them and you
DJ. This
use
guy
them
brought up
as
Bedford. This guy in the side chat brought up Bedford level experiment.
consider them as
Can you hear me?
CGI, then that's yeah.
Yo, DJ.
I
This
can hear
this guy in the side chat brought up Bedford level experiment.
you. Okay, take a look at this. Those are true pictures. That's the sun. That's the Earth.
Have you seen the Bedford? You know what the Bedford DJ? You know what the Bedford level
Mars.
experiment is, right?
Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that 6 mile long, 6 mile long thing. Canal, sorry.
Definitely doesn't prove the globe, and neither does Kiri's cartoons.
Sleep. Do you believe that space is fake, or are
I
you?
believe it's
Huh?
real for now. It's just you
Space
give
is
shit
fake. So
arguments. That's
you believe
all.
in a vacuum.
Yeah, for now, but you give
Mm.
shit arguments that makes me not want to believe it. So yeah.
You
Yeah,
believe.
right.
So you believe in an infinite vacuum.
You don't need to. This isn't about beliefs, right? Show us that you can have a vacuum of space, right? That has a ball, right, covered in water and gas
No,
without a
vacuum
container.
is not the
Show me
proper
that that's
word.
possible.
Do you believe in the infinite void?
No, I don't. I don't just believe in things, right? I'm not a man of
Not asking
faith
you, DJ. I'm
like
asking
you.
Sleep.
What do I
Do you
think?
believe in it? You believe that we are surrounded by an infinite
Yeah, for now.
infinite
Did you
void.
say infinite void? What's it expanding into if it's infinite?
There's no limit to it because
Well, it's
our
expanding
understanding
though,
of it
isn't it? Isn't it expanding? Like a
He's saying the
flat universe?
particle, he's saying the matter and the
out of
atoms in the
our
galaxy are expanding into it. That's what he's saying.
it's out of our own like
He's not saying the void is
understanding.
expanding. He's saying that everything's expanding into it.
Into
You
what?
cannot observe what it
Into
you
just the
observe.
vacuum of space, into nothing, the other,
No,
whatever
no,
you want
no.
to
The
call it.
vacuum of space.
Do you
That's
believe in
what you're
it?
talking about.
Do you
That's
believe in
what's
infinity?
expanding. What's it
Infinity.
expanding into?
Do you believe in an infinite void that surrounds the Earth?
It's not even the claim from the globe side.
If you believe in that, it means that you believe in space. Space is not fake, right? Space
Dude,
exists.
you don't know
There's not a
anything about the
dome.
globe.
There's not a dome surrounding the Earth.
You don't even all right. So I gave you citations from NASA and Stanford and Harvard, right? When you said that they claimed that the universe is a sphere. Okay,
It is.
I showed the citations saying that it's flat from NASA, from Harvard, from Stanford, right? From your own side.
From point of view, yeah, it's better explained as a flat plane. Doesn't mean that
So why
the
did you
entire
say it was
universe
a
is
sphere?
flat.
That's what they
Universe
claim.
behave as like a bubble because the Big Bang
No,
exploded in
that's not
every
according
direction.
to. Well, NASA claims it's flat like a sheet of paper.
The Big Bang when it exploded in every direction. It's common knowledge. I mean, come on.
Oh, it's common knowledge, is it?
Don't know. You tell me what you learned
So
and
how
what you
could it be
retain.
flat? How could it be flat if it's exploded in every direction?
Because it's a multi-directional
How's that flat? How
explosion
does
of
that equal? How does that equal
light,
flat?
of pure energy. What?
How does that equal flatness?
The Earth cannot be flat.
Oh my
Our
god,
own reality is in 3D.
freaking disabled person right now.
When you witness a drop of water, it behaves like a sphere. Everything behaves like a sphere. Atoms behave like a
Really?
sphere. Yes. Our
Really?
own
So if I have
reality behaves like a sphere.
if I have a bucket of water,
It's
does it
because of
behave like a
gravity.
sphere? What if I have a bucket of water? Is that also behaving like a sphere?
Do you believe in gravity?
Answer the question.
Yes.
Does a puddle behave like a sphere?
Protophans level because of gravity. All the molecules are
Does
attracted to a
does a
center of gravity,
puddle
which is the
Hey
center
bro,
of the Earth.
I'm gonna freaking boot your ass out of here any second if you don't answer any questions.
Trying to answer my own perspective of a puddle.
Does a puddle behave like a sphere?
No, it's flat from our own observation, but all the
Okay, so
molecules
it
that
doesn't.
makes
So what
the
are you saying water
yeah.
behaves like a sphere when every single body of water doesn't
It's
behave
glued
anything
to
like a
it's
sphere
glued on a flat
unless
surface,
you have
but
a
still behaves like a sphere
oh,
because the molecules are attracted to the center of the Earth. The molecules are spherical and they
okay,
are
prove that
attracted.
water so it doesn't a puddle of water is nothing like a sphere at all,
The molecules in and of itself, a puddle behaves like a mass of molecules.
which could be whatever shape the container is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not like a sphere.
No, multiple
Yeah, not like a
molecules,
sphere at all.
H2O and I don't know.
Yeah, if I pour water on the ground, it doesn't behave like a sphere.
I mean, if you dig down into the Earth, you're gonna end up
In
with
fact, is there even such a thing as a perfect sphere in nature? I don't think so.
gravity retains our atmosphere. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
our atmosphere
okay,
is very thin. It's like 1% of the total space of the
okay.
Earth. I mean,
Prove that water curves. Prove that water curves.
the curvature is hard to decipher when you are
Shouldn't things get hidden behind
surface
the
level.
horizon?
Surface
Should
level.
shouldn't things get hidden behind the horizon?
You need to go higher in order to
Shouldn't
see.
things get hidden behind the horizon if the Earth's a globe
You need to
at a
go
certain
high,
distance?
very high, in order to see the curvature
How
of the
high
Earth.
did you go? How high did you
You can
go?
see, you can literally see it every now and then when you
How
watch
high have
SpaceX.
you?
SpaceX are launching
Oh, so
every
yeah,
3 days, I
cool.
think.
Yeah,
You can literally see the shape of the Earth when the
cool.
stage
So
of
you
the
just
Falcon
believe.
9. When the Falcon 9s go up, they cannot
All
fake that.
right, bro.
SpaceX is a private company. Why would they need to hide anything? You can literally see it.
Private company that said they wouldn't have been able to do anything that they do
You
without
can see
NASA's
you
funding.
can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the atmosphere,
But
everything,
you don't
outer
see any of
space.
that. Yeah, yeah, cool. You can go on the internet and see pictures of Bigfoot too. So Bigfoot must be real. Superman.
To type SpaceX.
Unicorns must also be real because you can see pictures of them on the internet.
So
Must be real.
you are rejecting
The
actual
government would
proof.
never lie to you, would they? It's not
Why
proof,
would you
dumbbells.
reject actual proof?
Because you can't
Why?
validate when we test the actual surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. That's why.
Not testing, observation. You are rejecting observation.
No, I'm making
Okay,
observations.
let's see.
As
Let's
a bunch
say I'm
more pictures
Superman.
that are
Let's say I'm Superman. I put a
You're definitely not super anything, bro. It's super
an
special. That's
oxygen
about
tank
it.
on top of your head so you can breathe in outer space. I'm
You've
Superman, so
never been to outer space.
I can fly you off
And you're never going to space,
outer
right?
space,
Fantasy, and
and
you
you can
believe
literally
that.
see the shape of the Earth for yourself,
Yeah, cool.
right? You can
No,
literally see that with SpaceX. What are you on about? There's a fucking GoPro glued to the fucking
a GoPro.
rocket. Yes, it's a cam. You can see the shape of the Earth. Everyone knows that. Everyone can see it by this
I just
themselves.
want to talk to this moron. Otherwise, I'm going to
Okay.
send it to some other channel.
Send him by rocket.
All right, you're going to go on a rocket ride, my
I
friend.
don't ask for much. I'm just here to
Do a SpaceX rocket. Just strap him to it.
Take a choice. All right, what do we got here? We got veganism is better, feminism, ask a Muslim.
How about I mute myself and I keep listening to you?
Send him to ask a Muslim.
Okay, be nice. I just want to listen. I mute
You
myself.
don't answer any questions. You just talk.
I'm trying to answer your questions, but it's kind of
Relationship
difficult talking with
advice.
you guys. I'm gonna mute myself.
Relationship. We got one vote for
I'm just gonna
relationship.
listen to you guys.
All right.
Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah. So yeah, DJ. All this stuff is kind of cool. You said it's not the tip. It's not the bottom. It's not even the tip of the iceberg or whatever. The bottom of the iceberg. I don't even know what you said. But I've been like looking at it for like since January, so it's been quite a while now. How many months? 7? Around 7 months. Just here and there. Wouldn't always be attached to it, but
So yeah, I mean, just ask the Globers for their empirical evidence. Still waiting, right? Like, how many hours have you been in here? Has the Globe Earther presented any evidence at all the entire time, besides some cartoons of space?
yeah, but those cartoons is like a good demonstration of what's actually happening because it is happening.
The
You know
cartoons
what
are
I mean?
happening.
Yeah.
Here's some cartoons. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
All right, I'm playing Dagger's song.
Isn't it 6 a.m. for you? 6:48.
Yeah, my wife's gonna kill me when I go to bed.
Why do you sleep all day and she just does nothing, or what? What happens?
No. I'll wake up when she wakes up. I'll just be tired all day.
So you said you met her because she was a flat earther and she made you believe it was flat.
Nope. No, we were
Was she a
both
flat
already.
earther when you met her?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh. Were you actively looking for someone who was a flat earther?
No.
Okay.
All right. Daggers, here's your song.
Someone else is here. Oh, 2 people are here. Wait.
Ready for a fight, dictionary in hand. Convinced you got the only truth, speaking command. Swallow pain-coated pills, pharma got on Amazon. Now gargling it back, words vomit for us to choke on. We're all drowning in your noise. Your stupidity, a weapon, not a voice. You can't kill what's already dead inside. Keep on swinging, exposing everything you lied. Yeah, you think your tautology sounds profound. Apology this, apology that, like it's the cure we found. Attitude of platitude, never stopping for a breath. Endless fucking sermon, substance bleeds to death. We're all drowning in your noise. Your stupidity, a weapon, not a voice. You can't think, your skull is empty inside. Keep on swinging, exposing everything you lied. Can't argue with degenerates and planning frivolous doubt. Perverted language crying and whining till empathy runs out. You came here to debate, yet never bothered to understand. But you're too far gone, choking on the pills you got offhand. They pump it through the walls now, echoing in my skull. Your true shit's nothing but bull. I see the straight jacket fitted for your frame, a padded room with your own deserved name. We're all drowning in your noise. Your stupidity, a weapon, not a voice. You can't think when your skull is empty inside. Keep on lying, brain slop, nowhere left to hide. Nowhere left to hide.
Erie posted more evidence, DJ. Check it out. Look at this guy. The earth is round, look at it. It's so round. And somehow the city lights are just exceptionally big. Why are they so big, bro? Anyways, I've been on here for a good while. So, I'll I'm holding to the Earth being flat. It's not a globe. There's no evidence for the globe. Unless I got the evidence, I'll believe it. That is a globe. That's my final say on all of this as a summary, as a conclusion.
You don't bring any proof that the Earth is flat. So it's my word for against yours. I mean, come on. You cannot prove that the Earth is flat either.
We have.
La la la.
Did you hear that, DJ?
The ball is in your.
Everyone who's
The ball is in
listening.
your court, Charles.
I'm telling you all
Make a
now.
point.
I'm telling you all now. I'm concluding all of this for the amount of time I've done this. That I'm holding it to the position that the Earth is flat. But any evidence of it being a globe, any good evidence, I'll accept it. That's my final say, everyone.
That 1 out of 4,000 applicants becomes an astronaut. One instance of complete astronaut stupidity.
The space station is just the most amazing world-class laboratory floating around doing science all day, every day. We're doing science inside. We're doing science outside. So the space station, for example, when SpaceX 11 came up, it had 6 tons of science, mostly science on board, that then we had to bring on board, knock out that science. That's the job of this place, is just rocking the science. We're doing not only stuff for human health and those type of sciences. Every square inch is dedicated to either pure science and those science experiments cranking away and getting great results back to Earth.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a globe. Not anymore. I think I'm done with my decision of. I mean, it's the only conclusion I can come to for now. I've been doing this for a long, long time. And with former like astronomy like hobby, like the former astronomy like obsession that I had when I was a kid. A lot of the stuff that's presented on like the flat earth evidence, it's like all falling into place already, so I don't have to like know things beforehand that I didn't already know. A lot of that knowledge was already there about like the space, Earth, all of that kind of stuff, the sky. I had a telescope called, it was called the Celestron. It was called the Celestron 350. It was only good for a few photos of the moon. It wasn't a good telescope, but this was when I was much younger. Okay. Anyways, that's it. I'm gonna go to bed now.
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right? Considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen obviously some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff.
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation.
If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly, and also just right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe, literally, and they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? They would obviously, it would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. Seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there, like Earth curvature.
experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only
I'm sure
pictures
that-
of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And
No,
the
they'll show
satellite-
you. No, go ahead. Sorry, ATG, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature all the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it physically, geophysically. You're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, I don't know, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny, narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny, narrow, angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start, potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection, depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage, maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard from their geophysics department or whatever it's called. on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that.
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to, it should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. If infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water, so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, S-A-P-P-H-I-R-E, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. You know, people say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is a problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. You know? What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. You know, and to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a back-filled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
yeah.
I believe that, except for that, you know, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be
what
mad
lie?
about the lie of the shape of the Earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
well, like, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
yeah,
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit, like NASA, for example.
Yeah,
as long as people
well, some people at NASA probably know.
Planets, they'll pay us to go to the other planets.
You know, you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay.
People, yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
The people who believe.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
People who believe.
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care about truth and stuff.
Yeah, but so what about those guys? I mean, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand against that. Like, I mean,
right.
You know, you can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
It's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon, and he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, so like what else is there to do, like in somebody in his position, other than just like kind of hope, that some breakthrough happens and they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something. But other than that, like, he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented, and it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. And secret little projects, compartmentalized, are still trying to figure this shit out. But they haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
Figure out how to do it, or that they're going to eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't. And we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. If we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible, shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example, okay? There was a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics, not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all these that all of these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But you know, smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, like how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like I don't get that. Like why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass frickin' tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
How come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions, students debate with each other, and some people just get mad frustrated, saying, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just gonna lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night, or graduate, or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, in the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents?
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, the National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by frickin' CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though like a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that like what do we have to trust if we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff? What who do we go to? What do we do? I mean, like
No, that's too broad, though. Well, I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be like a general statement, like why, trusting school, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's like important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and like they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt like, oh, it's like a very specific fact that only some people know. Oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, yeah, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even like care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in like creating a person's character. Like because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know like things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So like that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? That's everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kids to school because the school is the devil and that whole thing. I don't know. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where you live, like, is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably like rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, yeah, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
I mean, but that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right? If you
are you from somewhere?
I mean,
else?
this world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say though is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just like all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree, but I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. Like I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? Like, but other subjects, like that they study for, it's like, I don't know, it's not. It's really just like one-sided, one way to think, and like evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to. Life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, yeah, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom, or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world, a way to like find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. Like, if kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, yeah, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to like tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there was definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school? I mean,
what was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a down from high school to college.
But I also went to like the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So like, sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I took like tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar, like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on like the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits?
You guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, like Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like in space flight?
Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like NASA.
All that stuff.
So there's like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they?
Yeah.
Really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically it's anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point, but the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't make
Originally
sense.
designed, like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really got into the nuts and bolts.
Should have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
I was gonna say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections and we talk a lot about it. There's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But
so
no, it's three degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
You gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. I really, y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
go ahead, then.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that, like, right off the top of their head. Like, boom, 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 here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is, step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on, like, step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying I haven't done the research.
You gotta be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here and like who you know, etc. Like, you know, I told AV I've never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in job, I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, "Where is it curving?" I mean, yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, "Where's the curve?" You know, because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm done.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat, and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this, but he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't, crash out nearly as much, or
well,
like the other
when you
Glovers?
first came in here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude, you're a weird one.
Out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy essentially. Like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But yeah,
I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day because I want to hear. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time, but I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
How about this guy saying that he's a teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe, and I don't know, he shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat Earthers.
Shove it in.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So
we don't
Josh,
do that,
you
bro.
don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? think we would just go, nah.
Yeah, I mean,
you said you don't think we'd be satisfied by anybody, but what if they like?
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a go over there. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy us, and no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
Okay.
Freaking y'all! What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean,
the
you
lights
look at
in
my
the sky.
ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be symmetrical?
Like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here? We say it all the time. Measurement of drop.
Double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not complicated.
Yeah, drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What does that mean?
X, Y as opposed to R, rho, and phi, or theta.
Hey, it's just your human.
Your beef is we're not using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, can you off your marble?
It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No, we're talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right, the bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get further apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that
y'all claim you measure 1,000th of a proton radius? Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO?
A particle accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, that's in a vacuum tube, right? So, a laser test, long distance observation, all that is, light traveling through a medium. So you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're trying to make it impossible,
I concede.
unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio.
Hear
Before
really
you
close to
joined,
what he just said. It's not measurable.
No, he said this before you joined. He said it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
you have to go into outer space.
giant flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa! That's
You're
assuming
just
the
a human.
Catholics are right. Jesus Christ, you're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying.
to that, Indio. Come
No.
on.
It's an analogous argument where
I'm just
we
fucking with
can't. We can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, we really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work? I mean,
certain.
I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you certain of that?
I haven't had any first-hand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore, all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human.
Fly that to NASA.
Yeah. Were they the Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible.
Yeah,
but I'm saying
prove it. Prove it. No, wait a minute. Wait.
No.
Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
How could you? Yeah, exactly. That's the. Yeah, I mean, your uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
It's a huge. Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying that you're certain that everything,
the first thought came from a human or didn't come from a human.
So here's the thing, though. You think that things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no way you can.
Definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's like it's a circle jerk.
Yeah. It's a big circle jerk.
Okay?
Well, hold on.
But I'm trying to get him.
Josh said he's seen no evidence. Right? Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical. No.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So then
Josh,
you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that exist, Josh, which are not material? Or the only things that exist in the world are material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just okay, cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that. Those things Those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the log of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
they don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
how do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain, I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
You just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here
because not everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
yes,
stuff.
that's the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, yes, that's the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things through purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio. Like social cues.
Not reality.
Yo, hello.
Well, I mean, let's put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept the measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchard train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly, right? Like,
no, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have two temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water
don't
mirage bends the light into nothing.
It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Prove that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Lake Pontchartrain has two temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle, like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data, because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I get it. I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion, and I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank, with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay?
Period. Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what I'm saying. Weird? Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
I understand. No,
does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm not. I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you trying to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what you asked me for.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
Nah, I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah, okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, look around, it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does, and that's due to the
so are you going to pick a lane?
Just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like, I appreciate
God, bro.
There's nuance here, and.
Okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. from my personal perspective. I'm saying from a
no such
perspective.
thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen from your perspective? When does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like,
no, dude,
we got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying, I look at the Lake Poncho. I was glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to. You
No,
look
it's
like
all good.
you don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro.
No,
you didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the audience.
Regurgitated back to me what I intended to say, so we are good.
All right, carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said
from y'all's perspective, right? Like if a Glober walks in here off the street and says, "Go look at Lake Pontchartrain," like that's it looks curved. Therefore, it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a Glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a Glober coming off the street? There's Globers coming off the
they come
universities.
All the time.
They come out of
you're one of them.
Where'd you come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the Glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah, you don't teach
space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense.
I mean, no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
It's probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke, it's Drake,
it's a win for the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
Buckle up.
Oh, geez, come on. Y'all see
Grace is here. Buckle
I'm
up.
walking in, and they say y'all are stupid. And they troll.
Drace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can...
break me, man.
Yeah,
no, I asked you, like, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme like punch chain. It looks like Earth curve, so it's a W, because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a goal. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of like puncture train with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium, and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how. Bro,
as opposed to altitude and distance.
Bro, there's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
That's fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down, the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. I mean, do you have a sensor at every single square inch?
You should listen to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible.
It is easily.
We're trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
It's no. I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent, and so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply, and so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe, and so in those instances the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light, and so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides, and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like.
Okay, let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right, if it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And I could actually, there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that it's supposed to be the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like that's up to you. Like
the same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
And then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say anything in text would love to read.
And then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's nothing like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's a ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it's just, it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
You like the pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone?
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worst.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far, we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT there's a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface though, because under normal conditions the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon supposed to be 15 miles away, but you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever, but then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man. That was a brilliant deduction. Is that the horizon is way closer, right? Some of the buildings are cut off; you can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with a iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I see, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically how you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista. When you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
I know what you mean, Grace. Like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see we don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects and waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Oh no, I think it does it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
Well, how could the horizon look flat?
Right, the molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower or higher? Away. No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know.
We just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the axial horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so. Depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be.
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means, like, what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like, think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, for off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor. Right? So each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like nobody could even, there's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? You know, it's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll. You have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right? That's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right? They do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it, right? Stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It doesn't. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So temperature, a 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies to the refractive index 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium, right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air, right? They're just not the same. The point is, to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments when we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface, because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away, right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70-degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. We're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. We have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe, and this whole thing just kind of, it's kind of a litmus test, like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions, like you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is. It's that day, but all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say that he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't like go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual like basis for it other than just like, well, it is like must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. You know, we got 275 miles looking at Picus Bard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
3 Hello, por police.
Kjøper bare brukt for å clear my conscience. Det er kan sjukt at jeg ikke er conscious. Før du dro, fikk ikke jeg sagt ha det på ordentlig. Nå ligger jeg på gulvet på rommet mitt. Lang melding, kommer på notid. Orker ikke lese alt det der notid. Blar om på siden 9 år, men de er bare tomme egentlig. Visste at det her aldri kom til work. Nå vandrer gatene av New York. Så ikke som jeg hadde tenkt. Nå vandrer gata som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Det var ikke sånn jeg hadde tenkt. Tar en liten trip til min jeweler, men jeg vil heller lage det helt selv. Er litt lost i en så stor by, hvert fall for en som er like me. Bilene kjører bare forbi, ja det her da blir å bli. Alle har det så travelt, bror jeg føler meg så label. Stedet her aldri kom til work, nå vandrer gatene av New York. Så ikke som jeg hadde tenkt, nå vandrer gata som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Det var ikke sånn jeg hadde tenkt. Selv om det er stengt, kommer meg forbi. VIP pass fordi jeg er me. Funnet av en måte å komme forbi. For jeg er en sted som er sånn som meg. Sånn som meg. Sånn som meg. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med G. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, føler jeg tårer som en G. Visst at det her aldri kom til work, nå vandrer gatene av New York. Så ikke som jeg hadde tenkt, nå vandrer gata som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Som bare er stengt. Det var ikke sånn jeg hadde tenkt. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, hadde jeg kanskje ikke gjort alt det her med de. Om jeg hadde visst at det ikke kom til å bli, tårer som en G. You always do the tango. I'm stuck inside of limbo. You tease me into. You always do the tango. I'm stuck inside of limbo. You tease me and ties me. I can't.
Thought you left me broken. Disaster in your mind. You played a game with me.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
thought you meant like the vibe of the room. Sorry.
No, what he
I'm
meant
talking
was
about like
stop talking
when you
about politics and the actual surface of the Earth, and just talk about the sky and the stars.
No, I'm saying when you go into flat Earth, stop saying that the Earth is flat and be like, dude, how does a fucking Coke can work? And they go, oh, it's two pressure differentials. And I go, oh, there's a barrier between it. Yeah. So what happens if there's no barrier between a system and you've got two pressure differentials? One's like at fucking one's at 700 torr and the other's at like 1 atmosphere. What's going to happen? What do we get here, fellas?
Well, do you
We
know
get
how
a
they address
distribution
that?
of the pressure over the system. So why isn't it sucking like a motherfucking vacuum?
Well, I'll tell you,
Because of the
I'll
size of the
be
globe
double that.
and the gravity and the liquid and the pressure differentials. It's like, nah, man, that's the freaky thing. You guys should be talking about that more, not the fucking.
No. But that's a
Earth is
problem, though,
flat.
brother.
Because
Check
when you
this out.
say
Hold on.
that puts
Yeah, hold
people
on,
off
brother.
so much, man. I'm telling
No,
you,
brother.
that
Hold
puts
on,
people
dude.
off so
You're
much,
on
man.
one. You're on one, bro. Just
Give him a
relax.
fucking something. Get him some.
Yeah. So listen, man. Like, if you're gonna propose that, then you'd have to at least come from a premise that you know what's up there, because you're giving them a pressure differential. And I'm gonna ask you, where did you come up with the information that you solidified that that's actually true? That the pressure
There's
differential
a
that you
pressure
just mentioned,
differential.
yeah, that you just mentioned, in the place where they think things are, like satellites, how do you know that's true? I want you to establish a premise, or at least give information that we can all look at, that makes the information absolutely true. A method by which people can know that some device is taking a measurement
And that's
to
the setup.
to give the pressure differential that you require. Yeah, to make the argument. You want to make the argument solid.
It's a big assumption. It is a big assumption. Like, obviously they've never been up there. Yeah. So we'll
Okay.
work with that now.
Yeah, so we can't do that then. It's a bad argument, wouldn't you say? To make an assumption based on an argument?
Yeah, you're giving them a freebie, bro.
Right.
Dude. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not just whistling Dixie. He talked to a meteorologist, and they actually can't measure the pressure above a certain level because the highest can go with a balloon is so high, right? And after that, it's like a rocket. But the rocket's in transit; it can't actually measure the pressure differential because of motion. So they don't actually
They
have
have
a
to
measurement
pressurize the
above a
space
certain.
station, don't they?
Well, but it's in motion. How would they measure the pressure? They would have to be still.
Yep. Stationary. All right, so we have a problem, right? So that hasn't been addressed by the argument that people say that there's a pressure differential. That just bolsters the fact that people can prove something here on the surface, not up there. So what's in contention is what's up there versus what's down here. So if we have the two compared, we have to find out the pressure down here, which we know, and the one up there, do we know that? That's the question, sir. If you want to make that argument stick, you're going to have both of those. Otherwise, it's going to be an I don't know to that.
Yeah, like how did they measure the pressure outside the ISS?
They sent a balloon up.
To the ISS?
I'm joking. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they'd say that. They'll say anything. They do claim they orbited a balloon at freaking, I think it was 1,800 miles or something. It was called the Project Echo. It was a big Mylar balloon that they said that they orbited. So they did say they orbited a balloon. They'll say fucking anything. No one even questions it. But the point is that if it's going 17,000 miles per hour, then that value alone is going to create a kinetic energy for the gas. And like, how are they going to get their pressure reading? They don't know. They couldn't even get it even if they wanted to. There's no method from which they could take it.
You really cornered me there, man. Hey, I didn't even think of that. Like, how did we measure the pressure up there?
Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. So that's why I bring it up. And it kind of gives you at least a foundation to work with. So if it's going to be a good argument, you have to start with a premise that's true. You can't just assume things. Does that make sense?
Especially with Globers. Fucking can't assume anything they say is actually factual because a lot of stuff they say starts with imagine. If it starts with imagine, then, you know, it's probably bullshit. But a lot of other things they think are true. I was talking to Josh about it, right? Gravity forms things into spheres. Has anyone ever observed that? That's a big fat fucking no. Well, they imagine that to be true, but they don't know it to be true. Just like the pressure 10 to the negative 7 torr, or whatever they claim is at 255 miles up, they don't know that to be true. Maybe they have a model which predicts that, but they would need the actual pressure reading to confirm that the model is actually true in the first place, which they can't do. And like, you got surprised, or AV surprised me with this shit freaking couple months ago. He's like, I talked to this meteorologist and nobody knows the pressure in the exosphere. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what it does, it renders that argument moot because you can't provide evidence that what you're saying is true, neither can the Glober thinking that that's actually true. You get it? So it's null and void. You just throw that one in the bin, or at least put it on the side until you find out the actual pressure up there.
Yeah, same with the temperature. Temperature goes in that bin too. Any pressure temperature claim is just horseshit. And they don't dare claim a volume.
Yeah, but 1 second, dude. That's common knowledge, okay? That now you've
knowledge.
really cornered me. You really cornered me there, brother. I'll admit that. But come on, man. Isn't it common knowledge that space is void and vacuum?
Well, that's the common
No,
concept.
it's a common. It's like an idea of what
We have
they think it is.
super vacuums and shit like that, right? Like, how can they even? Okay, because you got me there, man. You actually did. I'm gonna try to figure out how they got that pressure value.
Yeah, go for it.
Of negative 700 or whatever.
If you find it, man, come back and let me know, huh?
What's your name, brother?
It's AV.
AV, sorry, because I'm on my phone. I can't see you guys' name.
Yeah, and this is India. So think about this. We can't even recreate that pressure on Earth.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how much fucking pressure that is. It's crazy, man.
And you know what the weird thing is? I'm going to tell you the strange thing. They've been allegedly sending things into that environment for what? 30, 40 years?
70? Are we at 80?
More than that, probably. That's what's gonna bake your noodle, man. When you find out how long they've been sending things into that environment and they still don't have a pressure reading, you're gonna be like, no, this is bullshit.
Well, they claim that on satellites, there's on some that they can install a device. I think it electrically charges particles, like causing plasma, and then it detects the plasma produced. I think look, don't quote me on this, and then sensors calculate right based on the area that it was examining how many particles were present. So that therefore it must have this particular pressure.
Yeah, right? There's been calculations on different devices.
But they would be in motion, right?
Yeah,
don't they add the motion to the kinetic velocity of the particles? And plasma is not a gas either.
Right. Yeah, all that's probably guessed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And I was talking to Brandon, which is up to date with like the current technologies of what they're using to send and test, weather up in the troposphere or the highest levels of the troposphere. And that's where they're really concerned with getting weather information because that's where weather happens. So anything above that, it's to them, it's like inconsequential. Not that they don't need to know, but it's just they don't use it for their, daily work. So yeah, and by the way, he says, yeah, there's nothing that can go up there beyond the stratosphere. That's where the highest balloons can go, because balloons can't go farther past the altitude of a stratosphere. Then past that, the mesosphere, which is nobody knows. That's just an extrapolation of what they can gather from the stratosphere, and so on and so forth. You just extrapolate out. You use a lot of inference and calculations, and Bob's your uncle. So what do we got here? Well, a big question mark in the sky. How about that? So you can argue with a Glober till the cows come home about pressure differentials and how rockets work in a vacuum, yada, yada, on and on. But neither party has substantiated the claim that space is a vacuum or that what people consider space is actually there in the sense of saying that it is what they're
okay,
mainstream.
Okay, brothers. So they said that apparently when they went to the fucking Rosetta, when they went to like a comet or something, they took a bunch of like cold cathodes and pressure differential sensors and they put them on the aircraft or whatever it was. They flew it up to the comet and they got it there.
Okay.
That's what they're
Yeah.
saying.
If you
That
buy
happened in
that
2016,
story,
2014 to 2016.
Yeah, if you buy that story, then I don't know, man. God help you.
Yeah, I don't buy that story. I'm just telling you what I found. And so this is the only experiment that they did on pressure, which is interesting. 2014 to 16. That's bullshit. You guys are fucking crazy. I mean, no, this world is fucking crazy, dude. Fuck that. How can they state such? Oh my god, I have to find this. Anyways, you guys should all be Christians because the first flat earthers are the Bible bashers, man. Look at Job. Oh, like a clay seal, my brothers.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the creator was telling Job, so it wasn't Job telling the creator.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's the book of Job, so.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff within these arguments that you've been around. I don't know how long you've been around these arguments, but a lot of people make a lot of assumptions on both sides. So we're here to at least kind of keep the record, clear and straight as much as we can. So.
Yeah, well, I reckon when you pick the topic or pitch the topic to someone and you say the earth is flat, that blows their mind so much that I think you should start with the pressure differentials or something like, use the stars and say, well, look at our planet, look at our star. Okay, that's 8 light minutes. Make it 80 light minutes. Make it 800 light minutes. Now it's the size of one of the other stars. Shouldn't that in itself tell you? Like,
no, you're trying to make
it narrows them down in a little corner, and then you can kind of say, well, if the Earth is flat, then how flat is it, and how big is it? Because in the Rig Veda, it says that it's 9 billion kilometers flat planar.
Bro, here's the thing: you're trying to make it relatable to them in the sense of like their idea of the Earth being a globe, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to get them to think about how they understand the Earth to be a globe. In what way has it been tested, verified, measured, falsified, in any way that they can prove to themselves? Because if it's not that they're trying to get them their own self to see if it actually stands as a real thing in reality, then what use is it of us to even bring it up? Like if they're not going to test and verify, you know what I mean? That's what we want. We want people to be inquisitive about the topic, not just give them, factoids. Yeah, I don't care if somebody walks away from here and they're like, oh, I'm still a glober. Yeah, but you didn't prove that what you thought was there was really there. At the end of the day, you just have a belief, which is, that's fine. People believe in a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, I almost can't imagine that how they would have gotten pressure values until like recently. Yeah, I can't get over that, dude. I really can't get over that.
Yeah.
Well, that was like a huge assumption in my own. I'm like, yeah, Boetes is this and that. Dude, it could all be positive pressure. Who knows?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be freaking creamy and viscous. Who fucking knows, man?
Gas doesn't coalesce in a fucking vacuum. I don't care how much gas you've got. Oh, but it was the size of our solar system amount of gas just farting around and like a huge haystack in the middle of some farm somewhere. You know how the center gets really hot? Well, the gas got really hot and it made a star. I don't think so. That's fucking crazy, dude. You know how much gas
inside nebulas,
and all it would do is just make slightly couple of different temperature differences, like a 1 or 2 degrees. That's about it. You'd start getting maybe 10.
Well, think about what they're saying, though. Have you really thought about what they're saying? The haystack analogy was good, right? So what they're saying is there's this thing called gravity. And gravity can cause the change of phase of matter. If it's really hot, there's a lot of gravity, it turns it into a liquid. If there's even more, it'll turn it into a plasma, and then it'll turn into fusion reaction in a fucking star, right? They're
Yeah,
saying
but
gravity
that's
causes all this
crazy,
shit.
dude.
Yeah,
Do you
think
know
about
how
it.
much
I
like
want to see you
gas
make
you would
ice
have
with
to have?
gravity.
Well, I want to see you make liquid with gas. Do you know how much gas you would have to just literally make liquid oceans within the gas?
But
Like,
they're
come
saying
on,
all
dude.
these phase
That's
changes are happening
crazy.
with gravity, dude. That's what they're saying. Like you're having a change of phase of matter going from a gas to a solid or a liquid because of a whole bunch of gravity. Okay, if this was true, then an acceleration could cause a change of phase of matter. Why not just get a fucking centrifuge, right? And I'll take some fucking steam, whip it around in the centrifuge, and all of a sudden it'll turn into fucking water at the bottom of the centrifuge. And then if I spin it even faster, it turns into ice. That's horse shit. It ain't never happened. It ain't never gonna happen. But that's what they're saying. An acceleration of gravity causes phases of change of matter. Horse shit on its face.
Oh man, now you've got me thinking like, oh, maybe that could happen in like turbutanol or something like that. Like something that's got a ridiculous boiling point. But I can't see that happening in clouds of liquid helium or hydrogen. Like something weird like turbutanol with like fucking negative 20 degrees boiling point or something like that. And you put it in a centrifuge and it just went, but that would be heat. That wouldn't be like acceleration due to
Well, yeah,
gravity. It would just be heat.
that's what causes phase changes, right? Pressure and heat, right?
Yeah,
That causes
nah.
phase changes of matter. It's what makes water, liquid water into ice. If you lower the
Hmm.
temperature, right? So you should be able to spin ice fast enough that it turns into water. In a centrifuge. Nonsense. So, but what they are saying is to bring it full circle to what you're saying, what you originally started with. What they're saying is that vacuum, which we know if you take a cup of water in a vacuum, it turns to steam. On Earth, that don't happen. That the gravity, if there was less gravity, then it would turn to steam. But it wouldn't be the vacuum that turns it to steam. It would be the lessening of the gravity. But there's enough gravity so that it stays water. It doesn't turn the steam against the vacuum. The whole story is just a fucking immense pile of fucking dinosaur shit. Just like the Jeff Goldblum fucking meme, dude. Well, that's a lot of shit. The whole story is horse shit. It doesn't make sense. It's contrary to any experiment anybody can do on Earth, and it's just a fantasy story. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate it for the room or anybody on YouTube that didn't hear that right. We know if we put water and we lower the pressure and put it inside of a vacuum, it turns to gas. It will change phase. But what they're saying is there's so much gravity on Earth that the water doesn't change phase to a gas against the vacuum. It keeps it water. That means that if there was less gravity, then it would turn to gas. It wouldn't be the vacuum that turned it to gas. It would be the lessening of the gravity that turns it to gas. That is utter fucking horseshit. There's no physicist on Earth that could back that shit up. Bring them on here. I want to hear you make that argument with a straight face that gravity changes phases of fucking matter. Dude, think of how ridiculous, dude. You could literally just get a centrifuge. Oh, what's your heat? Oh, I want to boil fucking water. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I don't fucking put it over a goddamn, freaking electric oven or a gas stove. I just spin it in a goddamn circle. And it gets really hot in my centrifuge. And I made soup that way. I spun it at fucking 70,000 RPMs. And I made soup. Centrifugal
1
soup.
1.
Yummy. You ever had centrifugal soup? Fucking make chicken that way all the time.
1 1 1.
What, brother?
Nothing, nothing.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is there echo in here? Echo, echo, echo.
What?
What? Sorry,
How
I'm
old
being
are you,
immature.
bro?
Old enough to know better, but I don't. How old are you? What brings you to the channel, brother?
They really like people who think there's a flat Earth.
Yeah. Why wouldn't we?
Bro, do you believe in the flat Earth?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why would I believe it's not flat?
Are you dumb, bro?
That's not an answer.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Well, if it's so dumb, then you can easily answer my question. Why would I not believe it's flat?
Because we have proof, bro.
Because we have proof, bro. That's also not a specific reason.
Do you think the NASA's lying? Do you have
I don't
like
have to think. Do you think they're telling the truth?
Of course, bro. Why they should lie?
That's not a reason for them to be telling the truth, dude.
Okay,
Incredulity is actually not an argument.
So the moon is
Incredulity
also
means you
flat?
just believe anything anybody says.
So
Exactly.
you think the moon is also flat?
No, the moon has
Bro.
nothing to do with the Earth.
So the
You still
moon
haven't
is
told me
No,
why I would
don't
think
deflect, bro. Don't deflect.
So the moon is not flat, but the Earth
Yeah,
is
the moon
flat.
has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth and the moon aren't the same thing.
And the moon is a setup?
The
sun
moon
also?
and the Earth are not the same thing. They don't share properties. There's no reason they should be the same. There's no reason you should think they would be the same.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
Why would you think they would be the same?
It's not the same, but
Why would you
bro,
think that they'd be the same, like each other in any way?
bro, you really
Why
need
can't you
to.
answer simple questions which are so obvious that you called me dumb? But these are easy. You should be able to answer these. Super easy.
What? Again.
What?
Again.
Yeah,
Ask
again.
the question again.
The
I didn't
question.
listen. I didn't listen. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah, I've never played this game before. Oh, I'm gonna pretend I didn't listen to try
No,
and
bro. Real
frustrate
talk,
him.
bro.
I'll just
Real
play this
talk, bro.
game. And like I've never done this before. Bro, you're a low tier troll. You're not even entertaining.
What?
What? You gonna play stupid?
I don't get it how dumb you are, bro.
Somebody who thinks this is a
waiting
dumb
for an
idea,
argument, dude.
right? You're someone who thinks this is a dumb idea, yet know nothing about why you think it is.
So you also believe in the flat
Can you
Earth,
tell us
right?
why you think that? Yeah, everybody in here. So why do you
What?
think it's a dumb idea?
Bro, guys, hey. You escaped
Hey,
the
Are you
Indo, can I
coping?
tell you something real quick?
guys, you escaped the Matrix, bro. You did it, guys.
No, we didn't escape. You're
Right.
in the Matrix. You haven't escaped.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So tell me, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe,
No,
would you
no,
have
no.
figured?
Wait.
No. Listen to my words, bro. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out all by yourself?
No.
No. So why are we
Okay.
dumb?
Then convince me, okay? Convince me that the Earth is flat.
Tell me what they did to convince you, and we'll see if I can match that.
Bro, we have many.
They showed you movies on the screen, right? That's what convinced you. TV show. Images on the screen.
There's proof, bro. There's proof.
Okay, yeah. What was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
What's the proof that the
No,
Earth is
shut
flat,
up,
bro?
dude. What was the
No,
proof
bro.
that they
Please,
showed you?
please.
Said
I
there's
want to hear,
proof.
bro.
Name
Please,
it.
I want to hear, bro. Please, I want
Name
to
it.
hear.
No, asking a question.
No.
Answering a question with a question is rude. So really simply, what was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
I don't know, bro. I need to.
Yeah, exactly.
Research.
You don't know.
I
You're
need to
just a blind
research.
believer.
I need to research.
Crazy.
You need to research what you already believe already?
I got a proof if you don't mind me interrupting.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can I
let's
say
hear
it?
your proof. This should be
Wow,
interesting.
that was super exposure, man. Guy's
So
blinded by the light now.
Can we hear this proof?
So the Earth isn't a circle, neither a flat. The Earth is square,
Yeah.
according to Minecraft.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you think.
Why?
What's your evidence?
It's truth.
No, listen. We have evidence the Earth is flat. We want to know what your evidence the Earth is a square. Go.
Minecraft.
Yeah, that's a video game. The evidence would lie in the physical and natural world. So where do we see that the Earth is a square?
Minecraft says.
Yeah, that's in a video game. Once again, are you bricked? We're talking about the physical and natural world.
Dude.
Outside, the
I'm
place
a
you're not allowed to
retarded.
go without a
Don't
tether
be
to your
so
mother.
rude to me.
The place outside
I
your
have a theory
door
that your
you're
brain
scared
is a
of.
square. Lord, I have a theory
He's
that your brain
playing
is a
victim,
square.
bro. I'm just gonna mute him. Yeah, oh no, someone got him. Cool.
I got him. Where's the other clown? Oh, he ran away? That's what the plan was.
Indigo. So I had to look at something then because you're starting to dismantle a few of my presuppositions, which is getting to me. But one of them, you said earlier about the spinning gas, the acceleration onto gravity changing phase matter. So this is a good one. That's a good one because if you had a container, what would happen is yes, you would actually get phase change due to acceleration of gravity. But if you had no container, then you wouldn't. Because I was asking the AI just saying, like, if I had like a solution, would I be able to spin it fast enough for it to heat up? And apparently yes, but it's a ridiculous speed. And it has to be a solution that has like a weak bond already. So I picked, terbutanol, which is a freaking very sensitive alcohol. But like I said, if you had helium or if you had hydrogen, the bonds between that are a lot stronger. So you're not going to get acceleration due to gravity. Changing its matter, because that would take a lot more energy to do that. That's why I picked terbutanol. But it requires the container, because what it's doing is it's smashing the molecules up against the surface of the container. If there's no smashing of the molecules, then there's no heating up, you see. And so what they'll tell you is that those molecules are smashing against each other.
Yeah.
And thus
So you need
they're
friction.
acting like a container to each other. But that's fucking more nonsense because, again, in the...
Because then the problem is the outer layer of molecules. What are they smashing against?
Would radiate out. Yes, they'll just irradiate out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
vapor pressure, man.
You'd have to thermodynamically do work on yourself, right? Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and raise your own temperature. How the fuck would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know.
So here's the funny thing: so if gravity condenses matter or heats it up, so I should be able to take, like, say, natural gas, right? Shoot it off in a rocket, and then the further it gets away from the solar system, where the gravity is like decreasing, it should slowly turn into liquid natural gas, right? Because the gravity is less, right? So when the gravity is less, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes down, it should turn into liquefied natural gas. It leads to absurdities. That's the point. It's like it leads to like completely absurd shit. Like you can change the phase of matter with gravity. All you need if you had a gravity dial, right? You can turn your gravity dial and boil stuff, turn it to liquid, turn it to ice. Like it's absurd.
The interesting thing I find is that I got to this from a completely different field. I don't know what field or what area you guys come from that originally got you down this rabbit hole, so to speak. But the last thing I was looking at was the shape of the Earth. Stuff I was looking at is like particle interactions, like how they're assuming all of this stuff and how they're assuming other parts. And it's even in science. If you look at how you got stuff like Curie emissivity, Joule absorptions, all these kinds of different things like that. they don't even know how that works, man. You know, let alone pressure. Like, pressure is PV equals nRT. That entire law is a fucking joke. It's made of 5 other laws. It's Gay-Lewisiak, Dalton's law, Boyle's law, Charles' law.
Yeah,
And when you
but
find that
in the
law,
R,
bro,
dude,
it
they're
only
hiding
works
a
in a small
volume.
window.
So that's the
Yes,
funny thing. In
R
the
is
R
the
number, they're
worst
hiding
thing.
volume inside of that, right?
Bro, R
So
got me,
there
man.
actually is a
R
volume on both
fucking
sides
really
of the
got
equation.
me.
Yeah, if you expand it all out, there'd be a volume on both sides of the equation that would cancel out, right? But their volume on one
Dude.
side is infinity. So
Do you know
you have
what?
an infinity on the other side, so you would have
Yeah,
P times infinity times T.
yeah.
Or P times infinity, right? So, like, what would you get? You'd get infinite pressure.
Bro, R is the worst thing in the fucking world, man. I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, don't worry about it. It's the constant. And you're like, okay. And then they screw with you. It's like you don't know which R to use. You know, if it's like, because there's so many units of R, you know, you can make R equal 0.8, you can make R equal like fucking 96 or whatever, depending on what units you're using. But
it's
when
always
I
in reference
figured
to a
out what R
volume, though.
was,
Yeah, but it's
I
always in
was
reference to a
like,
volume, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a volume constant. But
yeah.
But it relies on the Raoult's law, which in itself will assume like a pipe. It assumes which is a container. You see what I mean? So it's talking about like sizes of the pipe, as in like if you narrow the pipe, the gas can come out like. Yeah, so that they based R off Raoult's law, and I just couldn't believe that that's how the science worked. That they basically just shove in an invariable constant, and that's how it works. Don't worry about it, bro. And it works like that for everything, literally. Like literally. And then I was like, okay, well, how did they come up with gravity? And then the same kind of like fucking shenanigans is going on. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's not science right there. And I went almost crazy for a bit, going like, we don't understand even the very fundamentals of particle interactions. How can we say that black holes or this or that or this or that? You know, let alone like when you start looking back on it, we don't know anything, man. We're basically still in the 18th century. Like, even further back than that, we're still where Plato is, pretty much.
Well, when it comes to the human mind, I 100% agree with that.
Well, Plato said that if you throw a ball on the ground, the reason why it stops is because it becomes lazy. You know, and so that's a derivative of what Newton said. Or Newton is a derivative of of that. You know, they all had apples. Newton had his apple, so did Plato, so did Einstein. And so, you know, Plato's apple is interesting. You know, if I asked you Plato's apple, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to answer it because no one after Plato even could answer it. Plato said, if I had an apple and if Jupiter gave me a special knife that allowed me to cut the apple perfectly, I cut it in half. I cut that half in half, the half in half, and I further all the way down to n. When does the apple go from material to immaterial? Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Define those two concepts.
Variation
We still
of Zeno's
can't.
paradox too.
Yeah, that was Plato.
Galileo and Archimedes, they had apples too.
All of them do, man, because they're occult weirdos.
Well, dude, this is ironic because we were just talking about the Garden of Eden, right? They're eating the apple, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, it's what the apple signifies. Eve eating apple records. Apples has a lot of symbolism. But just to answer your earlier query, I came from research. I got into flat Earth. I was researching propagation of electromagnetic radiation, different anomalies within that, such as superluminal tunneling of light, metamaterials, longitudinal electromagnetic waves, things like that. And I just happened, because some of the search terms I was using line up to flat Earth, I ended up seeing a video about the Chicago skyline and it being viewed from 52 miles away, and the dumbass meteorologist saying it was a fucking mirage, which automatically, just because of knowing when I was researching that claim was horseshit. And I wondered, like, why would this guy say that when he's a meteorologist, when he knows, he should know that that's wrong. It's not a mirage. It doesn't look like anything like a mirage in any way. So he should know that that was actually wrong. Why would he say that? And then I found out why he would say that. Because then if it's not a mirage, then the Earth's not a globe. So he had to say that. I'm convinced that everybody has a flat Earth observation that they've seen. And they've never realized that hey, this falsifies the globe, because we're all told no matter what we see, it fits the globe mathematics. So if I see Chicago from 52 miles away, the Earth is so big that's normal. I should see that because the Earth is gigantic. But if you do the actual math, no, I shouldn't see that. I should only see the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building in America. Was the tallest building in the world for a long time. I should only see the top of 10 stories of the top of Willis Tower in the antenna and no other building. But that's not what we see. See the Chicago skyline. And there's multiple images of this. People have been seeing it for freaking nearly 100 years. So, across Lake Michigan, from one side to the other. And for him to say it's a mirage, that's what drew me in to look further into it. People go, oh, you saw a Flat Earth video. Yeah, I saw a Flat Earth video about a television broadcast. Not Eric Dubay, not Mark Sargent, not fucking whoever, Jaronism or fucking Bob Nodell or whoever the fuck you guys think of. It was the mainstream media that was doing nothing about Flat Earth, that just simply showed a photograph that somebody took.
Well, let me ask you this. If I stuck that shovel in the ground and I dug out a hole and I put the dirt on the outside of the hole and it was mounded in the shape like, some kind of curved hump mound, could I measure that? Or would I have to go all the way into space to be able to measure it? I'm confused. Because, a lot of Globers, especially ones who are interested in things to do about space, they always seem to have a hard time, providing direct measurements of the hump of Earth ground that they claim to live on. And somehow they always appeal to the sky to be able to measure it. So I just want to know, if I dig a hole with this shovel and I create a mound of dirt, is it possible I could measure it?
Oh, 100%, because the ratio of your observation distance to the size of the object is within acceptable ranges.
All right, so it's all about tolerances. So that means that if we use a sufficiently tolerated measuring device, we could effectively measure the alleged curve of the Earth or disprove the alleged curve of the Earth, right?
What measuring device are you referring to?
I don't know. Let's use an effective methodology that's used all over the place. How about laser transit? How about that? Let's use that. It's used all the time on construction sites, and especially leveling foundations and large plots.
No, that makes sense.
So let's just use that.
Locally level?
Yeah, let's use that. Well, yeah, but let's use that over a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles over the surface of water, which is the Earth is a globe that you claim it is, right? It has to have a certain hump in between point A and point B, because the water's equipotential is going to follow the equipotential surface of the gravitational mumbo jumbo that you claim exists. And so it's either going to be curved in that manner or it's not. And according to the way the physics of water works, it's going to express itself that way, and it can't do otherwise, right? Unless it's in a certain type of solid state or something, like an ice cube. Like you could have an ice cube of any shape, right? But just, regular water under its own physics, it's gonna flow if it's tilted, right? And it's gonna seek equilibrium if it's not. So we shoot a laser across 25 miles, set up the laser leveled 6 feet above the surface of the water, set the target 6 feet above the surface of the water on the other side, shoot the laser, and that actually, with all things being accounted for, debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude with this methodology is more than sufficient to disprove your geometry. So the Earth is flat.
I don't think waves moving through a medium. I don't think that we can claim that they move in purely Euclidean space or
Oh
Cartesian.
yeah,
Sorry,
really. Oh yeah, really. Except when you claim that you're using those to communicate with alleged quote unquote satellites, right? Then all of a sudden they're 100% accurate, right?
No, they're not 100% accurate. The beam width for the
right.
transceivers
So one,
is like,
yeah, right, bro, right.
tenths of a degree, right? So it doesn't have to be perfectly Bohr-Site.
Right. So again, one more time, you just defeated yourself because you just said I don't trust it, but I know that it can be within a tolerance that's more than accurate for the task. So we got a problem here. You're double speaking.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to prove that it's level though, right? Like if you're trying to say.
No, the problem is that I'm telling you, dude. Level. See, you don't even understand what's going on here. It's not about level per se. It's about whether level is curved or not. I mean, we all agree level, right?
Yeah, I'm getting gangbanged in the side chat here. God damn.
Dude, man. This is a family show.
Big pause.
Like everybody's getting their turn over here. God damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if it's coming out both sides of your mouth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume it's going in both sides of your mouth.
Ow!
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. You can't say that lasers can't be trusted. Okay, that's fair, but you can't say that lasers are untrustworthy except when I use them. I mean, good grief, dude.
Dude, AI, that was one hell of a zinger. I just gotta, dude. Flipcord, where you at, man?
Hey. Second take
Dude, that was one hell of a.
Come on.
That was one hell of a zinger, bro. Like, golly. That's akin to getting slapped upside your head, dude. It's about the same.
As long as he respects the safe word, I'm on board.
Dude, but see, I can't see your safe word. Your safe word is only accurate in certain environments. In other environments, you just can't trust it.
Oh shit! It depends on my reference frame. I'm fucked.
Yep. Yeah. So if lasers can be trusted in certain applications and with certain scrutiny, just give me the parameters of that scrutiny, and then we'll use those parameters and apply it to the surface of the Earth and get the measurement. Then we don't have to worry about it only works when I do it nonsense.
No. I'm just saying we would have to establish like what are the tolerance for claiming that it's flat, right? Right. Like you're not gonna get 0. You're gonna get either negative 0.002 or positive 0.004.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, fair enough, brother. I agree with you. I agree with you that in order to say what you just said, you had to concede that we already disproved it's the globe you believe in, and now we're just trying to decide how flat it is. Good job, brother.
If that was the case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%, dude. Like there is some some variable tolerance that you could imagine a super complex gigantoid sphere within that margin of error, which defeats your sphere that you claim you live on by 2 orders of magnitude. So either way, we've debunked what you believe in, and now you're back at the drawing board.
The light's still moving through a medium, right? So we'd have to correct for that somewhere.
No, dude. We already conceded. We already both conceded that there's a certain tolerance, and we're going to do it within the tolerance. And the tolerance is going to be a measurement difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So it exceeds the tolerance by so much that it's not possible that the conclusion can be otherwise, dude. It's like going in to measure your floor. Okay, if the variance in your floor is greater than the height of your building, something's wrong, right?
No, I'm saying that if for it to be flat, there's going to be some range around 0, and for it to be a globe, there's going to be some range around, what the predicted value would be. But I'm saying like using.
But bro, you don't understand, bro. I understand you. I got you. The problem is you don't realize how much of a ramification this has on your world. If you want to appeal to a 250,000 mile circumference globe or 250,000 mile radius globe, you've debunked everything about quote unquote stellar motion quote unquote, where they are relative to the Earth, quote unquote, where the sun is going over, all of those things. Like there's a cascading effect that destroys it all. And so all of your presuppositions that you've been using to believe you live on a globe are toast. So now you have to come back with us with the only thing which could prove you're on a globe in the first place, which is direct measurements of surface curvature. So why don't you go ahead and give us some of those, and then we can all go to sleep at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
A because I don't have any personally, and B because I understand that there's no it's a futile argument.
Correct. You trying to prove direct surface curvature is a futile argument. I agree. We're buddies now.
Hey guys, I'm working on the receding hairline. Stop calling me out for it. Come on.
What? So if you had a receding
in the chat,
hairline and you put a
they're talking about my
caliper,
hair.
yeah, fair enough. But if you put a caliper on your cranium, could you tell me how much curvature was in your cranium?
Yeah.
Okay, so how? Yeah, so if you had the Earth,
size caliper.
oh, I get it now. See, so you just admitted that you don't have a planet-sized caliper, so you can't tell us the Earth is curved. I agree. Good job.
Oh, you can have a planet-sized caliper if you're doing laser ranging from orbit, right? You go up.
No, because we can't trust. No, because we can't. No, because we can't trust lasers. Remember?
Laser ranging. That's distance. That's distance between 2
No,
points.
can't trust it. Doesn't matter, dude. There's mediums. There's mediums, bro. I can't trust it. Oh man, medium. Can't trust it.
Not negligible medium.
Oh, really? So what measurement do you have with the medium in space? Go ahead.
I already put it's in my bio. There's an external pressure sensor on the ISS.
Ooh, people were asking about that earlier. They wanted to know. Why don't you tell them about it?
They use it to find leaks, to patch them. So there's a whole thing in my bio on the ambient pressure of low Earth orbit.
What's the pressure value up there? Anyway,
it's like E-7 ish. I'd have to look at the graphs again.
Directly measured in that location where it's at.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and post that information, please.
It's in my bio. You can click on it.
In your bio.
Yeah, if you click on my username, there's three links there. There's one that says external pressure sensor.
All right. So you're just in it for the clicks.
What? Yeah. Actually, I got to get my what is the YouTube metric for thousands of dollars or dollars per 1,000 views?
No, it's like 7 cents per 1,000 views or something.
Yeah, what did it say? I'll send you a Venmo request after you click on my profile.
Specifically, where does it say in this 14-page little PDF that you have?
There's a couple graphs that like halfway through on some external sensor readings, but it's overview of the device that they use to try and find leaks on the outside of the ISS.
I want to know where they measured that pressure. If you can point me to that page, that'd be great. Instead of me having to read the whole thing, I'm going to read it all anyway.
No, you just look for the graphs. Like, I mean, then you can go back and read in more depth. But if you just flip through, just the graphs, pressure graphs. Dude, y'all are quick with the IMG flip memes. That's good stuff. Y'all are quick with it. I commend it.
Oh man.
Bill, I'm in here all the time just listening. Either hear Earth Awakenings or debate Flat Earth and more. I just really enjoy AI and AV, so whenever I'm in here, I talk a little bit more. Indio and Jen are cool too.
Else you're going to get such high quality insults that you can withstand.
Damn fucking straight. Y'all are creative as hell.
Now, if we could just get you to stop whining about being interrupted, you'd be a real man.
Damn. What could
You're
be?
a work in progress. You're a work in progress.
Yeah,
We love
what
you.
could be, man? I don't know. That might be a Herculean task. I'll put it on my vision board for my therapist.
What if your therapist asks you what's going on and you tell him like this is happening at a flat Earth forum, and then he starts asking you flat
I
Earth
talk about
questions,
y'all all the
and then you
time.
find out, yeah, but what if you find out he's a flat Earther? Would you fire him?
No, I like, and it's a she. Casey's great. I've been working with her for, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years. We could have even more fun conversations.
Well, like I told you earlier, supposedly we got people with psychological degrees doing workups on the flat Earth sociological phenomenon, and they come hang out here to head shrink us.
At what point in your childhood were you dropped on your head? You know, if your parents were on Snap, you probably could have eaten better growing up. What was the name of that guy though? The guy doing sociological research? Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago.
Pat Mackey and numerous others have claimed they were.
Bill, I wish I was paid to be here. That'd be sick. I could buy a house even faster.
Also, Allison tried pulling that crap on us.
Yeah, that was the name.
Well, so, listen, some of them do it because they're trying to create this veil of why they're here that gives them a justified reason and then also gives them a reason to dismiss us or take us seriously. Right? So it's a protection mechanism for themselves to be able to enter the space without letting the stain of our ideas get into them. In other words, they can still declassify it, you know. So some people are not legit. They're just lying about their credentials and their purposes here because they can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. I know, but you get what I'm saying. It's like some people can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. They find it so repugnant, but it's so attractive at the same time. So they want to wear like a whole mind condom when they enter in. All right, I'm going to coin it right here. They want to wear an ideological condom. There you go.
Love it. I wonder how little gas you could put into a condom in a vacuum for it still to maintain its shape without popping.
Well, yeah, then when you spin it around, when does it turn into ice?
Wait, Professor Dave's the guy who like debates Witsit and other folks like that, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate the people that debate like professional, like the folks that hop on podcasts and argue. Like I would, you know, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to base your entire like content creation strategy on putting up some sort of flat Earth clip and then just like, you know, taking the piss on it. Like what are we doing here? These are people.
Sort of. I mean, in some people's views, we don't deserve those types of accommodations, right? So it's okay in that social climate to make fun of us.
I was gonna say I said that the other night that I you know actively like try to stop people in my social circle that hold those beliefs. I think that made what's her name, Miss Dandelion, angry the other night that I would make that claim. I was like, no, they're just everybody's people. You got to treat people with respect.
All right. No worries. Man, I almost got my leaves raked.
Wait, you're actually raking leaves? I thought that was a euphemism for smoking pot.
Bro. Well, okay, bro. So like, people actually have to do real chores in real life,
No, that's what you pay the maid for and the landscaping crew. Come on, AI. You get the nanny and the maid and the landscaper.
Well, normally I force my mom to do it at the end of the whip, but she's currently in the mines getting some lithium so I can have a new cell phone.
Good shit. Although you probably could increase your value per minute if you switch over to cobalt. You just got to go to sub-Saharan Africa for that. Now, are these dry leaves or wet leaves? Like, what are we working with here?
Wet. Well, we're getting wet as we speak.
I was gonna say I'm doing a 50 mile endurance hike over the weekend for Veterans Day for a charity, and I'm looking at the weather and it's supposed to start raining, and I'm just like, I'm cold now.
Okay, fair enough. So if you go 50 miles, let's just assume you're going 50 miles and you're on a relatively even topography. You're not really going up.
It might curve.
You're not really going up in elevation or down in elevation topographically. So if you start at one end and end up on the other, let's just assume you're going back and forth. You're not just going all the way to the end, because that would kind of mean you have to drive. So let's go. You go 25 miles. How much raw curvature drop would there be if the Earth was a globe of the size you claim?
Was it 8 inches per mile squared, or is it 8 feet? I'm not sure. I don't remember what the 8 inches. The parabolic parametric function.
Yeah, that's accurate to 0.1% out to past 1,000 miles. Yeah, that one. Super accurate approximation.
Or so it'd be what, 2/3?
I just real quick. So. I just had to put that PSA in there for the slow, retarded Globers in the back that think telling us it's a parabola, not a circle, makes any difference. All right, go ahead.
No, I get it. It's just it works for small distances.
No, it works for all distances for the atmospheric extinction.
Well, it's a good approximation for the first, like, I think 1,000 or so, 1,500 miles, and after that,
that's not a small distance. That's not a small distance, Holmes.
Oh, no, I'm just saying relative to the purported circumference, right? But yeah, no, agreed. What would it be, like 16 2/3 miles? So
no, 25 miles. 25 miles
times
is
2/3.
how far you're going, and then you got to square.
Oh,
yeah, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good. No. It would be.
So they believe
like
basically that 60. They tell you this to make you feel like insignificant. Oh yeah. So that you think you're just a small speck meaningless speck flying through fucking space on a giant water ball. Huh. Well, they can suck it.
Really? Do tell. Tell us more.
Big fan of the little speck.
I know you appreciate a woman that's a fan of the little speck.
Dude, positive
So what was the number?
Shit.
Bro, what was the number?
It would like 16 feet, 16 and 2/3 feet.
Dude, holy crap, dude. Can you please do the math correctly for the love of God?
Wait, 8 inches per mile, right? So eight times
8 inches
times
per
25.
mile. No, bro. 8 inches per mile would be a linear
mile
slope.
squared. So
not a curve.
400
Yeah.
times 8. No, you're right. Sorry, it's been a long day. So 400 divided by 800 divided by 3 in feet. So back to 267 feet.
Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Mental math is.
All right, so if it's 267 feet, right, of raw drop over 25 miles.
In Cartesian
is there
space.
is there any technology that we have that could measure something of that, like within that tolerance?
Nothing I can see that like would stick through the medium. I mean, you could have me like carry a gyro that's actively spinning, right?
Oh, I like it because well, look, lasers are more than sufficient, by the way. But if you want to go over the gyros, I'm happy for a gyro. I'm happy for a multi-system gyro to go across and show you how much it's rotating or not rotating, right? So how have you got any of that? That would be great.
Well, I'm not. No, the issue is that my walk this weekend is, it's probably it's not not in a straight line.
Yeah, but also like it's going to be hard to do. I get you. But let's just say, for example, that we took a gyro this much. Let's say we took the gyro 3,500 miles. So the gyro would be displaced by 50 degrees, but yet the gyro doesn't do that. Would you then concede the Earth is flat?
Well, the gyro would be held in inertial space, so we already see the 15 degrees per hour shift that we already get.
No, don't care about that. So, don't care about that, dude. A gyro just standing still, okay, not moving over the surface, isn't measuring curvature of the surface. At best, you're describing something that would be a rotation of the body.
It's going to take me time to walk. It's going to take me time to walk, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, the point I'm trying to make, dude, is if the gyro isn't displaced in the curvature degrees that it's supposed to be, then that means that curvature that you claim is there isn't there. It's that simple.
But I'm just the point I'm trying to make is that if I was going to, try to trace that supposed path, figure out if it was curved or not with a gyro, it would take some time, right? And we observe with a high precision gyros a shift of about 15 degrees per hour.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you do. So you just zero that out. So you go back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So we'd have to zero that out, and then we move on.
Right. So then you'd end up with raw rotational displacement that's either present or not present, and that must be for 3,500 miles of the surface of the alleged Earth to be claimed. That would be 50 degrees displacement. So if you arrive at your destination and there's no 50 degrees displacement, then there's no curvy globy.
Well, I don't think it would be 50 on the dot. Once again, it gets back to the tolerances of what is our expected outcome and what is our percent error, right? So if it comes out to like 56 or 44, like we have to set a hypothesis and do a statistical analysis to figure out if we can reject the null or not. So we can't just say if 50 then globe, if not 50 not globe. It's a little bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, but you could say if 15 then globe. Yeah, cool. I see how it works.
No, I don't.
It's only
I don't
good
think
when
you
you
can say
do
if
it.
like you know you got to set up some actual boundaries.
Are you
And then
sure?
do a
Are you sure?
statistical analysis, right?
Because
We'd have to
listen,
find sufficient p values.
yeah, fair enough, but we've been living with that for years with where ignorant globers who never did any research whatsoever. They think that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was a spinning globe because he saw 15 on a readout.
Well, some people just think it's sociologically beneath them to even attempt it, right? Even the pursuit of research shows that they're seeding that there might be something there, and there's tribal rejection that comes with that concession.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. That a lot of them, because they don't actually care about the truth, they just care about rejecting an alternative from what
No,
they've already
100%.
established as accepted.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, for example, guys like Matthew Learns, he said a million times he's not willing to test the Earth to see if it's a globe. He already believes it's a globe, and he doesn't see it as a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like that. That'd be interesting, though. I have the means to buy a nice gyro. We could do some shenanigans.
Well, I'm working on a test. We're going to send a multi-system gyro from east to west on the United States and from north to south. And we're going to have a multi-system, so some of them are only there to zero out the glober claims, and other ones are there just to get raw measurements with no software whatsoever, doing any mumbo jumbo. And then the other ones with the retarded software, and so they're all going to zero each other out. And then they're going to go east to west, west to east, and north to south, south to north. So they're going to go back on the exact course they took, right? Which you'll be able to get all of the data zeroed that way. And then it's going to show that there's either a rotation commensurate with traveling in an arced path or not. And since it's going crisscross on the face of the Earth, it's also going to deal with the stupid rotation claims and a whole bunch of claims simultaneously.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. And I mean, maybe you'd have to go there and back again, right? We turn it into like a, I don't know how you're going to transport it, but
yeah, you go on a course and then you go backwards on the exact same course, or not backwards, but return on the same course.
Okay, I got to build a Foucault's pendulum apparently, according to chat.
Well, let me ask you this: if it came back, all things being equal, and the error margin was essentially functionally a zero or a null, that there's no arc path that's traveling on.
Yeah, if it was
by your
null,
logic,
that
which
leads to a lot more questions.
Well, wouldn't it just lead to the conclusion the Earth isn't curved?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would mean that I would have to go, figure out what the fuck's actually going on, right? Right. I would change my
yeah, but what about if it's
this?
What if it's just not curved? How about that? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I would say if it came back, it would cause it would sort of flip flop, right? Like from right now, I'm a Glober who's interested in y'all's perspectives and figuring things out from your perspective. It would most likely end up flipping me to the other side, right? Where my baseline is okay based off this first person data. I see, this statistical analysis that I set up, and I would put together a paper and ask people to poke holes in it, and extend the conversation. And if it comes out that like what we did actually, came out with the data that it came out with and the results that we saw, it would flip me over to like, okay, now I need to, baseline is there is no curve, and then you go kick your tires on all these claims that folks are making, trying to see if they're true or not.
Fair enough, but shouldn't that have been the baseline in the first place? Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Like, that's our natural experience.
Like I said, for first-person observations of using space systems, designing, operating them, right? So I'd have to go back and kick the tires. Oh man, y'all are gonna hear a big PR blurb from my program tomorrow in the news. It'll be fun. They called together this big town hall meeting, and there's a bunch of social posts that are supposed to go out. All right, I'm hopping on mute for like 20, 30 minutes. Gonna take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate it.
I'm listening. They're rude. See you later.
Man, you remember that Insane Clown Posse song where he goes, "Magnets, how do they work?" We need to add that up to a meme with Josh with Insane Clown Posse makeup going, "Lasers, how do they work?"
He doesn't know? I missed. I was away for a minute. He was baffled by lasers.
No, I was like, we could use lasers to measure the Earth to see if that curvature is actually there. And he was like, "Oh, lasers are untrustworthy."
What the fuck?
And I was like, and then I was like,
how
"Well, how do
satellites
you
talk to each other? What the frick?
No, but see, that's laser range finding and pulse communication. That's not laser transit measurements. It's only untrustworthy when it's measuring the curvature of the surface of the Earth directly. That's what it's untrustworthy. I told him, well, if you guys are using it, then why don't you give us the accurate methodology to understand the variables and the applications so that we can use the accurate method to measure the surface of the Earth and get it over with. If anything happened with Dr. Shiva? Any progress or
Oh shit! I was
news
talking on
or
mute. Oh, I don't know if anyone is following up on that. I think Stone, Man of Stone. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a flat earther. He's mostly on X and hangs with Shane and Posse. Oh my god.
because I was talking to Josh about Shiva earlier, and in the sense of what kind of things can people that have connections do if they're interested in the flat Earth topic, to fund or help organize that might do an event that might be like a test or a measurement or something. That's kind of like what Shiva's talking about. I was telling him, like, dude, this is who we got to deal with. We got to deal with guys like Dr. Shiva who think they're coming into our space to do us a favor, to provide their expertise, right, to take our quote unquote message to the world. And his help is going to be overseeing something that's scientific. And I'm like, these idiots don't even realize that the scientific method isn't applied to just measuring something. That's what kind of morons we got to deal with. That's who we get.
Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed hasn't had
Okay.
any updates at all in the past few weeks about this. I think he wants it to go away.
He hasn't said anything about it, huh? When was the date they set?
November 8th.
Dude, that's like 5 days away.
Yep, so isn't it going to be ironic if the organizer himself backs out?
Oh, he'll say something stupid. I got more important things to do, or who knows. But I was on mute talking by accident. AI. So, a high-end laser unit has a working range of up to 2,500 feet or more, with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet in a quarter of an inch. at 200 feet. So I'm assuming the error, it's a linear error or linear uncertainty or linear precision. Don't actually match the globe, but rotary laser outdoor working range of 3,600 feet. So that's what, 3/4 of a mile or 2/3 of a mile.
Frickin' laser beam.
So if we can extrapolate out the error, we can get like, okay, what's the error at 25 miles? That would be, maybe 5 feet or something.
Yeah, but even those are like, they're not like the rotary lasers. They're in a small unit, so they don't have like a big collimator or anything, because they don't need to be accurate out super duper far.
Well, what they have is a detector that detects that wavelength. It says range of 2,500 feet or more when using a laser detector. So it's not eyeballing it, right? They have a detector that's, calibrated or manufactured to detect that particular wavelength of light. A lot of the theodolite, the total stations, they're infrared in the first place, and they have infrared detectors on them.
I wonder if it'd be so like the Lake Idsel test. I wonder if it'd be cool to do a three-way test, to where there's also a receiver on each of the locations, a sender and a receiver on each of the locations. So not only are they getting the up and down at the target, but they're also getting a range finder. That seemed to be Josh's hang up. He thinks that lasers are only accurate doing the range finding. They're not accurate doing leveling.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that he submitted that liner that he told me that on his bio I could find out that the pressure's been measured with this contraption that's on the ISS. I've been looking into it. Meanwhile, you guys were having a discussion, and I found out that there is no baseline that device called the REL has measured the ambient environment that's outside. It's using these gas vent spikes that it uses from the ISS to like detect what the change in the environment is, but it's not telling the any numeric value of what its baseline is for the ambient.
Right. Okay. So it's only measuring a rapid pressure change, not the initial settings.
Yep. That's what it's doing. Exactly that. And so it doesn't.
Imagine my shock.
Yeah. No, but like he was saying that it was, and what it's claiming on its face, like the paper's claiming on its face to do is have the temperature measured, like it's a measurement based on a gauge that it has on this device on the arm that's on the ISS, but nowhere does it have a baseline as to what the ambient temperature pressure is out there. So there, yeah,
Dude,
like
just like the gyros.
And it says that they're claiming there is a baseline, but there's no. I use Manus AI to actually like scour the internet for it, and it says that there's no paper that it can detect a numeric value to what that baseline is.
The baseline is national security. Ooh.
There you go. So what he has there on his bio is not anything indicating that they've measured the pressure value at that altitude. Sorry. It's a no-go.
You ever notice there's a trend of guys trying to present evidence like that, where they don't just give the citation from their reference that says, we measure the exterior pressure 2B by this methodology, which includes this instrument ABXYZ.211, 2B, 1 to the negative 20th hydropascals, or whatever it is. Like, they can never just cite that. It's always some ambiguity. Oh, just check out my reference. Where is it in here? Well, you just read it.
Yeah, and I did. And I also put it through AI to kind of confirm any other sources that I need to find the baseline, and there isn't any. So as far as anything that we can see, if there is a baseline value, then good luck trying to find it.
It's the same shit over and over.
Yep. It is. So there's really nothing there in his little link that you want to actually. I got the paper and I was looking through it. Didn't see anything. It just kept saying that it's yeah, we measured it. Of course it's measuring it. But then like I said, I put it through Manus and it says it's measuring the differential from the gas spikes of the vent that it has on the ISS. That it's silly, dude. To be honest. I'm just like, if they measured it, drop the bomb on me already. Just show me where and how, and it'll be good. But nope. It says, well, we can provide that calculation for this. I don't want that.
I really hope in the future that they do it justice. Our entire civilization has been for the past however many hundreds of years. You know, taking perfectly good measurements and fucking them up with models.
Like a curse. They can't stop doing it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is starting these ideas of this model freaking lunacy, dude. It's permeating into mainstream science that they've freaking lost their way. I mean, I watch a lot of mainstream shit, man.
Yeah.
You'd probably be surprised all the mainstream crap I actually watch. You probably think I was a Goby. I watch so much, but it's permeated. They're all bitching about it, all of them. The only ones that don't bitch about it are like the fucking Lawrence Krauses, the Neil deGrasse Tyson's, the people who their grift is based upon scientific certainty. That's the whole entertainment value, is that they're basically the modern day storytellers, right? They get up on the stage and they tell the story of the universe, the story of creation, right? And that's what they are. But actual working scientists in academia, more and more are starting to like revolt. Check out the Demystify podcast. There's hundreds of videos on there. And most of the people on there, working scientists, they work in academia. So it's not just us. It's just like we found out first, and everybody else is catching up.
That's funny and true. I like that podcast, by the way.
One thing you're not going to do in this chat, though, is bullshit your way through and act like people are just going to accept it. Oh, that's good information. Like, it's so silly, man. At this late in the game, dude, they should come with something better than that. I mean, if you have
on a
anything
curious
local,
note, I'm not
better
Josh
be
is here.
locked. Yeah, he's here. He said he was listening.
I might be a bit lax, so I'm sorry. All right. Well, some time ago, I was watching a Starlink deployment. Not like the rocket launch, but I saw the train come by, and I think it was from a fairly recent deployment. And I noticed how all the satellites in the train were slinking along, like they would appear to accelerate and decelerate relative to each other. I'm like, wow, that's pretty fascinating. Given their velocity, 17,000 miles per hour, and their claimed altitude, what is it, starting off at like 350 miles? I'm kind of like thinking about the Krypton ion thrusters that only provide thrust on the order of centimeters per second squared. And I'm looking at the angular velocity in the sky, and I'm trying to, napkin the math. They're not using the Hall effect ion thrusters to do this. What the hell is it?
Was it right after
Because
they
whatever
deployed, or how long after deployment was this spacing? Is this ground based or space
within
based?
a few days.
Okay, yeah. So within the first few days, they're doing checkouts. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do orbit raising. And what they actually do at the low altitude they drop them off at, they use ballistic drag, like differential drag, to space them out. So some of them they'll use the reaction wheels to make them have the entire, basically they're like a flat panel. So like if they have the flat panel perpendicular to the flight direction, it increases the drag, which causes them to space out. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do all their system checkouts, which is after they do the spacing maneuver.
What kind of G's are they pulling?
Like very, very little. Like it's more than centimeters per second squared of acceleration, but nothing close to even 1 G.
Sounds
like
more
to
like
find
they're
out.
tethered.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like watching a bunch of kindergartners on a rope as they're being led to like onto the science museum, and they're all slinking along back and forth and stuff, collapsing and expanding. But I mean, are they just initiating drag? Is what you're saying, Josh? Is there's no acceleration? It's only deceleration.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I
But
guess it's not in order. Okay.
and just a heads up, my paper you didn't cover the fact that they had spikes in 3 directions on the pressure sensor, and the other 3 were controls. So if
Yeah,
it does show the ambient, but
No,
it does
no,
show
it
the
doesn't.
ambient,
There's
but
not a
it's
there's not a baseline. There's not
what?
a base. The device doesn't show a baseline for the pressure that's outside of the ISS.
Yeah, yes, it does. It's the other
No,
3
it
directions that
doesn't,
are
dude.
not.
Listen, and not only
What?
did I
What
look
are you
for it,
talking about?
when I was looking to I'm telling you what I'm saying. I ran it through Manus AI as well. It didn't have a baseline. Specifically what I'm asking for, it can't provide. It says, in a way, it says that it's behind some other information that it can't give because it didn't search for, or excuse me, it didn't find any information based on the information that would be the actual baseline for the ambient pressure in that
You fed it
environment.
into an LLM that can only understand words. It can't understand
No, it's
graphs.
search.
It's
I know
figure
it's
8.
not about understanding the graphs. It's searching for the information that would be what my question was asking. And so it says that specifically the numeric value that I'm looking for, it is something that says that it has been taken, but they can't present it. They search for NASA's websites, and it says it can't present the information because it's not able to, because there's no way they can pull it up. It didn't find anything. So it's either they have the information. It pointed me to some, I guess, some resource that I can look into myself if I really want to find out the baseline, but it didn't provide it, nor did that paper.
Figure 8, the 3 curves in figure 8 on the document are exactly the information you're looking for.
No, dude, it's not providing the baseline for dude. I'm telling you that it's not doing that. You think that it is because it's showing you this pressure reading from the spikes that it's giving off the vent, but it's not doing so in the manner that I would say I want to know what the pressure is in that region where they say they are, the thermosphere.
There's
not
3.
giving that value.
No. There's 6 lines on the graph in figure 8.
What's
3
the
of them.
right?
3
What's
of
the
them
value? Now I'm going
experience
to
the
ask you
spike.
straight out.
The other 3
Then
don't.
I'm going to ask, since you read the paper, what is the pressure value at that region at 400 kilometers? What is it? Go ahead.
It's saying E-7. I'm just looking at the graph.
Yeah, I know that, but what device is taking that pressure reading, and is it stable enough to say that that's what it is? I know that's saying rel, dude. I read the same thing you did. But what I'm asking you is that if that is the ambient pressure that's outside,
then that's what it should be stated at, right? Like everybody's gonna know that it's 10 to negative 7.
Yes.
And
it's in the paper.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. But once again, like it's not measuring like it's saying that it's not measuring it like as a what I'm asking for, which is the pressure reading at that altitude at 400 kilometers. It's not doing that.
It's at 400 kilometers and it's measuring pressure. Like I don't understand.
No, it's measuring a variance of pressure from.
No, the three of the sensors are controls, and the other 3 are experiencing the wake. Like the first 3 lines, the yellow lines on Figure 8, are the control lines. They don't see a spike at all.
So it doesn't have a baseline. It's not what it's providing. It's not providing like the
That is the
baseline for.
baseline.
No, it's not, bro. Hold on.
Right, can I ask something here just to clarify this? Like,
I'm driving right now.
Is it measuring a rate of change? Is it like a sampling rate, measuring a rate of change, and then deriving via calculation what the pressure is, and not measuring it in absolute sense?
No, it's measuring in an absolute sense, but it's
not.
6 degrees of freedom. There's 6
No,
panels, and 3 of them move through a plume of gas being ejected from a leak on the ISS, and the other 3 are on the opposite side of the device that don't experience that pressure spike. So you can see in Figure 8 of the paper that's linked to my profile that you can see a curve. Like it's not, obviously there's some noise in there, but it hovers right around E-7.
Hovers right around.
Yeah, there's noise. It's a pressure transducer.
That's a lot of
Holy
ambiguity.
shit! Have you gone to engineering school?
That what I'm asking for right now is the actual measurement, and you're saying that it has this noise that's causing a variance, right?
Every sensor has
how do
noise.
you know?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So what is the variance with that noise?
I can get the RMS data if you want. Like every sensor has noise. Like this is like undergrad engineering.
Yeah, so what I'm saying though is if something that's red could be stated as whatever pressure is, then we would say that at 400 kilometers up, it would be this specific pressure reading, and that would be it. It would be the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean we can go. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay, we can go corroborate that against other data sources, but I'm saying this is data that's. Oh Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah,
you asked for data. I gave you data.
Yeah, data that's
I'll
not
go look right
supporting
now.
what I'm asking, dude. Hey, don't get in a tip about like the reason why you got to look for this stuff, dude. I'm not the one that's saying that the pressure is what it's supposed to be at that region of the thermosphere. So,
I mean, they shouldn't need that plume of gas expelling. Like if there's a gauge that's just measuring the ambient pressure, then that's the ambient pressure. Like, why do you need a comparison? Just measure the fucking pressure.
That's not the primary purpose of the device. The primary purpose of the device is to detect leaks in the ISS.
Yeah,
so they have control sensors. They have control sensors on one side that just measure ambient, and then they have the sensors on the other side that will measure the spikes, so you can get the delta, so that they can figure out where shit's leaking. I understand you are. But I invite folks to actually look at Figure 8 in the paper because your representation of it is disingenuous.
Really?
I mean, hell, it's from ntrs.nasa.gov. You can just say NASA lies and shirk it off. Like
but we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that because that would be easy for you, huh? If we would just say
I'm just saying I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Like, I got to ask for data.
No, we're not asking to be convinced or like. What we want is data that supports the claim, and if it's something that has been done with a.
Go look at it.
Yeah, we're looking at it, and that's what I'm saying. Even the claim that the baseline for the measurement of the ambient pressure in that region is not given. The Manus was also like pointing me to places where I could look for if I wanted that information. Yeah. So I didn't like. I'm not looking at the. You'd have to go and look into deeper to find out if there is a baseline for that and where you can find that. But that paper you gave me is not giving me that. And it said it's not for that anyway. Yeah, just like
So
you
are,
said,
are you saying,
that's
Alpha,
not the
that it's looking
primary
like some other? Is it looking to you, Alpha, like the claim is some other device probably had to get that baseline reading, which was
Yes,
then fed into it? Yeah.
yes, they have some supposedly wherever that baseline measurement is, it's not with this device. It's not, and he's still saying that it is, and it's not.
They have
So,
like three control sensors that are getting the baseline at the
so
same time. Like that's
yeah,
not true. I'm sorry.
you can say that all day long, man, but it's not providing that information.
I
Yeah,
invite folks who are curious to go look at the paper for themselves.
yeah, and they're probably doing that.
Please repost the paper if you would, or just click.
It's in my bio. You gotta click on my profile. It's the first link
And
in
then
my
yeah,
bio.
you're shrugging off LLMs just because it's not satisfying to you that you hear what I'm saying
The
about
data
me
I'm
running
looking
into bananas,
for.
bro.
No, the data I'm looking for is in the graph, not in the text. And LLMs can't understand graphs.
Yeah, but they do understand text.
Yeah, there is no text. The reading
What are
I'm
you
pointing
talking
you
about?
towards that I'm using as proof. I'm saying the
No, I'm
reading
not
I'm
talking about
pointing
the
to and
graph.
using as proof is in the graph.
Yeah, the 14-page PDF.
Yes, but that's building off of the whole purpose of the device is to measure the pressure the pressure spikes due to the gas leaks. So that's the point of the paper. But there's a
Yeah, so
baseline
the
measurement.
device, so the device wasn't constructed to measure the ambient pressure outside, was it? Be forthcoming with honesty, dude. If you want to actually have this discussion, if not, then why
It's not the
have it?
primary purpose, but
Thank you.
it gets you the data the same way.
No, incorrect.
I
No, you wanted
disagree with
to.
that.
You wanted to. That's why you're using it as your proof. You wanted to so bad.
I wanted
You wish that this would be the answer.
because
It's not.
the LLM's telling you it's protected by things, and I know that there's certain areas where I
Dude,
can't provide you data, so I found one that was
I
public.
understand that. I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
You don't
so go
have
look at the
access
data I
to
gave
that
you.
information. You don't have access to the information that I require. You don't
I
have access to
do, but we've talked
No,
about
you
this
don't.
before. Yeah, okay.
No,
Okay.
listen,
I'm not giving you access to
dude.
internal data.
Yeah, I know that, and that seems to be the rule of the day. Yeah, so every time we come down this path, it's always we can't give it to you. It's sensitive information,
Just gave
national
it to you.
security, yada yada yada. No, this isn't it, bro. It's not it, and I'm not satisfied with this. Not even one iota. If it
I
doesn't give
agree
me
with your
something that
second
I
statement.
know, the
I agree
pressure
you're not
reading.
satisfied with it.
Well,
I'm not. That doesn't mean it's not it.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, I mean, I know you did your best by putting this information up, at least an attempt to like provide something. That's as far as people have gotten, but it's not sufficient for the question that I'm asking. It isn't. It's not gonna. It's not. The device was not created for that specific purpose. I'm looking for that. That's what I want.
Okay. So you're saying even if the data is exactly the same, the intentions of the
No,
sensor being built is what
no.
determines if it satisfies you. So if REL
It's a
was out there, hey, we're out there just to measure the ambient pressure around the ISS, even if it gets the same exact values with the same amount of noise, like then that would satisfy you. It's just because it has a different
yeah.
purpose
How
that
many?
you have issue
How
with.
many? Yeah. How many attempts were there to actually measure the pressure in the upper parts of our atmosphere? How many attempts were there before they actually got something, or at least said we can't do it?
How does
You
previous
think
attempts to
obviously,
find data and validate the data
yeah,
that I'm presenting to you?
you're building
That's a
up
fallacy.
to no, it's not. You're building up to a specific point where technology is advancing, things are getting better, right? To the point where you're going to construct something that's equivalent to something that will work in that environment, at least to where people's lives aren't at risk. Because you need to know for a certain reason why when you send people up, the reason why somebody's going to be going in that environment and not risking their life. They need to know the pressure value. It's absolutely paramount. So
So you
I
want me
want
to
to
dive
know.
into like Mercury and Gemini, like
I,
era
dude,
measurements?
yeah, listen. I want to know how we got to the place where we're at now, not just like, oh, here's REL. and that solves the answer, the problem, solves the problem. So we got an answer now, and that's good enough for me. No, that doesn't. You're not even close,
Yeah.
dude.
Hey, Alpha, I think I know what's going on with this. Just as an outsider, kind of coming into this conversation, I've looked at the paper. This thing is basically oversampling, right? It's almost like a supercharger on a car. It's forcing gas onto the sensor and then extrapolating a reading out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not forcing gas onto it. It's moving. It's on the end of an arm that actuates, and then it gets moved into a plume of gas, and it's got a pressure sensor that measures the increase in pressure due to gas being blown on it.
Yep, that's what I see.
What I mean.
I see the same
But there's
thing.
also a sensor. There's also a sensor on the back side of the box that's being moved that is measuring. Okay, what's the pressure outside of the gas plume?
No.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking about the error, like, I mean, how do they control? Because, like, there's the problem of oversampling, right, and error propagation. Like, how do they know what it should be?
Exactly.
I don't even know if it needs to be, should be. It's just a
Oh
it's just a pressure sensor.
Yeah, but it's not a typical one because it's doing an extrapolated calculation of what the ambient environment is based off of what it isn't.
That's what I was trying to tell them.
Based off of no, because you have the control on the back side. Oh Lord.
He said he's measuring the pressure.
Like,
so.
look, this thing is like, it's like you're sticking your finger up and you're waiting for gas molecules to hit it, and you're like, fuck, this is such a sparse environment. Why don't we just take what we can around here, blow on it, and then we'll extrapolate what it ought to be based off of how much we artificially induced onto it.
But you're only blowing on one side. The other side is not being blown on.
So he said that's where the money is.
I just care about the ambient temperature or pressure outside, dude.
Yeah, me too. He said that the one on the sensor on the other side is what's measuring that pressure that we're at. The question that we're asking, that's where it is, on the pressure on the other side, not the one where it's getting that the vent pressure.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a box that's built to be able to detect plumes in all sorts of orientations. It's just the one that they detected was over those three sensors and not over the other three. Like
what's the name of the device?
3 yellow lines.
All right. What's the name of the device?
RGA.
What RGA is the name of the sensor that's getting that ambient pressure outside?
It's the name of the instrument. I can see what the components are made out of, but it's
go ahead and do
the
that.
subsystem within RHEL that does that. But I'm just saying, like, you want ambient pressure outside of the ISS. Here's NASA's claim for that. And here's the claim.
Yeah, but it doesn't satisfy it now. There wasn't nope, it's not, dude. They said that the baseline measurement is not given. A baseline measurement is not given by anything that was supported in the 14-page PDF. Like, how many times am I?
You can read your LLM that didn't look at the graph all you want.
All right,
you can
so
do that.
What is a graph going to do that they didn't have in text, brother? What is a graph going to do that wasn't
the baseline measurements there's no table or anything in the document. Like, I see the fact that they do not state the baseline anywhere in the article. They do show it in the graph in Figure 8.
Okay. So and then it was saying that there was a bunch of numbers that weren't hardly able to be read. But why is it so hard for us to get this information when you're just pointing to some diagram and you're not giving us like the information that should be supported, like AI was saying earlier?
I agree.
You heard it.
I agree. That's why I'm here. The access to this information is elitist and closed off, and it's dumb.
What do you think I'm trying to tell you, dude? I'm trying to shake you awake on this, man.
Yes, I agree with you. That's why I had to find a good source for this that that's public and easily accessible.
Josh,
hold on, AV. So how close was I with my national security prediction?
You were on them like.
It's not national security. It's just proprietary in this case.
Dude, we've had this conversation many times in different iterations of it, right? It always ends up the same way. It's about.
Which is why I try to find you stuff I can share. Come on.
I know that. It's like what I'm trying to tell you is that you're not. No, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not the guy, dude. We need to be speaking to. We want to talk to the guy who made the device that actually measures that pressure, or the ones that we did. Because like, for now.
All right, cool. I'll get the PI from Rel on the phone. Like I have the ability to do that. That's more than happy.
Wait,
to.
is it being?
Do you have any questions
Is it
for
being
him?
claimed?
Like, you write them down.
Yeah. Is it being claimed? Is it being claimed that the instrumentation is actually sensitive enough to detect that kind of low pressure?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll go find the PI for Rel. AV, if you have any questions for him, please write them down and I'll send them over.
Dude, like I'm saying, Rel is just the arm, the device that they're using that measures the pressure spike. But what I'm looking for is the actual thing that measures the pressure of the ambient pressure outside. I don't give a shit about anything. Look, I don't want to look at a diagram. I just want that one thing that measures that pressure. That's it. That's all I care about. That's the money.
That's fine. Well, even if that's not public, we'll have to ask the PI to do it. I don't know.
Who built the REL?
I am not sure. Boeing. Yeah, it would appear that it was. Yeah, it was made by Boeing. Integration of REL to the ISS brought together teams from Goddard and Johnson. Yeah, it does look like the actual hardware itself was.
Oh my goodness, let's take that seriously. Gotthard and Johnson. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I invite you guys to look at that 14-page PDF if you haven't seen it yet.
Sure, go ahead. Like that's the reason I grabbed it. Like I'm happy.
But it's
y'all can go kick the tires.
Can you see who built the ion gauge inside the REL?
I'm assuming it's a subcontractor of Boeing, but right now I'll DM the PI on LinkedIn, and if you guys have questions for him, I'm happy to forward them along.
No, what this all is.
Yeah, tell him I'd like to buy one. I'd like to buy one, but first I'd like to see it in the vacuum chamber with a guy in a spacesuit holding it, filming it, actually taking a pressure reading.
Good freaking luck, bro.
Yeah, that's what I thought, sucker. Hey, and if you need a volunteer, Mark, listen, if you need a volunteer, Mark Sargent is on record saying he'll happily go into any vacuum chamber with an official spacesuit and see if he survives. And he'll film the device taking the reading live.
Yeah.
Oh man, he might end up on Faces of Death Part 15.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, Josh. I mean, yeah, thanks for playing, right? But and that link's just gonna be up there, for your amusement on your profile, your bio.
Sure. Feel free for folks to go read it. That's fine.
Yeah, well, like you pointed out, reading is not going to do them no good because it's in the diagram, according to you. So what good is it to read it?
Yes, that's where I directed you to. Oh, Lord.
You're in your own circle, jerk, man. I'm sorry, but it's just, I'm pointing it out.
You want data, I'm going to grab data. If it's shit data from your perspective, that's fine by me. Like, I'm doing my best here.
All right.
That's why I don't make any attempts to change any minds, because I understand
Not about
even
that,
if I do my best, it might not be, satisfactory.
I want the device, brother. Go.
Oh, sure. They have an engineering unit. I'm looking at it right now. Like, we'll figure out where the hell it's stored. You can go look at it. Like,
yeah, and
like this is actual stuff that's done by actual people. We just gotta ask.
That's great. That's great. Not only that, but if they're sending it up there and it's actually taking the pressure reading, well, guess what? We got something to measure the mesosphere, huh? Along with
that'd be great. You know what else I'd be interested in, AV? I'd like to know what kind of valves they're using to release gas into that environment.
Yeah. I mean, since we've got the guy on the horn.
Yeah, once again, write down questions. I'm more than happy to ask questions to PIs and other folks. Like, even if I'm quote unquote not the guy, I'm happy to give y'all access wherever I can.
All right. Well, there are two questions.
If you could write
Yeah,
them
the
down.
ion gauge.
Ask them.
Can I get a spec sheet?
Yeah. All right. So where's the other question?
The valve. I'd like to see what
Yeah, I was
valve
gonna
is
say, just write them down
being
and
used
DM
to
me. I'm more
release.
than happy to.
Yeah. Then I also want you to ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust lasers? Them lasers be dirty looking, bro. They be side eyeing me.
Depends on their color. I mean,
I'm gonna kick
frequency.
it over
Sorry.
back to you guys. Yeah, this wasn't good enough. Perhaps we can try better next time. I don't know.
Okay. I was gonna say no issues there. Understand that is a probable outcome for me finding stuff to show y'all.
Hey, this could be fun.
Duh. That's why I'm here. Like I'm more than happy to facilitate these conversations. If you have questions you want to ask, send them my way. I'm more than happy to see if we can get subject matter experts to think about these things. In the worst case scenario, it's a good exercise for them.
Do you have access to the initial calibration data within an ADARU or some kind of inertial navigation system using fiber optic or ring laser effects?
You point me to a paper, we can find the author. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all we've been getting is sorry, your princess is another castle. That's it.
Right,
oh
because
shit,
upon
Over
initial
Fences is out here
calibration,
he's digging up my Facebook history. Hot damn. Damn, man.
supposedly these gyros are zeroing out the Coriolis effect. And nobody has access to that data.
Shit, now y'all know my middle name. Fuck.
Dude, what idiot named you or your middle name Fuck, dude? Josh Fuck Ingersoll? Good grief.
Fokker?
Michael Fokker?
Yeah. Back before people went insane, I'm sorry, I unmuted you, Caleb. If you'd like to get the VC verified role, you're welcome to have a conversation with us. But just to respond to your typewritten question, the sun is clearly moving across the sky, and the sun, there's no verification of the sun being at the distance claimed, or many of the claims about the sun are unverifiable and extremely suspicious. So therefore, there's zero reason why a sun couldn't be moving across a flat plane and going outside of your field of vision, therefore lighting up another part of the flat plane and your part then being in darkness. No need for a ball to have a day and night. But yeah, go ahead and give us your next question or response to that question, Caleb. And then if you can speak to us, we could give you the VC verified role, and then you'd be able to see the live stream voice text and the information that's going along with this voice channel, as well as other parts of the server that are currently invisible to you.
I didn't mean any offense by the question I asked. I was just kind of curious, more so if you guys had any answer. I haven't found anything yet, as to why it is 24 hours then. If we're not able to directly see that, why wouldn't it be 12 hours or 8 hours?
Because the sun travels over the Earth in 24 hours, as has been recorded long before the delusion of the globe.
Do you have any resources I can look into that? Just so I don't want to make you like keep explaining yourself because I also was talking to someone.
Yeah,
It's called a sundial.
Solar noon. Jesus Christ, dude. When you find solar noon and then count the number of hours and then it'll be solar noon again. Like,
I think Caleb's
Jesus.
question might be, why does it do that?
Why?
I already told him as well, we don't make up explanations, we just go by the evidence.
Okay. That leads
why
me
is
to a question, a genuine question of, does it not bother Earthers in here? You don't have any model that you can use to make predictions, while the
Oh,
globe
bullshit.
model does.
You know, you don't have a globe model that makes predictions. You just
I'm not bothered at all. Chad, are we bothered?
So hey, so check this out though.
I'm not
Post a globe
bothered,
model in the
Christian.
chat that predicts sunrise, sunset, solar noon. Go for it.
Or
I want the
eclipses,
mathematics of
or
the globe model right
GPS,
there.
or
GPS uses Earth centered, Earth fixed. Try again. It's not a globe. It's tangent plane.
but it uses both.
No, it doesn't. It uses Earth centered, Earth fixed, which is a tangent plane in X, Y, Z coordinates.
What's the need for Z coordinates?
Your elevation.
Okay. What
You have to
about
know how
solar
high you are off the
eclipses, and
ground?
we can predict when solar and lunar eclipses happen?
Yeah, we use a Soros cycle for that, not a globe. Try again. Keep
Can you
going.
link me to that, please?
No, it's called the Soros cycle. The first person ever to predict an eclipse was a flat earther, so it's
How
been
do you
around
spell?
since, according to history, 2300 BC, way before the globe model existed.
Yeah, I
So,
can find you the
how,
link to that from nasa.gov. I'll put that up in the live
See,
stream voice text.
this is you know, I don't mean to pick on you, but this is a funny thing is that a lot of people think that the natural phenomenon that we predict to happen uses a globe model to predict them, but it doesn't. For instance, sunrise, sunset. It's completely based not on the globe, but on the celestial sphere. Latitude and longitude are in the celestial sphere. They're not points on the ground, contrary to popular belief. Solar eclipses, they use something because they happen at a regularity. The coincidence of 3 different cycles. That's how we predict solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. We don't calculate orbits. We don't calculate orbits for any of this shit.
the specific time at which eclipses happen and the specific parts of the planet that are eclipsed vary each time, and they are predicted quite well.
They use the Soros cycle, right? But to position it, to project it onto a quote-unquote globe, like really within the celestial coordinate system, because the globe is really just the celestial sphere projected onto a ball, like really onto a point. But they project the line onto a plane through the surface of a ball. You can also do this on a flat Earth. It's been done. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I can post that.
Well,
Shane St. Pierre did
I
it.
agree it doesn't mean anything, but my point is more like the usefulness of whatever's correct is more relevant, I think, to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's
Not
why we
like,
don't use a
oh,
globe.
it's correct.
No, so you have an idea of how it works, but the mathematics of how it works are not a globe. What aren't you understanding? If you look at the formulas and the equations, there's no globe in them, dude. What aren't you understanding?
Can you tell me how to spell, is it Sorrells system?
Saros, S-A-R-O-S. So all of NASA's predictions are done by a guy named Fred Aspernek, every single one. The ones that go out to like freaking the year 4000. It's just computation of the Soros cycle over and over again. Then they use what's called Besselian elements to project that onto the surface of a sphere. But that sphere is technically just the celestial sphere. So where the sun and moon will appear in the celestial sphere against the background stars is the projection. They're not calculating orbits. They're not calculating where the sun and moon and Earth are in some orbital path. People just think that. I don't even know where people get that from. Oh, they showed you diagrams in school. That's right. Oh, you did diagrams. Yeah.
I just had a quick question. So the sundial only has 12 spaces. So I'm still confused of where you got the 24 from that.
Because the Greeks subdivided the circle into 12. That's why we have 12 hours.
I mean, think about a clock. Any clock that you might have, like a physical clock, it's going to have 12 as well.
But we have 24 hours in a day.
Yeah,
It goes around twice.
the reason we have 12 is because they decided to use the zodiacs as a subdivision of the circle. The constellations?
But like, why wouldn't we just have 12 hours in a day then?
What is it? What? We have what we
Where
have.
does your night go, buddy? Where does your other 12 hours of darkness go, bud?
In 24 hours, it's noon again. It's very simple, bro.
Globers are dumb, and that's it. That's what I realized. All of them.
Let me ask you this: do you
I
think?
think Caleb is new, so I think we can give him a
He's real
chance.
new.
Yeah.
The brand new account too. Just joined Discord today.
Welcome to
Shouldn't say that. I've been
Discord.
here for a couple years.
Well, your account says you started it today.
I can like send a screenshot if I need to, but I've had this account for multiple years now.
Oh, sorry, Caleb. I was mistaking you for someone else. My bad. It was 2 other ones in the lobby, not you.
Well, even if it's their first day, everybody's got to join for Discord the first time, right? It's fine.
Yeah, typically they're a troll if they just joined. Then the first thing they do is join the Flat Earth server. Because we can see how long it took them to join the Flat Earth server. Typically it's seconds.
Well, correlation does not prove causation, you know.
I didn't claim a cause.
I'm just talking smack. It's all good.
Yeah, we understand, Caleb, that when the idea of discarding the fantasy globe toy first comes across your consciousness, you think because you were indoctrinated with that idea when you were very young, and then you were taught all these other things, and you were told that they all comport to this globe idea. So therefore, you think if you have to discard the ball, then you also have to discard all these other things, where the reality of it is all of these things work perfectly fine on a flat Earth. That includes sundials, day and night cycle, anything else you might want to bring up, volcanoes, hurricanes,
Well, I mean,
stars in the sky. Like, none of those require a ball in order to function.
I mean, like, if you say you didn't know anything and you just popped out of the Amazon rainforest and look at the sun and we're like, oh, a 24-hour day. How does that tell you the Earth is a ball?
I mean, I wouldn't think it was. That's kind of where the question's coming from. It's like, if I looked up, I would just think it was a 12-hour day.
Well, if you just... Why?
Do what?
Because I'd only be seeing the sun for 12 hours.
Nobody on Earth ever sees the sun for 12 hours. Not even at the equator. Even though it should happen at the equator on the equinox, it actually doesn't. That's another globe nonsense that actually don't come true. So...
And so you don't experience night then?
Yeah, there's day length. Day length varies depending on where you are in the time of year.
So then that's my question, is like, is it 12 hours of quote unquote daylight and 12 hours of quote unquote like night time?
Depends on the time of year.
Is that where we're getting
Day length depends.
from?
Day length depends on the arc the sun takes in the sky. The higher the arc, the longer the day length. Typically, unless you're on the equator, then everything's backwards. But I mean, what does any of this tell us about the Earth? I mean, I'll just say this: so there's only one dichotomy between flat Earth and globe Earth that you can definitively say it's one versus the other, and that's whether the surface of the Earth curves. If we measure the surface of the Earth directly and it's not curving, doesn't matter what the sun, moon, stars, all that crap does. Whatever it's doing over flat Earth, right? But just like measuring a table, right? It is what it is. You measure the table, hey, 48 by 48. Hey, cool. Doesn't matter what the lights do above the table. It's not going to change those measurements.
And I agree with that. I guess I'm just like trying to get clarification so I can have more nuanced conversations about what my views of the Earth's shape should be or are, and how that differs from what they currently are.
Well, we don't think the Earth is like a shape, like an object that you can hold in your hand and that you can go into outer space and look at like it's an object floating around.
It's like a plane, right?
The surface is a plane, it's a topological plane that's horizontal, level, but it's not an object. Well, let me ask you this, just so we get on the same page. Do you think the universe would be an object that you could go outside of and like hold in your hand?
I'm honestly not sure. Like, it doesn't make logical sense, but that's kind of why I joined, was to get more information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the point, is that this has been known that like questions like this, they're just infinite regression fallacies. Like, eventually, no matter what worldview you have, you're going to reach a point where it's like, okay, this is everything. Well, what's that inside, right? You can always say, what's that inside? You know, is that an object? Okay, that's contained in some metaspace. Okay, what's that inside? Metaspace? Multiverse? Like, you can just go on and on, right? You can just go on forever, this thing. So we don't, at least, I don't know what everybody else thinks. All I know is what I think. I don't think the Earth is inside of anything. It's not inside of a greater space. This is it. What you see is what you get. The only way you're going to leave here is in a coffin. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the truth. You're not going up in the sky to look back at Earth. You're not going to get a third person point of view. None of that's ever going to happen. That's fantasy land. I listen. I can 100% say for certain, and I'd bet any stack of money on it, every person in this chat is never going to see the Earth from a third person point of view. Ever. That's only on TV. It's only on a screen. It's in a book. It's in a picture. It's never actually going to happen for any of us. This is why, like, pictures claim to be from space. It's nearly impossible to even evaluate whether they're real or not, because what are you referring them against? You don't have any memory of seeing the Earth like that. So when you see a picture, how do you the Earth looks like? What if the fucking Earth's a ball? Like, what if the Earth's a ball and it's purple? Right? You don't know. Just because they show a freaking green, what they call the blue marble, how do you know the Earth's blue? How do you know that's a picture? There's no way to tell. I love, especially when people go, "Oh my God, that's such a realistic picture of Earth." How do they know it's realistic? How would you tell a realistic picture from Earth from the fake one? You would just compare it to some other image you saw. You can't compare it to any memory or experience. And that's really the kind of like the heart of this, is that, like, what do we actually experience in reality? And we freaking abandon all the beliefs. We go, hey, I'm gonna shut off all those beliefs, and I'm gonna say, hey, what do I really actually know? I know the Earth appears flat. I know the Earth appears motionless. I know the sun appears to move. I know the stars appear to move. Right. I know all these things from direct experience. Then some frickin' dude in a pointy hat comes along, writes a bunch of occultic symbols on a frickin' chalkboard and says, nah, man, that's all fucking illusion. You're fucking spinning. That's not flat, that's curved. And if you don't believe that, you're dumb. Right? That's the situation. I'm sorry to just put it like bluntly like that, but that is the situation. You can't put lipstick on that pig, man. What's up, Joyce? Long time no see.
Hey, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, man, it's great to hear yours too. I'd give you a hug if I could hug you through the fucking computer, man. I missed you guys.
Yeah, bro.
Same.
I'll hug you too if you're jealous, man.
Virtual
jealous,
group
bro.
hug. Group hug. Virtual. I feel it.
Hey, Joyce, is Iceland flat?
Well, yeah, mostly. It's got like a flat land, like a highland, and then we got a bunch of mountains, but for the most part, generally flat, yes. Flatter than a pancake, at least.
I mean, anybody got any questions? I mean, I know that was pretty jarring exposition, but
Yeah, I have a question.
yeah.
Are we are we live?
We are live. So, I mean, I think the question all the Globers need to ask, like, when you were in school and they said, "Hey, kiddos, welcome to kindergarten. Look at the globe in the corner. Earth's a ball." What evidence did they present that that was actually true? And have you ever checked? Like, the reason most of the people in here, because the difference between us and you is we checked, right? So the globe Earth makes certain predictions of what should be, and then if you check, they actually aren't. Which Dandelion talked about. Should be drop over distance, right? Shine a laser, beam it some distance. The laser should get further and further away from the surface of the Earth because the surface of the Earth is curving and the laser is going straight. You should be able to measure that distance, that separation. Well, these tests all show that there is no separation, that the laser runs parallel to the surface of the Earth. And these are done over water, and since the surface of the Earth is, mostly water, then if the water's flat, the Earth has to be flat. Pretty simple proposition.
And all of our measurements that we do practical in reality are based off of a horizontal plane. When we measure height or elevation, that's based off a horizontal plane. All of our tools work on horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is the baseline reference of reality that we experience.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly right.
We lost Caleb, sadly. I thought he at least was asking questions and listening to the answers, but maybe he'll come back. Lewis is here. He's kind of
Hopefully
new, I guess. Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just has to go contemplate for a while, and then he'll return. We'll see.
Hope we don't come back as a brain in a jar.
I hope not, too. Banishment's with us. Welcome, Banishment. Oh, I guess Banishment's muted. They don't have a role.
What happened to the The ladies' night.
Oh, they were having a didn't you hear their internal dispute? Yeah,
No,
they
I
just,
missed it.
oh, yeah, you missed yeah, you didn't miss anything. It was kinda ugly. Yeah, I mean, it was probably a fake internal dispute. That would be my, diagnosis of it, but they were, like, started fighting among themselves, and then they disappeared, so I guess they're fighting it out, in some mud wrestling arena somewhere far away from Discord.
See if we get an invite.
Yeah, I bet that CB's on his way.
Whoever hit that is perfect timing. Good job.
So banishment, DL Burkers, Lewis, if any of you have a question about the flat earth, or if you just would like to say hello, I did unmute you, but if you don't say hello to us, then we won't be able to give you the role. If you say hello, then we could give you the VC verified role, and then you'd be able to unmute yourself in the future as well as see more parts of the server, including the live stream voice text that goes along with the things we're discussing here. Or if anybody else has a question or comment about the Earth, by all means, speak up. PPB's down there at the bottom. Welcome, PPB. Disney princess
Hey guys.
type. I don't know
Hey guys,
which
I hope that
imprisoned
doing great.
princess that is. Maybe Rapunzel. She looks like she's in a castle. She's got really long hair. I'm going with Rapunzel.
Anyways, I have a question.
So Kruger Dungan, you seem to be a globe defender. Do you have any questions? I mean, there's a lot more problems with the eclipse other than the things I just said. The Selenilian eclipse is there's freaking, a lot of times the eclipse paths don't actually happen. This has been observed quite a few times that I know of. There's a video guy, he stuck like a camera, like almost like, it's not a ring camera, but it's like a trail camera. He stuck it outside of his house and he recorded the path of the sun and the moon over like a month, over the period of a month, to watch how it crossed the sky, southern exposure, and looked up like how the sun was supposed to eclipse the moon according to the prediction, and it was nothing like what he actually observed. In fact, the moon didn't even get to the right spot, the sun didn't get to the right spot, and then instead of like intersecting it like from top down, it like came from behind it. It's it's a long ass video because he shows all the video that he took and all the things, but I'll actually post it in the chat. It's very
Send you a message, so if you have it, you can send it to me as well.
yeah. It's kind of long. It's like an hour and a half long. I mean, you can probably skip like the first 40 minutes or something like that and just get to like his presentation of the actual evidence. But it's actually pretty whacked out. I actually forgot about it for probably like a year, and I just remembered it today because I was talking to someone about eclipses last night.
I think like ultimately I'd have so many questions if I could like talk to one person one-on-one. One of the like big issues I have, and I think there's probably other people like me, is that I don't really care what shape it is, but if a certain shape means we can do things and the other shape doesn't seem to produce any results, I just find that really hard to then like trust at all. I kind of wonder what's the benefit in thinking one way or the other, or the benefit in believing it's a globe is like.
No, you don't have to believe it.
I think
it'll get the same benefit. Listen, the whole coordinate system is based upon the stars and the sun. That's it. You don't have to believe the Earth does anything to use that. Right. So
also think you're
based upon. Hold on, CB. Let's say this real quick, and I'll let you go. So the longitude is based upon the solar position, and the latitude is based upon where the celestial equator appears in the sky. So those two, that's your coordinate reference system. In fact, you couldn't find your latitude and longitude if you couldn't see the sky. The entire reference system. And you mentioned GPS. GPS, it'll show it to you in lat and long, but that's a coordinate transformation. That's not how the GPS receiver gets it figures out the coordinates. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It uses something completely different, and it's converted into that.
That's correct.
So, but the point is that like, what actually is I hear you, like, if it's useful, but what actually is useful? It's not thinking the Earth is a globe. It's thinking that the sky is a globe, because that's what it's actually a model of. It's not a model of
who functionally uses that, because like positionally you can do it on a flat Earth, and I agree with that. Then you can look at like careers like surveying, like civil engineering. Like they have to account for the curvature of the globe in some cases. That's
Okay,
like,
what makes you think that?
that's what I've been told. I'm not a civil engineer or a surveyor. I've been told that.
Well, we've heard this before, specifically 2 instances: the Verrazano Narrows Bridge and the Humbert Bridge, which I think crosses from England to Scotland. Okay, they didn't build it accounting for curvature of the Earth. They never measured for the curvature of the Earth. They just assume, based upon the coordinate system, that the towers are tilted away from each other, right? That the tops are like two and 1 3/8 inches further away than the bottoms, but they're like a mile plus apart. You'd never even be able to measure that, right? They just assume it based upon, the curve of the Earth, which is really funny. Because if you look at the images of either one of those bridges, the water's completely flat underneath the bridge, which is kind of hilarious. People go, "Oh, look, man, the bridge is freaking had to be accounted for curve." Why? Because the fucking water underneath the bridge is. Why would they have to account for curve if the fucking bridge isn't even touching the Earth?
You know how like globers explain how Earth has flat water wherever you look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was just
But
checking.
it wouldn't be about looking at it. It would be the water would physically be curving. You understand the visible
we
part.
hear you guys say locally flat, dude, but like.
Well, it took them about 4 arm twists to say that. But you have to have the water physically curving though. So and there's really no explanation for that.
Pepper spray, freaking bear mate.
Yeah. It took them years to even utter the word flat. But I mean, when we try to get them to defend the water physically curving, they seem to refuse and point to things like visible variables like refraction and stuff like this, optical variables, instead of a physical characteristic of the water that would be required if the Earth was a globe. So, do you understand that, Bunny?
I'm not sure I follow. So you say there's a physical characteristic. I would argue the characteristic is that water is able to flow. Is that not the one you're looking for?
No, you said you understand that the water will appear flat, which we all agree, but we're saying it actually is flat, and you have to defend that it's physically curving.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd probably personally rely on something like the horizon and watching something disappear at sufficient length, but
I think the horizon lines as well. What if we showed you that this? If we could show you that this also happens on flat surfaces, then what?
Well, the surface is curving in a similar way to the water as well. It would be my argument there.
No, if we can show you the same phenomenon happening on a flat surface, then things disappearing into bottom up isn't like the proof that it's curving. If it can be shown also on a flat surface.
I wouldn't say it's proof, but I'd say it's an incident that kind of corroborates a claim. You know, it's like,
No,
well,
but by process of elimination, we've eliminated that variable that it would be curving. We can show it happening on a flat surface.
So I think, like, because I'm seeing a few pictures come up as well. Like, if I showed you 10 pictures and you immediately dropped your argument, I'd be really shocked. So I'm sure you can imagine that when you show me pictures, I'm not like, wow, that immediately proves I'm wrong. There's one thing I notice in common about all these pictures, which is atmospheric distortion, which is quite extreme. Like, there's just 3 of them. I'll say that. Like, they're not proof or disproving to me. That is something I notice about all 3 of them.
Can you be specific which images you're referring to?
Just the ones in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
But like, to kind of like respond more to what you were saying, like, just because the phenomena can happen in 2 different like worldviews, it doesn't disprove one of them. Like, I'm not saying it's round because what occurs. I'm saying this is what water does because you've asked me to basically defend that point.
Is there like another argument? Because you're saying that we see this boat go over the horizon, so that would mean that it's curving. But if we can show you that that's not the case in all cases, then
Show me that
do you have like another
show
argument?
me that it's not going over the horizon, or show me that it's.
We have some examples where I think India, you might have that small boat on the lake and it's disappearing. Bottom up in the same way. So if someone could post that might be helpful.
Yeah, I can try to find it. It's on Indio's channel, I think, right? I'll look for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty common though. If you just go to like Google and search proofs for a globe, that might be one of the first things you'll see is that, well, we see boats going over the horizon, therefore it's physically curving. But if we can show that that's not really the case, then is there another argument if you're saying that that's not the only thing you're relying on? But people usually lead with, so.
I don't really want to necessarily mention things I already have, but like, there's a lot of professions out there that seem to make use of, at least they purport that they make use of the curvature of the Earth. It just seems strange.
With the water physically curving? Yeah, because we were talking about the water physically curving. So what
water.
did you cover? Did you forget?
Yeah, mostly the horizon. Like, I don't know why water wouldn't curve if like everything else does.
Let me give you an example. So we have salt flats that get flooded. If the Earth was a globe, then and the water is conforming to the globe, then when the salt flats get flooded, the water would form into a hump. Do you agree with that?
To a hump?
Yeah, to conform to the shape of a ball, like you believe is happening to the water.
No. Don't believe that.
Well, what is the boat going over?
What, the boat in the salt flats?
No, he's talking about in the
I feel
ocean.
like you're talking about two different things.
No,
yeah, I was just giving you a very simple understanding so that you could understand that if you're on a globe and the water is conforming to the shape of the globe, creating water hills in the ocean, then when a salt flat floods, then there would be more gravity towards the center because it's going into the ball, and so water would collect into an apparent hump relative to you, who is measuring the water going into the center of the salt flat. However, that's not what we see.
So water will disperse. like, but it will remain at the same level as much as it can. And what that level is dictated by gravity around it. That would be
Yeah, and so if gravity and the ball were causing water to conform into a shape of a sphere, it would cause a flat surface on the Earth, on the supposed ball in your hypothetical, to cause water to form. A flat surface large enough would be a container for water, essentially, and it would curve along the Earth curve, like you believe the oceans are.
Yeah, sufficiently large. Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, problem is we do not see the oceans curving. We do not measure any curvature of water on large standing bodies of water. So it just doesn't happen. What the problem you're having is you look out with your eyes and you see in perspective. And when you look in perspective, the ground plane and the sky plane appear to meet at a vertices, at a point in your vision. And when you don't have walls to compress that into a single point, that point stretches out into a line. That optical phenomenon is the horizon. It is not a consequence of the Earth or in any imagined curvature, and that's why it does not conform to the assumed size of the Earth. When we can see 10 times further than the assumed geometry of the Earth, that means the Earth is so big that it would encompass all the way to the imagined distance to the moon, surround all of the moon, and that's how big it would be. It would be so large that you could fit all of the imagined planets of the solar systems into it.
Those are actually some really interesting numbers. I'd love to like see them. Like unironically, I'd really like to see them because that is quite cool. I think. Sorry, I lost my train of thought though. What's interesting? Sorry, yeah. What's interesting to me then would be like a test if you had like a really high intensity source of radiation, like a light or I don't know, it's like a microwave, and you saw like how far it could reach in a straight line. If you got like a really, say like 100-mile relatively flat section, or like a few
No, that
thousand
sounds
miles,
great.
maybe, then you could test and see like a
Hey,
really high
Chernobyl
intensity
wasn't
thing.
good enough for you?
Chernobyl. It was mostly like contaminated matter, I think, rather
I
than
thought you
like
said
gamma
radiation.
rays
What are you saying?
penetrate anyway.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You kind of have a
Dude,
habit of talking through the points. But carry on.
How about
you
instead
can
of
look
100
into this
miles?
online.
How about instead of 100 miles, we just pick a distance that's 2 orders of magnitude greater variance than the globe prediction. How about that? Would that be good enough?
Like not really. Like I don't know why.
What? So let me ask this, friend. Let me ask this. So if you hired me to make a flat floor, right? And rather than there being a 16th of an inch or a millimeter variance over the entire floor, so very, very flat, right? There was a foot or a yard or a meter. So instead of being 1 centimeter off, it's 300 centimeters off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy.
But yeah, it'd be obvious, right? You don't need to do any more scrutiny than that. 2 orders of magnitude is plenty, right? So in other words, it's instead of a single digit, instead of a double digit, it's a triple digit. So it's supposed to be only 1 centimeter off, but instead it's hundreds of centimeters off. Like there'd be no question that you need your money back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't then feel emboldened to make the claim that you'd made my floor round. Right? So like the claim that the Earth is not a globe, one thing.
No, it's
claim that
it's the opposite, brother.
infinite flat is a completely separate thing. But I don't
No,
really
no,
see
it's
why.
the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Because we all understand the physics of water. And the physics of water, how it lays, is literally the definition of ideal level, right? So the surface of water is either going to be a level congruent with a flat horizontal plane, or it's going to be a level that is curved wrapped around a ball. It's going to be one or the other because water is level, period. Right? So all you have to do is measure the water, and if it's not curving, then it's flat. And so all the physics of the level of water then apply across the entire surface of the water of the earth. I mean, that's a given. I don't see how you can argue otherwise, unless you think in some areas water can be flat and level, but in other areas it could be sloped but not flowing, and in other areas it could be curved but not flowing. Makes no sense, right?
So
Yeah,
I
you
think it's a
said
bit of a
sufficient distance.
I
I'll
might
submit
have
to you,
said
friend,
sufficient
that
distance, but I feel like
yeah, my bad.
every
Go
time
ahead.
you go further, be interested to know how much further you can go. That's just like an inquisitive.
Well, that's well and good, but you only need to go far enough to disprove the point. And 2 orders of magnitude is plenty to disprove it.
Maybe you're not understanding this, dude. Imagine you went to the doctor and he said, "You're 600 feet tall." Get it now?
I don't think it's a reasonable comparison.
It is, because that's the difference in what's been measured versus the globe. It's 2 orders of magnitude difference.
Again, I'd be
Yeah,
interested in seeing.
I'll give you another analogy, brother. I'll give you another analogy. On a construction site, we cut wood a lot, right? And we often do what's called inching ourselves, which means someone tells us 97 inches. We get out a 10-foot board, and then we cut it at 96 because our eyes saw the tick mark an inch over. But nobody ever comes back with a board that's that somebody says, "Hey, cut me 96 inches," and they come back with a board that's only 1 inch long because they accidentally mismeasured. Never happens, dude.
Yeah. But we're talking about numbers that you guys seem aware of, but I'm not aware of. Like, I'd be interested in seeing these situations where someone measures like 30, 40 mile horizon. And then I can actually like talk about it a bit better. At the moment, I haven't seen them. I'll scroll through and see if I've missed anything. So I noticed in one of the links I saw. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
One of the links I saw, we're talking about like very elevated observers.
Yeah, horizon distance is easy calculated. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
This video I'm about to watch, does it have any? It's just loading at the moment, but does it have any like elevation info in it as well?
Which one?
It's Burn Mountain, I think.
Burn Mountain. Which chat are you in? Are you in the live stream voice text chat?
I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching the oil rigs now, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 8-foot observer height. The horizon should be 3.46 miles away. If you look on the right-hand side, you can actually see Catalina, which is 30 miles away. The laser test above it, that's a 40 kilometer laser shot from 1.92 meters above the water surface. The laser was picked up at 1.5 meters above the water surface. It should have been 127 meters above the water surface.
Yeah, the laser should have missed the target by that much. Been up in the air, basically.
Laser, sorry?
Way up in the air. Should have been, and look, the only way you should have been able to pick up the lasers from the top of a 42-story building.
I don't think I see the laser.
It's the video above the oil rigs.
Oh, right, okay.
and above that, there's a link to a PDF, which is just a report if you don't want to watch the video. The video is just really the documentation that they did what they said they did.
I don't get how people can just hand wave those laser tests. They just hand wave them away. Like, it just blows my mind how people can just ignore that.
I'm with you, Johnny Law. We explain them, and then their next question is like, but what about volcanoes? You know, or something like that. Like,
but where's the edge?
What about, yeah, where's the edge? What about Antarctica? What about the sun? I mean, it's like, hello, we've just shown you how it's documented. There's no curvature, no globe. Which part didn't you understand? Apparently all the parts. I'm right with you, Johnny Law.
Yeah, but. That's I love that one. Yeah, but.
The hand waving is so weird. I mean, I already understood the long distance observations. I already understood that I'd made multiple long distance observations throughout my lifetime without even realizing it, such as Beaver Island from Charlevoix, Chicago from Sawyer, Michigan, so on and so forth. I already knew all that. I already understood the mathematics, that the globe was disproven, debunked, no question, in the trash bin. But then Panto, you know, when I came to this 24/7 or the original version of it, Flat Earth server in 2019, he told me about the laser test in the very VC check-in associated with the server. I was like, what? That's amazing. Not only do we have all these long distance observations, which conclusively demonstrate that it's completely impossible that we could live on a sphere of 3,959 miles, but we also have laser tests very carefully documented in which the laser has hit the target, and, you know, excruciatingly documented measurements, including, you know, various levels of error, refraction, all these things they measured. I mean, come on, it's kind of overkill at this point. I don't get it. Why people don't get it? I don't get the hand waving. Right there with you.
And then they did it again 3 weeks later. That's the crazy part. Like, you might be able to say, hey, there was a rare weather event. But 3 weeks later, too, didn't they get the exact same result? I don't think so.
Yeah, John D did a bunch of laser tests as well. Like, we've seen so much of it now. When I first got to it, it was enough for me. The mechanical gyroscope, understanding rigidity in space, and how if the Earth were rotating, all mechanical gyroscopes would drift. They do not drift. If the Earth was a ball, as you moved the mechanical gyroscope across the surface of the curved Earth, the housing would twist and you would see the effect of Earth curvature. That doesn't happen. And so it was quite obvious to me, just from the mechanics of how the world works. But we have so much evidence now that it's like unbelievable that people still try to say, no, I'd rather, like Matthew, he'd rather ignore all the evidence and just cling to a belief because that's what everybody else believes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like you were talking about the gyroscope in a plane. I mean, if you were traveling, I don't know the distance, you know, from here, from United States to Australia, that housing on that gyroscope would literally have to flip 180 degrees, would it not?
Yeah, unless you're going to deny the gyroscopic effect works, or you can try to imagine that gravity is somehow manipulating the gyroscope, but then it would also normally work on the gyroscope, and the gyroscopic effect wouldn't be an effect.
Right. You would, yeah, it would just disavow the gyroscope altogether then. What's the point of even having one?
Yeah, it wouldn't do anything. Nothing useful, at least.
Yeah, somebody here the other day, called Flat Earth a discernment test. I think that's a pretty good name for it. Can you actually follow the evidence where it leads, or are you going to stubbornly cling to something that's a hollow belief based on indoctrination and propaganda that has no hard scientific or mathematical evidence to back it up. I mean, you can. I mean, nobody's going to stop you. Obviously, people do, but then don't pretend that you have some kind of intellectual high ground because you just clearly don't. There's just no other way to put it.
I mean, I get it. I wanted to believe the globe. We were raised in this belief system. As children, we were taught that the Earth was a globe. We saw the cartoons with the globes. Like, it's in the movies. It's everywhere. You're inundated with this propaganda. But the truth is so much simpler. It's so much easier to understand once you actually just let go of what you think you know, and instead of ask yourself, what do I actually know and what can I actually prove? Because that's where the distinction is. A lot of people go through life looking at the news or the internet, and they're like, I believe this, I believe that, I believe this, but it has no foundation in reality.
People are just too disingenuous to actually do that. Most of them. They have too much pride.
Yeah, and also just if you are going to, I mean, it does require a shifting in worldview, and that shifting of worldview requires you to take more responsibility, really, for your own life, your own mind, your own reason, so on. I mean, I shouldn't try to say it in a cavalier way that it's easy to, discard the worldview that is being pushed in such an extreme way, because I get it. Like, some people just need the security blanket of feeling like there's somebody else smarter than them who's figured all this stuff out, and I don't really want to go down that road of trying to figure it out because it's too scary to think I might have to go against the mainstream in this essential way. I mean, I understand that's scary for people.
There's also the poisonous ego that's hidden within it. You're standing on the shoulders of giants, and so anybody who doesn't believe you, they're an idiot automatically, and you ignore what they say.
So you guys pointed out. Here's another thing. Someone was talking about planes and gyroscopes. First of all, you mentioned, like, hey man, this globe stuff works. A mechanical gyro wouldn't work on a spinning globe. It would be useless. You wouldn't, because depending on your orientation relative to the axis of rotation, the gyro could be anywhere. You'd have to constantly calibrate it over and over and over again to be a useless device. And the other thing is, it would be impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball. Okay? Because the equator's traveling at 1,040 miles per hour. Let's say you take off from 45 latitude and you fly south toward the equator. You have to fly to where you think that city is going to be. You can't fly directly at it. But to stay over the same part of the ball in, like, a quote unquote straight line, you can look at the GIF. You actually have to take like a J-hook line. And then when you get there, where did the extra speed come from? Because when you took off, it was only 600 miles per hour you were traveling. So where did the extra 400 miles per hour come from? And now your runways, if it's on the equator moving east to west, you have to come in with your own momentum. You have to come in at an angle. You have to freaking land sideways. The reputation will say, well, the atmosphere spins with the earth, and like the plane's entrained in the atmosphere. Well, that's a cool story, but the wind goes in all sorts of directions. You got jet streams, you got upper level winds, how would all those winds know exactly to speed you up to the exact speed so that you could land on the runway? Because you need another 500 miles per hour. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. People that I just don't get how they can just literally hand wave and look past all that stuff. It blows my mind.
I mean, to be fair, they've never thought it. They've never thought about it. But the anti-flat earthers that have thought about it and they've been presented with this, so New Perspective presented this to a CERN physicist that cheats physics, and what his rebuttal was: if you took my physics class and found out you was a flat earther, I would fail you. That was his rebuttal to the planes being able to land. He had no rebuttal.
Really, wow.
He just said, "Nuh-uh," and you're a flat earther. If you took my physics class, I'd fail you. That's all he could say. Now, this isn't just like a fly-by-night, CERN physicist. He interacts with people on X all the time for years now. So it's not like he was like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not going to answer these flat earther questions. He interacts with them all. He interacts with these guys all the time. So, but when this question came up, he just pulled the ripcord and just would not answer.
Yeah, he was the guy that used to come on. He'd come on Flat Earth Fridays all the time, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yes, I know I know the guy you're talking
right?
about now. Yeah, Franco. Yep.
Can you guys speak on how space is fake and how we've never left low Earth orbit? Never been to the moon?
I know low Earth orbit. There are no orbits.
I mean, like, they've never been, like, the ISS is fake. It's in a pool underwater somewhere.
Well, there's 3 ISSs. There's a pool one. There's the one in the Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas. And then there's the whatever it is you see in the sky. But I doubt that.
They also used to have one inside a Boeing 747, which was for testing during parabolic flights. And you could see some of their claimed videos from outer space being cut at the exact intervals that match the parabolic flight.
They thought they could get away with it.
Yeah, every time I argue with my friends about this, they're like, "Oh, they have a camera on the ISS, and you can see a live feed of the Earth." And I'm like, "It's a fisheye lens."
Ask them about why the Chinese one shows a flat Earth. So
yeah,
the Chinese space station shows a flat Earth. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got, on one hand, we have a curved Earth, and we have a flat Earth on the other hand. So what decides what the truth is? Oh, we do the geometry. And the geometry says you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth from the elevation of the ISS. It's not high enough.
What do you all think that Go Fast rocket? What do you think it's hitting whenever it flies up into the sky?
That was a yo-yo. It had nothing to do with hitting anything. It was okay.
Yeah, it was a D-spin yo-yo mechanism on it.
Doesn't hit a thing.
Is it still rising?
Can you explain
that?
Yeah. Can somebody explain the yo-yo thing?
Some mechanism within the it's a stabilizer basically.
It de-spins it the same way that a figure skater puts out their arms to slow down. They shoot out these weights on strings to slow the spin of the rocket.
Well, why didn't they have it do that the whole time it was rising? Why did it start at a certain point?
I fucking have no idea, dude. I don't work for those guys. Fucking, I wasn't.
That's what gives it that.
Because a rotating rocket is more stable. That's why.
Okay, makes
sense. A lot less
sense.
engineering.
I mean, it would make sense. Yeah, come on, it's not rocket when they ran out of thrust. Then they don't have to worry about stability anymore.
Yo, the flat fucking horizon looks even worse. That's horrible.
Someone told me that looked flat because they used the fisheye lens, dude. For real.
What?
That oh, it was curved, but when you put a fisheye lens on a curve, it looks flat. Dude, it's crazy shit.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So in case you guys are unaware, it used to be the case. There's a curved horizon, therefore it's a curved Earth. But very famous anti-flat earthers, Ruhif being the number one, and Scott Mackey and some others, said it doesn't matter whether the Earth is curved or a globe, because the way you see would make the horizon curved no matter what. So if the Earth is flat, the horizon will be curved.
Do they make a camera lens or a sensor that doesn't have any curve on it?
No, it's actually impossible to make such a device. Right now,
A rectilinear.
There is a way to do it, but the technology isn't there yet.
Rectilinear is not
or metamaterial or some shit.
It's less distorted. Let's just say that.
Well, it distributes the distortion in a particular manner. All these corrected lenses, they distribute the distortion in a particular method so that it preserves certain aspects of the geometry. In order to have true distortion free, you basically need a non-angular field of view. You need a linear field of view. So in other words, the camera has to be the size of the object you're looking at. So, for example, if you had a human eyeball with a few centimeters wide pupil, you would only see, like if I'm looking across at a car, I'd only be able to see the little decal in the corner. I couldn't even see the whole car. I'd have to move my eyes around like a chicken. Be like scanning, I couldn't take it all in at once.
Oh, like the way that they made the blue marble on the background of the iPhone. They pieced all the pictures together. It had to be cropped together.
They used pictures. They just said data. They didn't even say pictures.
Well, the guy that made the picture from NASA said it had to be photoshopped because it was so many pictures.
No, he said, but no, he said it was Photoshop because it has to be. But in the article on NASA's website, he just says data. He never says what that data was.
Yeah, he says it's data sets that they wrap around the ball.
I think the most important aspect of that conversation was that his main job was to make the Earth look like people expected it to be.
That's my favorite part too. Match people's expectations.
Exactly.
Of what it looks like from space.
Yeah, because only less than 20 people in the history of the space programs have allegedly seen the Earth to be able to know what it looks like. Everyone else is expecting it to look like something. That's even if those guys even saw it. It's like Indio said earlier, it's like if someone showed you a picture and you said, "Oh wow, that looks just like the Earth." How the hell would you know? You have no reference except other pictures that you were shown.
Didn't like Odyssey 2001 come out before they went to the moon? Like, how do they know what it looks like in outer space? In the movies in Hollywood.
Looks dark.
Hey, Indio. Or AI. I was wondering your opinion. Have you seen that video of that rocket that they shoot off in Nevada? And you got people claiming that you can see the Hawaiian Islands. Have you guys seen that video?
I haven't seen it. I've only heard it. Let me listen to this, bro. I haven't seen the video. The first time I heard of it was when a Glober tried to say to us, they shot off a rocket and they could see the Hawaiian Islands, and that proves the Earth's a globe. And then India was like, dude, if they shot a rocket from there, Hawaii would be thousands of miles out of your view. So thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, somebody did the math the other night in the politics Discord, and they said it was like 600 or 560 or 650 miles below the curve if it is actually the Hawaiian Islands. So I don't know. I haven't really looked into that video much or that rocket, so I can't really make any kind of comment on it. I was just curious if you guys have seen it.
Speaking of that, what's a good camera? Is the P1000 still the best camera to demonstrate?
I don't know. A lot of people say P900 is better, or the new P900 because it's lighter, easier to carry around, easier to stabilize. Because the P1000 is like a beast. The P900's a beast, but the P1000's like a wildebeest.
There's also a P1100 that's like the new model.
That's the newest version.
And it's like cheaper than the P1000.
Yeah, because the P1000 is no longer made.
Mm.
But it's a 3-pound camera, which is not good for most people's usage because it's meant to be a birding camera. It's too heavy for most people.
I tell you what, dude, I just use my phone, man. I do short range observations. I don't even do long range observations. I have in the past. I've seen mountains 100 miles away, all kinds of stuff. But I'm into short range observations now. The reason being is because that excludes the claimed curvature and the claimed refraction, bending things around distant objects to bring it to you. And so I got this lake that I go to. It's about 1,000 feet across, and I witness things disappear from the bottom up. And if you know your math, there's no way it could possibly be the horizon of any alleged globe Earth, because the horizon would be 2.5 times greater distance. So it's just quick and easy proof that things can disappear from the bottom up isn't an exclusive cause that the Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, when I try to explain like the long hallway observation to people to explain that, they just get upset and just tell me, what does it matter if it's flat or not?
And I must say that I love asking them when they say that, well, since you're asking that question, why are you in here? It obviously matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course,
to me, it's like they're just trying to shut down the argument whenever they say that.
Oh, of course.
Because their ego is getting upset.
Oh, 100%. And I love to watch them squirm with that answer because, like, they'll say things like, oh, well, I'm just here to debate. It's like, well, we're not here to debate. We're here to discuss the truth.
Yeah. So real quick for the people listening in the audience, the globe, when it comes to this idea of ego, a lot of people think, oh, pride. Oh, they're just proud because they have their position and they don't want to admit defeat. No, it's ego in the sense of your identity, because the globe paradigm is imprinted upon you when you're a vulnerable child in your developmental years, right? And who you are, where your safe spaces are, who your parents are, your home, your tribe, all of these things are developmental psychology in a child's life, and they implant the idea that you live on a globe in those moments, and it actually does become part of who you are. And that's why people react so visceral to when it's challenged, because it's part of their identity, and that is a direct attack on the ego. And so to salvage and put their ego back into a safety position, they have to say things like, well, the shape of the earth doesn't matter. Now it's no longer important. So whatever I talk from now on doesn't matter to me because it's not an important topic. So it's no longer threatening.
What do you think would happen if they just said, okay, you're right, it's flat? you're free to leave, you're free to go to the ice wall and go wherever you want, what do you think would happen to the world? And do you think everyone would just start exploring and finding out what's way out there?
Dude, I mean, you said it yourself. You said ice, right? So if you're going out from the central points outward and it gets cold, most people ain't going to want to do that. They're going to be like, heck no, I'm staying here in the heat.
Well, how do we know it's cold?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to go there and disturb the penguins. Why is that?
Well, who says there's an ice wall anyway?
Right. That's just pictures on the internet. But why do we have a treaty with Russia and Antarctica? Aren't we at war with them?
I don't know that we've declared war on Russia anytime recently.
Or aren't they? They're adversaries. But why do all the countries come align with Antarctica, but we're sitting here fighting over mineral rights?
It's all a show, my friend.
Yep.
I don't know, but we're tracking. I don't know, but we're tracking fishing boats regularly sailing right into the coastline of Antarctica.
What are they doing? They're cracking them?
No, according to the tracking data of the boats, sometimes fishing boats sail straight through the apparent coastline of Antarctica willy-nilly.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, dude, it's like in a video game when you can walk through the walls because there's a bug in the code. So is this more proof of simulation theory?
I think it's more like the globe doesn't conform to reality, and so they have to move the coastline closer to conform to the globe idea, but you still have to track the boat. And so you, of course, have a treaty to not allow them to go down there when they're using the tracking systems. Or you have exceptions for when you have a race down there, and then the travel speed of the racing yacht is about jogging speed. It's like almost walking speed. If you walk very fast and you're tall, yeah, that's how fast the racing yachts need to be. Travel around Antarctica in 100 days.
It's also like ridiculous to go travel there. It's like $20,000-$30,000 to go to one spot. It's ridiculous. Why can't you just go explore? Because the penguins.
That costs $2 million if you want to do that.
And that's if you get approved. And you get all the permits. And they're doing it because they don't want you to die. They don't want you to freeze to death. That's why they're doing all that. But you can climb Mount Everest.
You can freeze to death there, but not where the penguins are. Even if you pay a lot of money and you are allowed to go there, and you get like $2 million and you get environmental assessments and you're allowed to go there to the little peninsula, and you're going to cross the peninsula and be like, I walked across Antarctica, and claim some credit. You still have to take all of your poop and pee with you, and you're not allowed to use any kind of like motorized vehicles or anything. You just have to walk it because of the treaty. And like for the penguins, which by the way don't live on the interior of Antarctica, they live on the little islands like Deception Island.
What do y'all think about the 24-hour sun video that all those fake flat earthers went and tried to brainwash us into thinking that they were there.
Well, that's assuming it's a foregone conclusion that people were brainwashed that they were there and that they weren't actually there. So, what evidence do you have that they weren't there?
Well, I think they were brainwashing us to make us think that they were there. But they were just really in a big green screen room, a 360 screen all around them.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. What evidence do you have that that's the case?
I don't. I just have what I can see on the internet because I don't have means to get there to see it for myself.
Well, would it matter? Even Duffy, the dude that put it on, said that observations of the sun don't prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, you're just spreading false information too by telling everyone that they faked it.
I mean, I don't think they faked it. Though the lighting there is pretty fucked up. There are some things that are fucked up in the video, but that just could be weird lighting.
Yeah.
What about like Vapegate? I mean, that's fake, right?
I mean,
that,
I don't know.
What would that have to do? What would that have to do with whether they're there or not?
Well, if they were there, they would have, breath vapor, right?
It depends on the temperature of the air. Like, how far are they into Antarctica? Where they put on the tippy tip of the peninsula, and like they're not that much further than like south than I am north. So
yeah, let me ask you this question, friend who just said that. Do you live in a cold region that gets snow in the winter?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do, and I work outside during the winter. And some days I can see my breath, and some days I can't. And it all depends on the day. Sometimes when it's cold, I can, and when it's a little warmer, I can't, depending on, like, if it's a crisp day or a humid day.